Yes, and we'll work through the amendments. Do we need to vote on every amendment? So I'm not certain how I'll land the ship on the vote with the vote.
I know. It may be easier.
I think we ought to vote on every amendment. Or do we just vote on Bob's motion and then let council know what every individual commissioner's issue is? And just what do you want me to do? You want me to vote on each of them?
Possibly know what to vote on.
We live.
As a planning commission, to not know what we've already voted on and have done.
Good evening, and I think, yep, everybody's here. I think we are ready to begin our deliberations. And why don't we begin with a report from Matthias? And we begin with UVA. Any news from UVA?
Yeah, sure. You probably saw we had a board of visitors meeting last week. So really the only main thing from that pertains to Planning Commission would be the schematic design review for a housing building at Brandon, on the Brandon Avenue corridor. So this will be the bond house open this summer. This will be the second one, and it'll be about the same size on a different site, obviously. That one's interesting because it's the third project that we've initiated on the site, and is part of the agreement with the city for giving us the road, Brandon Avenue, like giving us control over it. There was a couple things we had to finish before that third project started. One is a planning study for where and what size the bus stop would be on JPA, and then also planning for a future pedestrian link, either over, under, or across, probably under the tracks to get south. So that's all been done and shared with the city at this point. So that is just under review, and it'll probably be approved in our March meeting. And then we are going to have an MPC meeting, a Master Planning Council meeting in the spring, probably in March, and we're working on the agenda for that right now, and we'll have that out when we get that figured out.
Excellent. Ms. Green.
I attended the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission meeting on.
You might want to grab that mic.
So sorry. I don't think it's on. Is it on? I just broke it? Good. Perfect. Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission meeting last Thursday. It was the last one for this year until our February meeting. And we just went over the budget and different things like that, and had a conversation about this. I keep bringing this up, this Go Virginia, which is a grant funding for some districts in Virginia. And it doesn't relate to affordable housing, but for economic development. So I think it's some things that we could look at potentially and see if there's something that, maybe it's not funded in our CIP that we can take a look at and get some funding through. So I'm going to give you a report back on that next month and see what I find.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
Let's see. Last month I attended a meeting of the Place Design Task Force where we discussed the Barracks Emmett Streetscape project, and they're leaning pretty heavily towards a separated shared use path going down the south side of that road. So there will be some retaining walls involved and a protected separated bike and pedestrian path. That should be coming before us reasonably soon, I think. They just had their design public hearing a week or two ago. I also attended the last MPO Tech meeting of the year. and I am chair of that now for some reason, where we discussed the Hydraulic 29 plans, as we usually do, and the upcoming smart scale process that will award funds in 2021.
Reverend Heaton.
I attended the Thomas Jefferson Planning Transportation meeting last week, and they were talking about some interesting public interactions that they want to do at different festivals. At different festivals, it's not working. Some interesting public interaction using 3D goggles and things to get the public involved in working through some of the transportation creative solutions they're hoping to get the public talking about. So that was a good meeting. That's all.
Ms. Dowell.
Good evening. I have not attended any meetings, but I do have a few updates. So the CDBG/Home Task Force recently just closed their applications. Binders are being put together, and the task force will be getting them to review them shortly. At this time, we still need a Ridge Street neighborhood representative to serve on that task force. So if anyone in the public is interested, please contact Aaron Attack, the grants coordinator. And that is all for now.
Mr. Soliates.
I attended a recent Housing Advisory Committee meeting. There was a long discussion about short-term rentals, their effect on housing. I made no statements of opinion at that meeting, and I was incorrectly attributed in the Daily Progress. I don't know anything on this topic. Please don't quote me. We also discussed initiating a zoning text amendment on our accessory dwelling unit ordinance. Reed Broadhead had some specific ideas that were very helpful.
Mr. Lindra.
So I attended 2 meetings over the last month. The Board of Architectural Review on November 19th. We had 2 certificates of appropriateness pass. One preliminary discussion of a new apartment development going on Virginia Avenue, and then 9 smaller items where updates were given to us or guidance requested. The Tree Commission met on December 3rd last week. We did approve for nomination to City Council about 25 trees for ordinance protection. The Charlottesville area tree stewards made an annual report on their many activities by the 150 or so members they have. And then there was a discussion of the CIP coming to us tonight. There's a $75,000 for tree planting in it, but the $50,000 that was requested for treating emerald ash borer was not approved. And then updates on bylaws, revisions, Barracks Road streetscape project, standards and design manual process, and also there are currently 2 vacancies on the Tree Commission. So we're advocating for new members.
Very good. Is there a report from NDS?
We don't have a work session on Christmas Eve. I know you're disappointed. We will be back on track in January. I think that's all I have. Yes, at this point, that's all I have.
I think we are ready for public comment. So the comments that you make should be relative to things that are not on the agenda to be heard today in the public hearing. So if you've got Lisa Green did that once, didn't you? If you've got a comment about the critical slope waiver at this heart-shaped property, now would be a good time to talk about that. Or if you've got something about the comprehensive plan you'd like to talk about, or general planning, now would be good.
Or Carlton Views.
Thank you. And we currently got a couple of people that are signed up to speak. Craig Decker.
Hello. I'm new to Greene County, from Greene County, been following things going on in Charlottesville, and I had some questions for you about the Lewis and Clark statue and the city's intent to get rid of that. I assume that that is under the jurisdiction of this committee, since you were involved in the West Main project, and the Lewis and Clark statue was central in that project.
Let me remind you that you've got 3 minutes, and we probably will not engage in a dialogue, but you will send me an email, and we'll get back to you.
Right, yeah, I understand that you can't answer the question, so I'll probably get in contact with the chairman and some of the people on the committee. But my questions were, first, has the commission been consulted on removing the statue? Second, should the commission be consulted, since you were involved in approving the West Main project, and the statue was pretty central in that. I mean, I saw it in a lot of the PR stuff. Third, what would the impact of the statue removal be on the West Main project and the funding for that? If the statue is part of the agreement with the State Department of Transportation, does that all have to be renegotiated now? Fourth, what are the legal issues about removing the statue in that it's a national and state landmark? Does the State Office of Preservation have to be considered? Fourth, have the other relevant committees, the Place Committee, the Architectural Review Board, and the Historical Preservation Committee been contacted for their input? Because I assume each of them would have an input into this. Next, what impact would removing the statue have on downtown? It seems to me it's kind of a gateway to the downtown. Have you looked into what the implications of removing that and what you might replace it with? Next, if it is removed, what would be a good location for it, an appropriate location? I understand the only thing they've suggested is moving it to the Exploratory Center, where citizens would have to pay $7 to see it. I'm just generally to sum up, I'm just interested if the commission feels they have a role to weigh in on this question before the next council makes a final decision on it. Thank you.
Thanks. And Bill, I think you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Bill Emery. I live at 1604 East Market Street. The last item on your agenda this evening is approval of the Carlton Views PUD Phase 3 site plan, a site plan that affects the wealth challenged among us. The site plan before you tonight departs from a promise that has been part of this developmental proposal since September of 2013. The tree preservation was first stated 6 years ago as a condition to the SUP for this property. The condition said existing trees greater than 6 inches in caliper in the open space area of the east side of the site shall be retained. The tree preservation proffer 3F was restated and approved a year ago. It says the landowners shall retain the existing tree canopy on the east side of the subject property adjacent to Franklin Street within an area designated as open space for the PUD. Last year, during interactions with the public, the PC and council, the applicant received stinging feedback regarding the quality of their site plan and the site plan's lack of recreational space, the absence of covered areas for adults to sit, the lack of playground equipment, the lack of tot lots. The developer's response: the developer has located a 400 square foot grass court and dog park in the tree preserve at the most remote portion of their 4.86 acre site. If commissioners decide it's a good idea to locate the park 0.2 of a mile from the residence in Carlton Views 2, currently under construction, then at least require the applicant to do several things. One, show where the trees will be planted on the site plan. Two, increase the number of trees planted. The developer hacks down mature trees and plants little trees, breaking a 6-year promise. To balance out the betrayal, require that they plant more trees and provide a performance guarantee. 3, encourage them to consult with the tree commission regarding the trees. Nellie Stevens holly is a Korean hybrid. It's not a great tree. Consider this project with the same care you would apply to the Artful Lodger site or to such a development on Dairy Road. Thank you very much.
No one else signed up to speak. Is there anyone else that would like to speak about things that are not in the public hearing agenda? All right, I am going to close the public hearing on this part of the meeting. The consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The consent agenda has been approved. The public hearing doesn't start until 6, and we need 3 counselors to do that, so we will be in recess until 6. Alrighty, I think we are ready to begin the second part of our deliberations. The first public hearing relates to the capital improvement program. That is for 2021 through 2025. And the total amount recommended by staff is $127.9 million. And that covers affordable housing, economic development, public safety, facilities, education, transport, parks and rec, stormwater management, general government infrastructure, and technology infrastructure. I'm not certain who is doing the staff presentation, but we, Ms. Creasy, who's doing the staff presentation? Dr. Richardson, we will be doing the staff presentation, so we are ready for you.
Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, I'll go ahead and get started. We'll be assisted by staff with Chrissy Hamill, as well as with Mr. Ryan from our budget department. But first and foremost, before we get started, I'd just like to go over the preliminary things, just in case those who are not familiar with the capital improvement program understand that we are looking at proposing a capital improvement program for fiscal years 21 through 25. Basically what the capital improvement program is the 5-year financing plan, which I just mentioned, and it's usually projected costs that are over $50,000 that are usually non-recurring or non-operational in nature, and they have a useful life of 5 years or more. And just for those who may be interested in what we talk about when we talk about these capital projects, I just wanted to basically provide them with a picture of some of the things that we put into the capital program. And as we move on, as we prepared this budget, basically what we looked at was the current balances of various line items that we had throughout the capital improvement program over a number of years, as well as how much will be spent over the next upcoming fiscal year. And basically through that, we were able to determine projects that had funding, as well as projects that we needed to fund moving forward. And this is basically just an update of the 20 to 24 projections planned as part of the adopted fiscal year 2020 capital improvement program. And what we told staff was this year is because of the impact of the previous year's expenditures, that we were only looking at things that were considered to be essential in terms of, was it legally mandated? Does it eliminate or prevent any existing health, environmental safety, or security hazards? And this is just, our timeline that we basically started in August, and as you can tell, it's almost throughout the entire year where we go until April, where we actually are adopting the budget. Moving on, I'm going to bring up Chrissy, who can talk about the overall revenues and our expenditures moving forward for FY21. Before I do that, I just want to also make clear what we talked about before in terms of the overall expenditures within the capital budgets. When we looked at fiscal years 19 through 20, there was a significant increase in the amount of capital dollars that were expensed. It went from $23 million to over $35 million, which is basically almost a $12 million difference, or a 51.2% difference from one year to the next. Going to FY20, with that amount, which was $35,400,000. That difference moving forward into 21 is a difference of about $403,000. We fund that $35.8 million, which is a 1.14 difference. With that said, we looked at the proposed revenues that we would be able to generate in order to afford the total capital budget. So that's why we had to do some things in terms of looking at the essential items in terms of putting in the capital budget to be able to fund it. As we talk about today, when you give your recommendations for us to get back to the City Council, we'll be able to do that, and we can talk a little bit more about the budget with the City Council. But you know, things were very tight in terms of what we could afford based upon the generated revenues for FY21, which we're projecting. And that in terms of, you know, our transfer, even the transfer from our general fund into the capital fund, as you know. And FY20, we put over 3%, and that's a mandated amount, the 3% that we transferred to the capital projects from the general fund. That was over 3% last year. This year, we're looking at possibly doing way more than the 3% just to be able to afford it. Now, when we get down to about fiscal year 2026, as we've talked extensively about during our internal budget meetings, was that we transfer a significant amount of the capital improvement fund balance to be able to afford the debt service, so we don't have to increase the tax rate to be able to fund it. But by 2026, we're projecting that that fund balance will be exhausted. So with that, more money has to come over from the general fund, plus that 3% that we put in there from our general fund expenditures to be able to afford our capital debt. So what we're trying to do is basically, look at ways to be able to afford the overall capital improvement program moving forward, and to be able to fund these various projects. It's going to be a challenge, in order to basically maintain the existing tax rate, or do we look at other areas in terms of increasing the tax rate or decreasing public services, or other things that we could do to be able to afford these various capital projects. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chrissy so she can go through the presentation. And did I mention Ryan Davison? Okay, all right, I'm sorry. All right, so they'll both be assisting with this presentation. Any questions we'll come back up for. But as always, and we talked about before, is working with the Planning Commission in terms of providing us with, your recommendations. And that's one thing I wanted to solidify moving forward, that we do have an ongoing working relationship in terms of how we operate and do things. As I mentioned before, this is my first budget here, so some things we didn't know, well, I didn't know, but moving forward, I want to make sure that we have that working relationship throughout the entire fiscal year when we talk about different projects and things like that, because I think that's of paramount importance in how we move forward and how we do fund these various capital projects. And I want to make sure that, and as well as, with the directorship of the department, to be able to have more ongoing meetings with the Planning Commission to talk about where we are with our overall comprehensive plan and other things that we're trying to do in the community. So we're in lockstep with the City Council in terms of our overall projects and our vision and our overall missions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. So I want to talk about the specifics, a little bit of just the 21 budget. Dr. Richardson gave you a good overview of the 5-year plan. For 21, just looking at the revenues, as he mentioned, the general fund transfer complies with our, it's the cash that we transfer from the general fund. It complies with our 3% funding policy. This amount of 7.37 is a teeny bit more than the 3% that we're projecting. The bond issuance, again, is something that we look at over the 5 years. We do multi-year projections, but for this year, we are looking at about $26.9 million in bonds. The additional transfer from the general fund for the mall vendor fees was an addition last year, and that's a specific offset to an expenditure item that is used for mall infrastructure. The contribution from Albemarle County is a joint project for K-Tech roof replacement. The school small cap contribution is an annual contribution from the schools, and it offsets an expenditure on the small cap side for schools. Addition, the PEG fee revenue, that's a slight decrease this year. That's a fee that we get through franchise agreements, and it's used for cable channel 10. And then the VDOT revenue sharing is for two specific projects, which was for the hydraulic turn signal and also the East High Street streetscape project. Those are an offset of the expenditures on the other side. So that gets us to a total budget for 21 of $35.8 million in revenue. So conversely, on the expenditure side, we balance to the revenues at 35.8. Just from a big overview in terms of functional budgeting, we're looking at $3.4 million for city schools, $3.5 million for facilities and buildings, $4.9 million for public safety, $18.4 million for transportation and access, Parks and Rec, $680,000. Housing projects or affordable housing, we're looking at $4 million. And then the rest for economic development, technology infrastructure, and then the other governmental projects. And we're going to talk about each one of these in a little bit more detail. Oops, sorry. So for the city schools, as we mentioned, we're putting in $3.4 million. This is largely going into what we call lump sum accounts that are allocated out through a joint meetings with school staff and city staff on projects that are identified each year. This year, a couple of the things were modular classrooms, Buford envelope restoration, pedestrian lighting and school security, and then some HVAC stuff. I'm not sure exactly what's been identified for the priority improvement projects this year, but again, that's a joint effort between school and city staff. Facilities and buildings, as we mentioned, $3.5 million basically. Half of this is to address the indoor air quality corrections at the Smith Aquatic Center. That's at 1.5. The rest of this is, again, something that we put in a lump sum that city staff, through a process of allocation, uses that money to address improvements that address health and safety or code compliance and things of that nature. Public safety this year, again, this is basically the General District Court, which is $3.1 million. That's the first half of that project. That relates to the joint agreement with the county, and again addresses also the parking garage that's also in the CIP this year. The fire and EMS apparatus, that's one fire truck, one ambulance, and then mobile data computers and portable radios. Transportation and access, there's a whole host of things that are listed there in sort of broader categories, but some of the specifics, some of the larger items that you'll see there, there's $4 million allocated for the West Main Street project. Again, that's a revenue sharing match. $4.8 million for the parking garage, that's the first half of the payment on that. $5 million is allocated for the Belmont Bridge project. And then $1.4 million is to address undergrounding utilities. And the rest is just made up of a sundry of the other things that you see listed there. Parks and Recreation. This is a little bit of money on a lot of things. School parks and playgrounds, parks and trail acquisition, tree planting, the downtown mall infrastructure that we talked about, which is offset by the mall vendor fees, and then also some work at Dardentown Park. Housing. So this year we completed our commitment to the Phase 1 of the Friendship Court development that was roughly about $395,000 that was not funded last year. The public housing or CRHA funding was funded at 1.5, and we kept the rental assistance and the rehab at the same levels as last year. Technology infrastructure, again, this is for our public access TV that's offset by the PEG fees that we receive. And then there is a citywide IT infrastructure account, which is going to be used to address just what it says, city IT infrastructure. Other governmental projects, there were two that sort of didn't fit in any of the other categories. One is the Home Energy Conservation Grant, which is a continuation of prior year funding. And then the second is a citywide fee study. And finally, just as you track through the budget, I want to let you know that we are keeping things up to date, or will be keeping things up to date for each of the work sessions, and you can find the information that you need at charlottesville.org/budget. And with that, that concludes our formal presentation, so we'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Any high-level questions before we open it up to public?
I have one, well, I have many, but I can start with one. Belmont Bridge project, it wasn't in the projections for 5 years, and now it's here for $5 million. What changed?
So we will be coming back to council with the formal appropriation for the rest of the project. In an attempt to get ahead of that, we included what we knew or what we think will be the local dollar part, and that was included as part of the CIP. Because it is a large amount, we tried to get it in here, so it was part of the
It was in last year's projected CIP?
Parts of it over time have been in, but the final part of the project is coming to a head. And so we know that this is roughly what the local dollars will look like. So we added it in the budget this year.
Anything else?
Can you just go over what the funding for the Belmont Bridge that's not the local, the funding that we're receiving from state and local, state and federal for that
So
project?
I am not an expert at the total dollar amounts. I don't know, Paul, if you can speak to that. It is largely federal and state funded. We can get you that breakdown.
A similar question, the replacement EMS apparatus? Oh, sorry.
Good evening, Commissioners. Alex Ikefuna, Planning Director. The breakdown is, I think, 50% of the funding comes from the federal government, 26%, I believe, is state funding, and about 24% it's local funding.
Thank you.
Sorry, ambulance. Wasn't in last year's projection, it appears now. Where did it come from? Why is it here?
That was a request made through the fire department. They do have a multi-year replacement schedule. The ambulance specifically, why it was not in the last year's budget, I'm not sure if their plans for replacement changed, but you're correct. It was not, and it is in this year.
Anything else?
Downtown Malterra wasn't in last year's projection. I see it here. What changed?
That was a new request this year. Is Paul here? Do you want to speak to that, or?
He's running.
Okay.
He's right.
Good evening, Paul Oberdorfer.
You need to repeat your question.
Hello. Where did the, I'm just generally asking about new items and trying to get an understanding of where they're coming from, why they're here. Downtown Malterra.
So that's divided into 3 phases. The first phase would be public engagement. The second phase would actually be the engineering, the plans for bid, and the third phase would be construction.
Why is it here?
It's an outcome of the study, the threat and risk assessment that we conducted in 2018. And so as part of that, there'll be some decisions that will have to be made by council and the administration in terms of what we want to do to protect the downtown mall and manage the pedestrian vehicular interface down there on the crossings.
Well, I have you. Welcome. Smith Aquatic Center wasn't in the projections, and here it is. Emergency funding right this year. Why? Where'd it come from?
So the Smith Aquatic has been an ongoing project to determine what the air quality issues were. And so over the course of the last, about 9 months, we've had engineering firms come in and evaluate the fluid dynamics in the building space inside the sealed, the envelope of the building, and come up with what mechanical corrections need to be made to the systems. So they're developing the technical specifications for the equipment, and then that $1.5 million will be for purchase and installation.
East High Street signalization, new funding wasn't in last year's projections. What is it? Where did it come from?
I can speak to that generally, and that was in addition to the Smart Scale project. Again, that was outside the scope. I believe the original scope had just timing included in it, and this is a local match to actually replace the signals.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? All right, good. Madam Mayor, is council in session? All right, we are now that council is in session, we are going to open up to public comments. So keep your comments to 3 minutes. State your name and address. And I've got a list, and I'll begin working through the list. Sunshine, would you like to come up?
Oops, sorry. Good evening. My name is Sunshine Mathon, and I'm the Executive Director of Piedmont Housing Alliance. However, I'm standing before you this evening as a representative of CHALC, the Charlottesville-Albemarle Affordable Housing Coalition. We live in a country, and specifically in a community, where the systems that we have designed produce the outcomes they were designed to produce. Nationally, we have created a system where nowhere in the country can a hardworking community member working in a full-time minimum wage job afford a modest two-bedroom market-rate rental home. Nowhere. Not in a single state, a metropolitan region, or in any county across the entire country. In our own community, the condition is worse than most. It takes at least 2.5 full-time minimum wage jobs to afford a market-rate two-bedroom rental home here in Charlottesville. Again, I repeat, we live in a country, and specifically in a community, where the systems we have designed produce the outcomes they were designed to produce. Centuries of policies, incentives, investments, and discrimination have calcified a stratification of power and advantage, with our most housing vulnerable neighbors accruing the least of it. Though we ourselves in this room do not necessarily participate in the historical creation of our deeply inequitable condition, we have all inherited it, and we all bear the responsibility, however unwelcome, of deconstructing it. In the aftermath of the white supremacist assault in our community in 2017, providing access to safe, quality housing that families can afford has emerged as a central means by which we can collectively redress the historical race-based trauma and inequity that continues to fracture our community. Over the coming year, as supported by the Planning Commission, City staff, City Council, the Housing Advisory Committee, and housing advocates, our community is preparing to launch into the development of a strategic housing plan, a process that will ideally dig deep into our history and prepare us for future solutions. The housing plan will ideally inform and guide the finalization of the comprehensive plan update, and the comprehensive plan will ideally manifest through a full zoning update. Ultimately, this work over the next year will culminate in a plan of action. Some aspects of the implementation plan will require political will to enable impactful policy change, including zoning reform. However, though policy change will be necessary, it will also be insufficient on its own. Just as our systems have historically invested in the community in ways that have resulted in inequitable outcomes, if we are going to fulfill on our responsibility to deconstruct this legacy, we now have to reprioritize our investments to redress the past and build into the future. And this investment cannot be incremental. The accrued legacy is deep and pervasive. Only bold, sustained investment can have any hope of authentic change. Last year, the city made an unprecedented, powerful statement about its commitment to and the prioritization of addressing the affordable housing crisis our community faces by committing roughly $10 million in direct funding. We need to build on this bold commitment and plan for sustained $10 million level of commitment annually, which equates to $50 million over the 5-year projection of the CIP budget. We need to continue to fund the planned work, the redevelopment of public housing in Friendship Court. We need to continue to fund ongoing proven interventions such as home repair, home ownership subsidy, and homelessness services. And we need to continue to fund the CAF so that we can be prepared for unforeseen opportunities that will inevitably emerge, just like the Crossings 2 did this last year. In closing, I am asking, our community is asking, even demanding, that we collectively invest in affordable housing at a scale commensurate with the scale of the challenge. We have an opportunity to realign our priorities, redressing the historical outcomes our systems were designed to and did produce. And we have the opportunity to build toward a future where all residents in our community have a safe and secure place they can afford to call home. Thank you.
Peter Krebs.
Good evening, I'm Peter Krebs, 1022 Tufton Avenue. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Dr. Richardson. I'm sure you know why I'm here. You've heard from many others about the importance, the essential importance of robust funding for sidewalks and bicycle infrastructure. Residents are rightly frustrated by the many gaps that make it difficult or even unsafe to move about the community without a car. There are many structural reasons for the slow progress, but I assure you that surplus funding is not among them. In fact, trying to build a network like ours with a slow trickle has been part of the problem. There's a large queue of projects awaiting funding. That won't surprise anyone who walks or bikes in the city. I think it would be helpful to mention a few projects and why current balances are actually not excessive at all. Sidewalks cost $1 million a mile to build, and yet they're needed so people can walk safely. Right now, that budget's slated for $100,000, so a tenth of a mile per year. Someone lost their life a few years back on Monticello Avenue, and that's actually on the sidewalk list waiting to be funded. Elliott Avenue is another example. You've been hearing a lot lately about the Rugby Avenue connector to McIntyre Park. That's about $300K. The bypass trail from Hydraulic to Derry, that's bringing in a 4-to-1 match from the state. And yet this city will have to pay $200,000 for a portion of that small project. But that's more than is either in the proposed budget for trails or in the outstanding balance. We're not going to get very far with that rate of funding. These are just a few examples from a multi-page punch list, which is codified in the city's bike ped plan. That plan is already being implemented much slower than anyone would like, and funding cuts are not going to speed that implementation. So please restore or actually increase the line items for sidewalks, bike lanes, and trails. We have a new city manager, and so a great opportunity to relook at how we do things. And there's clearly some structural barriers to overcome. But cutting funding in the degree that's proposed in the budget is not going to be helpful. I look forward to being part of a creative conversation about solutions. That's my prepared statement. I wanted to just drop one other little nugget that you guys might find useful as you're thinking about value engineering. Is as you reschedule or scale back projects, I wouldn't recommend prolonging projects, because that's part of why the Belmont Bridge got to be so expensive. It's like $3 million just in escalation. So make your decision about how you want to build stuff and just do it. Thank you.
Bill.
Excuse me. Good evening, Commissioners. Bill Emery, 1604 East Market, Charlottesville, Virginia. I sent you a copy just a minute ago of a study published in the American Journal of Preventive Medicine about the emerald ash borer. That's the bug the Tree Commission was hoping to get $75,000 in the CIP to fight. It's the bug that killed all the trees in the entrance to the Charlottesville airport, if any of you guys go out there. The study showed an increase in deaths related to cardiovascular and lower respiratory tract illness in areas infected with the emerald ash borer across 15 states in the study area. The borer was associated with an additional 6,113 deaths related to lung illness and 15,080 heart-related deaths. Conclusions: the results suggest when the emerald ash borer kills trees, more people die. The finding adds to the growing evidence that the natural environment provides major public health benefits. So I would encourage you to consider restoring the funding for the emerald ash borer treatment in the CIP and start planning citywide for when those trees succumb, which they will. Plant more trees. The $75,000 spent here would do more benefit than a couple of electric cars in the city's fleet. And we could start by planting more trees at Carlton Views 3. Thank you.
Thanks. Andrew Jones or Jars? Jones.
Hello, good evening. Name is Andrew Jones. I live at 113 Thomas Drive in Fry Spring. It's my first time speaking here, so bear with me. I want to thank you first for your leadership to date, especially on past investments in bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, and on the city's leadership with pledges of carbon neutrality. Tonight, I'm here to speak in favor of increased investment in bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. A few months ago, I was biking behind my wife on one of those roads, ostensibly shared by cars and bikes, with the bike sign painted on the road. To my horror, I watched, helpless, as a car swung into the road directly in front of her. With no time to react, she collided with the car's side and flipped onto the hood of the car. I've biked literally across the country. I've biked in many big cities like Philadelphia and Boston, New York. And of the tens of thousands of miles, some of the most dangerous roads I've ever been on, the least safe I've ever felt, have been on these Charlottesville and Albemarle roads. I think we need bicycle-specific infrastructure to make these roads safer. I bike commute to work in the downtown mall, and I listen to my coworkers complain about the traffic and how long it took them to drive the 1 or 2 miles to work. And I ask them if they've considered biking. And the number one reason they opt to drive instead of biking is their perception that cycling these roads can be unsafe. Supporting bike and walkability is crucial for our city's overall affordability, based on how expensive it is to own and operate a car and park. Furthermore, as we turn our sights to hitting our city's emissions targets, the city has few levers to pull, and encouraging zero-carbon, low-cost transportation through cycling and pedestrian infrastructure is one of the few obvious paths forward to hitting these targets. Infrastructure choices matter, and people respond to the investments that the city makes. Imagine if 300 or so citizens who currently drive the daily commute within town felt safe to bike or walk instead. Imagine what that would mean for the whole city. Less congestion, less parking pressure, less airborne particulate matter, and the myriad intangible benefits, like the heightened sense of community that comes from interacting with your neighbors without being separated by 1,000-pound boxes. The cities that consistently top world rankings for happiness, safety, and equality are those who have invested the most in bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, and that's not a coincidence. We need serious investment in bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure to make our city safe and accessible for everyone. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your leadership.
Is your wife okay?
Yeah, thankfully more bruised and shaken than.
Good, very good. Larry Scott.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Larry Scott. I'm sharing my time with Sheila.
Can you pull the microphone down?
My name is Larry Scott. I'm sharing my time with Sheila. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sheila Herlihy, and I am a resident of the city at 247 Shamrock Road. I'm also a part of the Affordable Housing Committee with Impact, the Interfaith Movement Promoting Action by Congregations Together. I co-signed a letter to all of you last week, along with Click and Chalk, to support funding for the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund, the CAF. As you know, the CIP for this coming fiscal year only slates $800,000 toward the CAF, and the following fiscal years of this proposed CIP have $0 in flexible, affordable housing funding. We support at least $3 million annually in the CAF to truly address the affordable housing crisis in our community. The CAF is an instrument of hope in our city. It allows for support all along the housing spectrum for people of all income levels. With the CAF, city funding has the flexibility to support projects like affordable home ownership and low-income non-public housing. When we have local public money for affordable housing projects, it allows developers to leverage state and national funds 2 times over, 3 times over, up to 8 times over on a national level. We are leaving money on the table by not funding the CAF. The $3 million we're advocating is not just a number. Estimates are that it takes about $30,000 of local public funding to create 1 unit of affordable housing. $3 million translates to 100 units annually, which is a significant and visible impact, especially given how many people in our community struggle to afford their housing. My day job is at a Catholic church. So as you can imagine, this is a busy time of year for us. I'm running late to choir practice, but this is deeply important to me to be here. A big part of that job is supplying emergency financial assistance to parishioners in need. Someone was in my office last week explaining how she couldn't afford Christmas gifts and wasn't sure if she'd make it 2 more months' rent in her current apartment because her husband's hours were cut back because he's got seasonal work. I have heard story after story like this. I, myself, a full-time employed professional, share my home with 2 other full-time employed professionals because we can't afford to live on our own. This time of year, I am seeing families needing Christmas presents. That's what I was working on earlier today, and I stepped away from it because this issue affects them at a fundamental level. So please support the families in our community. Please support fully funding the CAF. I would invite everyone who is here tonight to support funding the CAF at this level to please stand. And I'd invite you, even if you didn't come here to support funding the CAF, to stand if you know someone who struggles to afford their housing in the city of Charlottesville. I'd invite you to stand if you want to see Charlottesville a more diverse place. Thank you.
Athena Cleveland.
Good evening. My name is Elena Cleveland, and I'm a Habitat homeowner. I've been in my house for 2 years. Before that, I was renting, and my rent was double of the mortgage that I'm paying now. The shape of the places that I live was severely lacking. One of the places where we lived, you had to bring the heater in with you when you took a shower because there was no insulation in the bathroom. With the rent being so high, we didn't have money for anything else. I was always 1 month behind to making ends meet. Now that I have our house, I don't have to worry about catching up or being in debt so long. And I would like to, I'm also a Habitat Homeowner Council member, and we have gotten 400 applications from people that want to have their own place. So we're working into that. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. This is my son. I would like to give my time to him.
Hello, my name is Oscar. I'm 15 years old. Sorry, I'm also nervous as well. Yeah, so when me and my mom moved in my new when me and my mom moved into our new house, I could instantly tell that just because of us taking a big chance and of us getting our own new house, we could tell that she had less stress and had more time to, be happy, I guess, and to enjoy life as usual. And I think mostly because most of the stress that she had before was because she was renting, and because she always had to, sometimes she had to worry that how about she couldn't catch up to all the rent and things like that. And I really don't want other families or other families in general just to not, I don't want people to have to go through that. I want everyone to have enough happiness, enough time to spend it with people they're related to, or their children, or just people in general, And I feel like the people should have the power of choice, really, to spend time with those that they really want to be with, instead of having to worry about costs and all of that. And people say that it's really like it's not worth having that big of a change when you might have some negative outcomes in the beginning. But I can tell from personal experience that those don't really last that long. Within the first month of having the new house, it was fully adjusted. Like, there wasn't really, it was partially due to the neighborhood, maybe because of the neighbors, because they've all also gone through what we had to do too. And it really felt like we're at home, and I really want everyone to experience the same way that we had to go through.
Thank you. Pastor Emery.
I'm Pastor Emery. I serve a church at 1130 East Market, New Beginnings Christian Community, and I'm here to support the CAF, Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund, because there are over 3,000 people in Charlottesville who go to bed every night worried if they can pay their rent. They're paying more than 50% of their income for rent. My associate pastor and my co-pastor pay 85% of their income for rent, and they can barely survive that way. And we are desperate to find rentals for people in our church. Many of them have to go to slum landlords and live in housing situations that are terrible. Two of our folks live in a housing situation where there's mold in the bathroom, where the flooring is breaking up in the kitchen, where there are mice, and where there are drug dealers, and their police are always there. And that's the best that they can afford, even with their working. And I have someone living with me now who came from the Shelter for Help and Emergency, wanting to start her life again after being beaten up by her husband. And she wants to go to PVCC and become an ultrasound technician. And she has all the gifts for it and all the grades for it, but she can't find any housing. And if she cannot find any housing, then there's nothing for her to do. She cannot go to school. She cannot work here. She has to go and find some place where she can live, where she has no transportation and has no work. And that is a deplorable situation. Charlottesville is a wonderful community, but it's becoming a community just for the wealthy, just for the privileged. It's not becoming a community for everyone, because our rents are extraordinarily high, and the Affordable Housing Fund gives you an alternative for people who can't get into public housing or cannot get a voucher because those waiting list is so long. The affordable housing gives you an opportunity to offer developers an opportunity to provide affordable units so that we can have our people living here and going to school here, and that people like two of my members who've been sleeping in their car will be able to get out of their car and get into a decent housing situation. So I ask you very strongly to put your hope in the people of Charlottesville and in the people who are working so hard, often doing two jobs, and vote for an increase of CAF for this year and the next 5 years. Thank you.
Peggy, you're up.
Thank you. Peggy Van Yari, 1700 Chesapeake Street. Ellen Jordan back there and I are here to talk about parks tonight. We know the community values our parks for what they do for their environment, what they do for our people. They provide a common ground so everyone can come together, talk, relax, play, exercise. So we are dismayed to see in the CIP that the bondable projects for the next 5 years total about $200,000. And that's for Dardental Park. It's not even an inner city park. It's hard for our citizens to get there. Instead, there are at least 3 parks that have had master plans for 4 or 6 years. That includes Tonsler Park, Meadow Creek Valley Park, and the McIntyre Park East. They all deserve your attention now. Since Ellen and I are on a committee trying to raise private funds to improve McIntyre Park, I will speak directly to this park. Our project is called The Grove. Private citizens and the Chamber of Commerce have come together to try to create a beautiful public space on top of the hill of McIntyre Park. Paths will lead to a great lawn with a stone terrace framed by wonderful 150-year-old oak trees. And The Grove will honor our community leaders, starting with my father-in-law, 1975, Mitch Van Yaries, to today, Juan Diego Wade was the last honoree from the Chamber of Commerce. So we dream big. We hope the Grove will link future generations to our past community leaders. We hope to educate young environmentalists about oak trees, and we hope to bring all sorts of people together. Now, we have an even bigger dream than that. We hope once we get the Grove done that it will be the launching pad to improve the whole park. We call it a central park for all. We want to change the history of the park and make it accessible to everyone. So we will be promoting a crosstown greenway that'll go from West Main Street to the park through all our neighborhoods. You can just imagine everybody walking along going to the park. And we know from 2018, the park survey, that the majority of the citizens want green space and trails. McIntyre Park will provide over 3 miles of trails, and it will connect to Rivanna Trail, John Warner Parkway, and the Crosstown Greenway. So we've asked you to consider these to keep implementing these 3 master plans: McIntyre Park East, Meadow Creek, and Tonsler. We know that the original request for McIntyre Park East was $8 million. We do not feel comfortable for that. There are so many other priorities that all these people have spoken so well tonight about affordable housing. But we request somewhere between $300,000 and $400,000 to have more trails in McIntyre Park and the small pedestrian bridge that would connect the 2 parts. Thank you. Vehicular pedestrian bridge. Thank you very much.
And Ella, you're up next. Oh, there you are.
Good evening. My name is Ella Jordan, and while I am on the committee for the Grove, I'm also a resident of 824 Orangedale Avenue. As Peggy stated, we are here to speak specifically about the Grove project at McIntyre Park, but in reviewing the draft CIP, I have some additional comments about Parks and Rec. After reviewing this in detail, I'm concerned about the funding that should take into account all city priorities. I consider housing, education, and public safety as needs and are given that these are funded. But a lot of your residents also consider that parks and the environment serve a vital role and need in this community. I bet there is never a day that you travel throughout this city and not find someone in one of these parks or in many of them. My basic question is, how could parks be completely decimated in your CIP? You list projects for Tonsler Park Master Plan implementation, Penn Park Tennis Court renovations, and Washington Park Basketball Court renovations, to name a few, in the CIP with 0 funding for any of the 5 years. Why are they even listed in the CIP? Yet there is $5 million listed for West Main improvements for each of the next 3 years. And I heard and I understand, I know about revenue sharing, so I understand the match. But granted, and I don't know all the improvements that's involved with West Main, but I see constant development along West Main Street. So where are the developer contributions to these improvements? Again, the project I'm here for is McIntyre Park East. In fiscal year 15, $450,000 was allocated by council for implementation of the master plan. $1 million in fiscal year 16, $750,000 in 17, and $500,000 in 18, with an additional $1.5 million appropriated to the skate park in 17. That's a total of $4.2 million to East McIntyre. We would like to know how was that money spent and on what specific projects. Also, if it was not spent, is the balance out there for Parks and Rec's use, or has it been funneled back into other CIP projects? Is there a balance for the McIntyre East project? And if so, what is that amount? The reason we're asking is that after looking at the whole CIP in more detail, it is quite appalling the lack of any future funding for any parks and recreation projects. Data for the past 8 years from fiscal year 13 to 21 shows that Parks and Rec had an average of 1.7. I will end there and will send you my comments. But what I'd like to end by saying is that my concern is this: the Grove Air Committee is going to raise money for this project, but where can we see a working partnership with the city if there's no funding for Parks and Rec? Thank you.
Kimberly Fontaine.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Fontaine. I currently serve as the director of the Alliance for Interfaith Ministries, also known as AIM, here in Charlottesville. AIM was created in 1981 to address some of the community needs that were not being met, individuals that were in crisis, preventing evictions, preventing utilities disconnections. Since that time, the organization has really evolved and built itself to be quite a force. I'm here today to provide you with my observations. When I moved to this region 3 years ago, I was stunned by the high number rather, of affordable housing affinity groups, and yet the stunning lack of progress in creation of new affordable housing units. There were more than enough studies. There were more than enough people educated on the subject and the issues, and certainly consensus that the lack of affordable housing was a genuine crisis in this region. Part of the equation, from my observation, is a university that has failed to provide adequate housing for students and grad students, thereby keeping the housing market artificially inflated. But this is by no means the only reason there's a crisis here. This issue has been left and not addressed for a very long time. Therefore, it is now at the crisis stage that it is now. We receive hundreds of calls from your neighbors every week. People that are nurses, people that are retired professors, people with master's degrees, people that had adequate savings, or they thought, that are unable to afford to pay their rent. It is absolutely abhorrent. We have a moral obligation to provide adequate, affordable, livable housing, and we are not meeting it in this city. There are a number of families that are facing homelessness due to the lack of affordable housing in the region. I could go on and on about the numbers. I'd invite you to contact AIM or come visit us. Volunteer, answer our phones anytime. I guarantee it will change whatever stance you have on this subject, and you'll certainly see it as the crisis that it is. It would be an understatement to say that the lack of affordable housing units in this region presents an immediate threat to the health and safety of area residents. Seniors are making choices to forego needed medications because they need to pay a rent they can't afford. There are people in your neighborhoods that are receiving an income of $771 a month. Try and live on that. To fail to adequately fund, let alone fail to fund at all, affordable housing is inherently an act of discrimination against the poor. Let me say that again. To fail to adequately fund, let alone fail to fund at all, affordable housing is inherently an act of discrimination against the poor. Let me be very clear. By failing to provide affordable housing in your city, you are quite literally causing and creating homelessness.
Thank you. Jake Mooney.
Thank you. My name is Jake Mooney. I live at 1816 Yorktown Drive. Hearing the speakers before me, it's clear that the city needs to find money in the budget for affordable housing, bike infrastructure, all kinds of things. Here's an idea. I'm here to speak in opposition to the construction of a new parking garage on Market Street between East 7th and East 9th Streets. A 300-space garage on that site is such a bad idea that we shouldn't even be discussing it. I already wrote you and forwarded it to the council a letter about why, and I hope you read it. For now, I'll sum it up by saying, building new parking is climate change denial. It's as simple as that. That said, I was concerned at the city council's last meeting to hear someone say that we have to build the garage so that county government will know that they can trust us. I find that to be a profound misunderstanding of the relationship. The court should be downtown. But what happened in this situation is that county government got the city in a hostage situation. They said, build us a parking garage or the courthouse gets it. The city got rolled, and now people are talking about trust. Fortunately, there's a way to keep the courts without building the garage. It's right there in the agreement that both parties signed. Give the county the surface lot at 7th and Market, or give them 100 spaces in the existing Market Street garage. The surface lot is never full right now. I work next door to it, and I look out the window all the time. It's been 1/2 to 2/3 full for the last week. I know some of the people who have parking spaces there, and they're very capable of making arrangements elsewhere. That is the solution. That satisfies the agreement, and everyone can keep trusting each other. The city gets $10 million, give or take, to spend on other things that might make the local environment better instead of destroying it. That sounds to me like a miracle. Thank you. Thank you.
Jill Trishman Marks.
Good evening. I'm Jill Trishman Marks, Executive Director of the McIntyre Botanical Garden at 200 Garrett Street. I have some representatives of the garden here with me tonight. MBG is located on 8.5 acres in the northwest quadrant of McIntyre Park East. We're all aware that accessible access to the Vietnam Memorial in McIntyre East is an important and immediate concern. What many people don't know is that a parking lot, an accessible bridge, and trails were included in the Mahane-Reichel Master Plan for McIntyre Park East, specifically to address this issue. These infrastructure plans were approved by the city in 2015 and are shovel-ready, needing only funding to move forward. In addition to providing access to the Vietnam Memorial, funding of this infrastructure will provide parking and allow access to other features in the park like the skate park, the grove, and the tree stewards arboretum. It will form an important connection for trails and bike paths that enter the park from every direction. And in addition, because of its proximity to this infrastructure, MBG is unable to begin construction until this infrastructure is in place. So once it has been constructed, we can move forward with our plans for the garden. MBG is a public-private partnership. The city's responsibility is the 8.5 acres that have been designated for land in the park, And that's where the taxpayer burden ends. The $25 million that's been estimated to design and build the garden will all be raised privately by the representatives of the garden. So on behalf of MVG, I ask that you consider an improved and shovel-ready solution to access the Vietnam Memorial that will benefit other community partners as well before exploring alternative solutions to this accessibility problem. Thanks for this opportunity to lend my support to the CIP budget item that is being proposed by our partners at the Department of Parks and Rec for the infrastructure of McIntyre Park East, and I wish you all a safe and happy holiday.
Matthew, I think it's Matthew Gillum.
Hello, my name is Matthew Gillican. I live at 726 Orangedale Avenue. I want to speak on the same page as so many of these other speakers that I'd like to see increased funding for affordable housing. I'd like to see more funding for alternative means of transportation besides cars. And I'd also like to see the West Main Streetscape delayed or gotten rid of. Why? Okay, so when that plan came along a few years ago, the pitch was that we'd have a beautiful street, and that it would cost about $30 million, and that Dominion was going to pay for this undergrounding of utilities, or at least they might. Well, Dominion, they don't really like Charlottesville. I don't think they're giving us the $10 million to underground the utilities. Because this has taken a little while, according to city staff, the current projected cost for the project is $46 million. $46 million, and that's not money that we're paying half and then the state's going to pay half. We're probably going to pay about $30 million of that, and the state's going to pay about $15 million of that. The first two phases of the streetscape will be done, planned for 2022-23. That will cost about $26 million. Currently, phase 3, so phase 1 and 2 get us from Ridge Street to the bridge over the railroad track. So that's a third of a mile, $26 million. We're cutting funding for other sidewalk projects. Then, to get from the bridge down to JPA, first phase, not happening currently, planned till 2030. Phase 4 till 2035. My 8-year-old will be in his mid-20s by the time this thing gets done. Why are we setting aside money to underground utilities for a project that will look very nice, it'll be beautiful, but we're literally setting aside money for that $10 million with the 6 to 8 times match we tend to get on that kind of money for housing projects, we could redevelop West Haven for that amount of money with an increased number of units. We could finish South First Street on the current plan. We could finish Crescent Halls. I would highly recommend that we delay or possibly even cancel and redesign for a cheaper version the West Main Streetscape. This is a emperor that has no clothes. It is the largest line item on our KIP budget. It's the most expensive thing the city has going on right now, when it should be housing, it should be schools. Please consider changing the way you're thinking about this project. I know we've gone way down the road. I know it's going to be awkward with the state when we say, hey, that $7 million you gave us, we don't want to spend it right now. We'll come back for it maybe later. It's a hard ask. It's going to take strong leadership. It's going to take boldness. But I ask that you all, and I ask that council and the new councilors be willing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Schwartz, or Schwartz.
Carl Schwartz, 711 Anderson Street. I'm here on behalf of BPAC, Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. I understand that the reason given for the cuts in the bicycle infrastructure and sidewalks is a surplus in the accounts for those projects. And I just want to make clear that that's not actually a surplus. The planned work for the next few years is currently at least twice the amount that's in that account. With a pause in funding, there will be a pause in work. Money is needed for planning and design work, obviously, which needs to come before construction work. It's also used for outreach. The city sends out safety messages a couple times a year, telling people the rules of the road, cyclists, pedestrians, and cars. It's needed for matching grants. You need design money in order to produce a design to get a grant. Then staff has been saving money so that money is available to match the grants when those grants are awarded. It's not exactly good practice to not have money available when you win a matching grant. Meaningful projects that get bids need to be about $500,000. Smaller than that, they usually don't get bid on or don't get competitively bid. They don't get built. Again, that necessitates planning, saving. The money that we're requesting that be restored it's a tiny, tiny percentage of the CIP just to keep work moving. I'm sure as all of you have heard, the list of projects on the Bike Ped Master Plan is decades long. I mean, potentially not going to be finished in our lifetime at current funding. So I also I don't want to take away from anything that others have said tonight, but I do need to kind of stick my neck out there for West Main, just in the sense that BPAC, I want to remind you all that BPAC was heavily involved in this. We supported it, and we supported finishing the current plan. It's not a beautification project. It's a heavily used and fairly unsafe bicycle and pedestrian corridor. It's already near its maximum car traffic capacity, and development along the corridor is adding many more users, only making that worse. We need to accommodate better bicycle and pedestrian use along the street for the street to maintain functional. It's a big project, but it has a big impact. And I guess I hope that, you know, I know you guys you have a lot of decisions to make. I can't make these decisions. I don't know where you're going to get the money, but as you're discussing things, cutting things like this, perhaps at least reach out to the stakeholders that are involved in the project. I know some of you are new to the commission since the project was approved. Just do your homework. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm Brandon Collins. I work for FAR, the Public Housing Association of Residents at 1000 Preston Avenue, Suite C, and you can call us at 434-984-3255. FAR is the federally recognized Resident Advisory Board and Resident Council for Public Housing in Charlottesville. And we, legally represent residents of public housing, and we hope you will also recognize FAR's voice in this. FAR is also a founding member of the CLIC Coalition, the Charlottesville Low Income Housing Coalition, and we've been working with them for a number of years now, talking about this issue of an affordable housing crisis. This Planning Commission, I think, has also been paying attention to the affordable housing crisis for about 2 years, and it's been a long slog. I know you all have been frustrated with the comprehensive plan and how that fits with a housing strategy, but I think you've done a lot of hard work on that, and I think it's really important for you to take that responsibility and keep moving that forward, and part of your responsibility for that is this capital improvement budget for the city of Charlottesville, as that is something that this Planning Commission is responsible for. This city, this housing authority, and this Planning Commission historically have done great injustices to the community, have contributed to why we have an affordable housing crisis, and to the injustice and indignity of setting up neighborhoods for failure, creating public housing, and then immediately disinvesting from it. And that gets us to the point we are now in terms of public housing. A lot of work has gone into getting the public to understand the crisis. But I think it's really interesting because I think this is a priority for the public, and I think you guys have heard that over the last 2 years at every meeting you've gone to, not just tonight, not just on form-based code. It's not just pressure groups coming to you. It's the actual public. You go out and talk to anybody in this community, and they will say affordable housing is a priority. Why? Because rent is too high and home ownership is unattainable for almost everybody in this city who works hard. And that's not fair, and I think that's on y'all to come up with good planning and then make sure you've got the money to back that up. This city, and you all were supportive of this last year, there was a lot of work going into coming up with a budget and some ideas for what it's going to cost to meet this crisis, to deal with this crisis. We don't have a housing strategy yet. We're going to flesh that out, right? We don't know exactly what's going to be in it. We've got some ideas about it, and y'all have some great ideas about it, and that's going to show up. We do have a pretty good idea of the kinds of amounts of money it's going to take to do this stuff, and it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Public housing phase 1 and phase 2 in these next 2 years needs to be fully funded. And it's not just public housing. The Affordable Housing Fund must be fully funded because it can't just be public housing doing this work. It can't just be PHA. It's all these other partners need to get on board, and you need to fully fund that at least at $10 million per year and no wiggle room. We have to know that that can be used in these LIHTC applications. The leverage that we get for the money that this city can put into these things is immense. Phase 1, your $3 million from one year is helping us get $30 million in housing. That's replacement of public housing. You add that to a second year that's got 2 phases of public housing. You're replacing 163 public housing units and building 110 new, deeply affordable homes for the city of Charlottesville.
Thank you.
$10 million.
All right, Nancy.
Good evening, Nancy Carpenter. Lord have mercy. No. I hope the council is listening to all the stories, the anecdotal stories that have been passed on. I hope the senior administration of this city is listening. And I want to say that this gentleman, I'm not worthy to come up here and speak after what he said, because he's the future. This is what affordable housing is. This is getting a child into a home that they know they're going to be in either as homeownership or as an affordable rental, so that their parent does not have to work 2 jobs, so they can go and enjoy bike trails, they can go and enjoy parks, they don't have to worry, well, let's see, it's 2:30, I've got to go pick up Junior, I've got to be at my second job at 5 o'clock. Okay, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about putting $3 million more in the Affordable Housing Fund. Your CSRAP was carved out for some homeless people. 30 people got CSRAP vouchers. They're looking for housing. That's a good thing. Okay, that's a good thing. And we could be caused to lose that because we want to be austere or something. And it really is showing for me that the free market system is not going to be able to address our affordable housing issues. It absolutely will not. I think people are coming here giving you anecdotal stories, and to me it says, you know, we can't depend on that. We've got to use public monies in some way to help our citizens. If we want a diverse community, if we want to have a student population that also, everybody deserves housing. I don't want to, you know, carve out anybody that doesn't. But I'm just saying that if we want to be what we want to be, then we need to fully fund the redevelopment for CRHA. I mean, we use subpar construction materials to build those places. They were never going to last this long. And for us as a city to allow that to happen year after year after year, and to see things that don't get fixed, things that wear out, I mean, we don't believe in, we believe in planned obsolescence in things that we use nowadays. And that's what's happened to the people who are struggling, trying to move out of public housing that need a subsidy. There will always be people that need a subsidy. We talked about people on SSDI, 771. I know a fellow is going to pay $690 for a freaking room. Okay, that's ridiculous, but that's the reality for him, because that's the only thing he can find. So I think that the city council, they need to, and you all need to reevaluate the monies that you're putting in here. You know, granted, you know, like West Main Street probably needs, but the developers aren't finished with messing it up yet. There's still a lot more to go, so why spend money on something when it's going to be messed up for a few more years? And, you know, I'm not going to take anything away from parks and bikes and everything, but I think it all starts with housing. If you don't have a secure place to live, it doesn't matter how pretty your parks are, it doesn't matter how many bike lanes you have, it's not going to be for everybody, it'll only be for a select few. So let's put some more money back into this affordable housing and into our redevelopment. Thank you.
So that exhausts my list, but I think there are a couple of other people who would like to speak. David, would you like to chat with us?
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Dave Norris. I'm here tonight as the redevelopment coordinator for the Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority. I'm also on the advisory board for FAR, the Public Housing Association of Residents, and a member of CLIC, the Charlottesville Low Income Housing Coalition. And I'm here tonight to talk about funding for public housing redevelopment and also funding for the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund. I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you to the Planning Commission and thank you to City Council for making a historic investment this past year in public housing redevelopment, $3 million a year for 5 years. That's an unprecedented level of investment in public housing. And 1 year into that 5-year plan is not the time to be retreating from that commitment. And so we're asking you tonight to please do not pull the rug out from underneath our efforts to revitalize and improve public housing by this 50% proposed cut in public housing redevelopment. It's important for you all to know, and it's important for the public to know, that $3 million that was allocated this year, as Mr. Collins mentioned earlier, leveraged in turn about $8 for every $1 put in by the city. So we have taken that $3 million and used it to get started on a top-to-bottom renovation of Crescent Halls. We've used it to get started on some new construction at South First Street, 62 new apartments at South First Street. These projects are heavily dependent on that city money because we take that money, we go to the philanthropic community who matches it, we go to the low-income housing tax credit program. All of those are heavily dependent on that local government funding. So yanking the rug out from under us through a 50% cut is going to be debilitating. This year's allocation, and I should say this year's allocation is fully obligated. That $3 million is fully obligated. This next year's obligation, you're going to be hearing a little bit later tonight about a wonderful project that's going on at South First Street on Phase 2. That $3 million that was in the budget, which is now being proposed for a 50% cut, is to fund that project. And so if you support that 50% cut, you very well may delay that project. And I'd hate to see that happen. I also want to see us restore funding for the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund, which meets a wide variety of needs, as you've heard. One of the ones that we haven't talked a lot about tonight yet is affordable home ownership. There's a huge wealth gap in this country. There's a huge wealth gap in this community. For every $100 that a white family owns, a black family owns 10. And the biggest driver of that is the gap in home ownership. We have some wonderful organizations in this community that are working hard to improve access to and enhance access to home ownership, but they need the funding from the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund to make that happen. And just to give you a quick snapshot of the 54 families that are currently in the pipeline to receive homes from Habitat for Humanity, 36 of them are actually currently living in public housing or have a housing choice voucher. So we can help them build wealth, build a stake, and in the process open up 36 units for other families that are on our waiting list. So please do not retreat from your commitment to affordable housing. We can get this done. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm Paul Josie, Chair for the Charlottesville Tree Commission. I'm going to talk about one very small bug. This is it's a small borer. It's green. It's related to the ash trees. And right now it came over from Asia in 2002. It has now spread to 31 states, and it arrived in Virginia a few years ago. This little borer is killing all of our ash trees. It will kill 99% of all of our ash trees in every area it touches. It is kind of like a plague, essentially, running through, so we will lose all of our ash trees. The city forests, we have about 2% of our forests have ash trees in them, but when you start to look at all of our city properties, we have on our schools, on our streets, we have only 107 trees. But of those 107 trees, that's not including all of our forests, all of our trails. So, we haven't inventoried all of those areas. But there is those trees are all coming down. So there's at the corner of McIntyre and Preston, there's a little park there, the Crawl Park. Those trees are all mature ash trees. Those 6 trees are coming down. They're dying from the borer damage, and that will cost $15,000. That's just 6 trees. So if you have 100 more trees coming that are all going to die, these are additional costs to Parks and Rec that are outside of their average budgets. They have to remove over 100 to 200 trees every year. So by adding these trees, it's a huge burden in the Parks and Rec budget. So we've asked for this for just $50,000. It's a small ask that Parks and Rec requested in the CIP, just for this additional damage and the loss from the Emerald Ash Borer, this EAB funding. So it's a small ask when dealing with all these other very big issues in the city, but we ask that you also consider supporting the Emerald Ash Borer $50,000 funding for basically removal of those trees as they die. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners, Councilors. Don Gathers, City Resident, Community Organizer with FAR and Concerned Citizen. We are a city and a community very much in contradiction with itself. We cannot claim to want to be moving towards a eco and green community when we're still building parking. The two just don't line up with each other. If we can find $15 million for a parking deck, we certainly should be able to fully fund the CAF and find the monies that were requested by by CRHA and by PHA. If I'm wondering if anyone had done any structural or mechanical studies on the existing parking deck at Market Street to see if you could build up on that property and then just possibly use those lots across the street, change the zoning, and put some affordable housing in there. That just seems a lot more sensible and reasonable to me for use of that particular piece of land. And 46 million for beautification of Main Street. It doesn't matter how beautiful that you make a place if the people can't afford to live there. We can't, and this is not to knock the tree commission or the bike lanes, because those are important issues that truly need to be looked at and need to be put in place. But understand, no one's riding a bike in from Fluvanna or from Madison or from Green. If people can't afford to live here, it doesn't matter how many bike lanes we put in, because they can't afford to get here or live here to work. So please, I ask you to fully fund the CAF, I ask you to fully fund the request for affordable housing, I ask you to fully fund the request to the $10 million level for public housing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jay Heitman, 516 Caroline Avenue. I've been a resident of Charlottesville since 1979 and graduated from Charlottesville High School in 1980. In my many years here, the area has grown significantly in terms of population and motor vehicle use. However, over this period of time, the pedestrian road infrastructure has not kept pace. I am deeply concerned over it for, my 20-year-old daughter, Robin, a very experienced cyclist and also a graduate of Charlottesville High School, was killed in New York City on June 24th when a box truck driver collided with them. 18 days later, my 19-year-old daughter, Rachel, a triathlete and second-year Eccles Scholar at the University of Virginia, was struck by a driver while she was cycling in a bike lane on Preston Avenue and Ninth Street Northwest. Fortunately, she escaped with no life-threatening injuries, even though her bike was destroyed. It was the second time this year she has been hit by a driver in the area. Please think about this for a moment. I nearly lost both of my children in 2.5 weeks' time. I too came close to losing my life cycling in 1982 when a driver forced me off the road near McIntyre Park, causing me to fly over the handlebars, hit my head on the asphalt, and be unconscious for hours. My wife and I bicycle in a tandem. During our rides, we have often found the roads to be hazardous for a variety of causes, such as road debris on pavement, distracted drivers, people who speed or otherwise disregard the rules of the road, and bike lanes which come and go. I do recognize the efforts the city has made in the 40 years that I have been here. That said, in the future, I hope other parents friends, and family will not be standing here in front of you after losing loved ones because funding to local pedestrian and bike plans were cut, while millions were spent on projects that will exacerbate the traffic situation in town. How many lives need to be lost to convince those on council and the planning commission that our streets need to be safer for all of us who call this city home? Consider this when you vote. For people, for the environment, and our quality of life, road safety is everyone's responsibility, and good infrastructure is part of it. And I brought for everyone to see. This is my 20-year-old daughter who died 24 weeks ago in New York. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Luisa Candelario. I live at 1406 Sunrise Park Lane in Charlottesville. I'm here to just amplify the voices of the Habitat homeowners that spoke earlier. I would like for you guys to fully fund the Affordable Housing Fund. I'm also a Habitat homeowner. I've been in my home for 7 years. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me in many ways. The stability that homeownership brings is like unspeakable. It's like I can't even describe it. The peace that you see in your children's eyes when you're able to have something that you didn't think you would ever have is something that I can't even describe. So I'm just here to say that I would like for you guys to consider fully funding the affordable housing fund, and to consider putting into that for the 5-year process, the $10 million that would be needed for all types of affordable housing. Thank you guys so much. Have a good evening.
Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Joy Johnson, and I am a public housing resident. I reside at 802A Hardy Drive. I'm here to also say please support CRHA fund for $3 million and the Affordable Housing Fund. One of the things that, and later on this evening, you are going to see one of the reasons why the fund is very important for us to continue to work. We have at least 12 women who has been meeting and is designing what their community look like. The reason why this is happening is because in our community, we don't believe anything the city says, and we don't believe anything that is being promised. And so to take away that $3 million is just only going to confirm what folks is already feeling. They feel like redevelopment of public housing is never going to happen until they see the shovel and until they see things really, really happening. So to cut that budget in half now, it's really going to disappoint some people. So, and Jose, you know, we've been talking about this for a long, long time, and I know this is dear to your heart, so please do whatever you can do to make sure that the cuts does not happen. It is very, very important. Also, home ownership. One of the stories that does not get told in this city is about how many public housing residents has become homeowner with the help of Habitat. That story has not been told, and there's still more in the pipeline. So contrary to what people think about public housing residents, they do transfer to home ownership. But the ones who are left behind still need affordable, clean, sanitary housing. And the city, we live in the city, we're taxpayers, and I think that you all owe us, you have a responsibility to make sure that the folks who are not homeowners still have affordable housing to live in. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emily Dreyfus. Can't really top that, but I'm just going to add a few comments.
including reminding people about the housing needs assessment that the city conducted last year. Over 3,300 people in the city have unmet housing needs. The people with the most widespread and deepest needs are the extremely low-income people. Public housing redevelopment is one of the city's best options to address these needs. The average length of stay is less than 4 years in public housing in Charlottesville. The current draft budget, cutting that in half, needs to be reversed. Our other major concern, I'm speaking on behalf of the Charlottesville Low-Income Housing Coalition, I might not have said that at the beginning, sorry, is the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund. You've heard quite a bit about that. We really support a $3 million commitment each year for the Affordable Housing Fund. Without that, we will continue to see escalating displacement. Displacement in our community is running wild, and it is most negatively impacting low-income Black families. Housing justice is a crucial element of addressing racial justice, and we need your strong support to move forward instead of continuing to allow the crisis to worsen. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Josh Karp. I live at 511 North First Street. You all have a lot of complicated issues to think about in this packet. I want to thank the commissioners for describing what's happening in tweets, because otherwise I'd have no idea. I still don't know what a critical slope waiver is. I don't know what the right setbacks are. These are complicated issues for you all to think about, but some issues that we're talking about tonight are, in fact, not complicated. I'm not a community leader or a religious leader or an expert in any of this stuff, but some things are simple. And one thing that's simple is, when you got a housing crisis, when you've got 4,000 people who can't afford a home, some of whom are homeless, you build housing, you give them housing. It doesn't require a degree in public policy to tell you that. And if we're going to cut back money for housing and delay projects for years and lose matching funds, you don't need expertise to know that that's immoral. Same thing goes for the climate crisis. We are destroying the planet we're living on, and you all are talking about building more fossil fuel infrastructure. Again, you don't need a climatologist to tell you, if you keep burning more and more fossil fuels, you will accelerate the destruction of this planet, which is a different kind of housing crisis if you think about it. So I can't tell you where to put the housing or how to make the transit budget work. That's your all's job. But as a non-expert, I can tell you, when you've got a crisis, you take action. And if you can't find the money, like people have said, consider taking it away from the Market Street parking structure. Consider taking it away from the West Main streetscape. I appreciate people's concerns about it, but if people can't afford to live, then what are we talking about? Let's be honest. And it's beyond the scope of your responsibility. If you can't find the money, I work in tech, I do fine. Raise my taxes. This town is full of doctors and lawyers. Raise their taxes. And what I've heard from city staff so far and city council so far, with all due respect, is explanations of why we can't have the society that we all know that we deserve. And what I want to see is some moral leadership and some imagination. Make the budget work. There are more important things than parking or the county agreement. Figure it out. Thanks for the time.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Going once. Going twice. Please. Would you like to speak? You have to come up to the mic, please. No, I mean, you're the only one that wants to speak now. Would you like to speak? Sure.
He said Fontaine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you say Fontaine. That will be up in a couple more rounds. So, yeah, that'll be later. Thank you. Thank you. All right. The public hearing is now closed. And I'm ready to open it up for discussion amongst the folks on the dais and council.
I actually have a question for legal.
Legal?
So something I've been trying to understand from staff is, for weeks now, is the details of our agreement with the county. Looking at it, I see the word "or." When in the section talking about what happens if the parking is not provided on time?
Would you hold up for a minute? It is a little difficult to hear the people on the dais speaking with all the murmuring in the back.
The word "or." So the county agreement, it's been reported in the Daily Progress that if the city does not meet its obligations under that agreement, the county gets both the parking in Market Street and also the lot on Market Street. I see the word "or" there. My understanding from that word is that they get one or the other. They don't get both. Am I wrong?
If someone had called me with that question before the meeting tonight, I would have come with an interpretation. But I'm sorry, I can't. I don't have it in front of me, and I'm sorry I can't answer that off the top of my head.
If I may, I actually asked John Blair this question last week. Nothing personal, Lisa. No one just said that that's where it came from. And he said it was definitely "or," not "and." Yeah. So it's one or the other at the county's option.
Thank you.
I do want us to begin chatting about this, but before we do that, I want to thank Dr. Richardson. The fact that you acknowledge the role of the Planning Commission in this process is greatly appreciated, and we are looking forward to working very closely with you as we go through future iterations of the budget. So thank you for that acknowledgement, and we do appreciate that this is your first iteration, and we're going to get better and better every year. So again, thank you. So, is there any discussion? Lyle, maybe?
You know, I actually have a motion in mind. I'd like to move that the CIP needs additional work.
I second that motion.
It has been moved and properly seconded. I suspect that we're going to have to do a little bit more than that. So I think what we'll need to do is maybe amend that motion with some suggestions as to what we would like to see done.
That would be fine.
That would be good. So why don't we begin by chatting about some of the improvements that we would like to, or some of the alterations that we'd like to see in the budget.
Well, for me, the first alteration I would like to see is that we fully fund our affordable housing program. It is no way that as a body we have been, I don't know in how many meetings, how many sessions. Now we've also funded a position for someone to come up with an affordable housing plan, and we're not going to back that. That seems like we're working backwards here. And that was before the public spoke. So then not only to have that information as a planning commissioner to have put in that time, but then to have so many people and our residents come out and speak about that, I don't know how we could possibly move forward without making that amendment.
I'd like to second that.
Okay, I have a point of order. Can we not act on the motion to not recommend the budget and then? A point of order, if we have a motion to not recommend this budget and then add caveats, bullets for reasons why, or are we including all these comments into the motion?
What I would like to do, and Ms. Robertson and Ms. Creasy, you can redirect me if I'm incorrect. What I would like to do is I would like to move on the motion that is on the table today, right now, and then I would like to supplement that with amendments or whatever you might want to call them that walks council through what we recommend would make the budget more to our liking. Is that acceptable, Ms. Robertson? Ms. Creasy?
So I think that's essentially what you teed up. There was a very simple motion, and it was seconded. And now, what at your suggestion, people are going to list the things that need more work before City Council should consider approving it.
And what we have to do, I believe, is vote on each amendment as they present themselves.
That's right.
I'd like to hear the motion read.
The motion?
Yes.
Lyle's motion or?
The CIP needs additional work.
Is that a proper motion, Lyle? Could you be more specific?
I would love some help being more specific.
Okay.
It's my understanding that that's what the chair has suggested should follow now, which are specific items to include in a list of things that should be modified. And as you consider adding them to the list of things to be worked upon, that those will be individual votes. If there's a majority of people who support those things, that will start the list of things that you are recommending to council should be changed before they should consider approving the CIP.
Lyle, would you accept a friendly amendment to your motion?
Possibly. Can you state that?
Go ahead.
Could your motion read that the Planning Commission does not recommend the budget as presented, period, for the following reasons?
I would like to.
trying to help.
We're on the way there. I would like to suggest that, yes, the budget as presented is not accepted. We recommend the following revisions.
I'm open to that.
Read it.
I'm going to help Lyle make the motion because I can't make the motion, but I would recommend that Lyle move that the budget as presented is not recommended. We would like to supplement the budget as presented with the following amendments.
I so move.
Second. Second.
All right, now, there was another motion on the table, and Ms. Dow was walking us through an amendment she'd like to see. So would you repeat the amendment you'd like to see?
Well, the first, I guess this is one. The first amendment that I would like to see is that we fully fund the Affordable Housing Fund.
So that would mean we fully fund for 2021, I think is what you're focusing on, redevelopment in the CAP.
Yes, but I'm also, just to be clear, so we don't have to come back to this, I am looking to, over the 5-year span, fully fund, not just 1 year, 2 years. This is a crisis. We need to fully fund it each year.
It's a little complicated.
Okay.
The CAP is something that we can speak to that way. It may be a little more difficult to talk to redevelopment that way.
Well, that's fine. I'll take that a friendly amendment.
So my recommendation
focus on
is that
next
we,
year.
thank you.
Yes. We will focus, I am willing to take for now 1 year at a time and recommend that we fully fund the affordable housing for fiscal year 2021.
And again, that's fully funding redevelopment and CAP.
Yes.
Actually, just a process question. Can we not talk about the full 5 years?
Sure. Yeah, we can. I'm just warning you that with redevelopment, it becomes a little complicated.
Well, redevelopment's almost easier because it's $3 million in the last 3 out years, so it's really only this year and next year if we want to restore it to $3 million each year.
If we, again, it's complicated, but I'll kind of walk you through it. If we do 2021 at $3 million, 2022 at $3 million, 2023 at $3 million, 2024 at $3 million, 2025 at $3 million, we'll have committed $18 million. Council has committed to $15 million because there's already been $3 million allocated last year. So what we have to do is then lop off the $3 million at the end in 2025 to get to the $15 million that's been accounted for. Sorry to be a wonk about this, but that's just the way the math works. Do you understand?
Yeah, I think I see what you're saying. So you're saying the CRHA redevelopment funding is the same overall because we've moved the $1.5 million each year from this year and next year, or rather next year and the following year, to that fifth year in the current outlook?
Right.
Okay.
By the way, I agree with you, and I am keenly interested in making certain that we don't lose money in the redevelopment fund.
So, well, I know we said we didn't want to talk about numbers.
And I didn't say a number. I maybe walk
I
you
was
through the
about
math.
to say a number. All right, I won't say a number.
Don't say a number.
Recommend fully funding at the same level as last year.
Thank you.
There you go.
That sounds great.
You're brilliant. That's what we have you.
And that was just for 1 year or for the full 4 years?
For what's before us, which is next year.
This is a 5-year CIP.
It is.
I'd recommend in the current year and the 5-year outlook, yeah.
Yeah, current and.
If you currently fund the same as last year, you will get
Yeah,
to
you
what
get 18.
Mr.
Again,
Mitchell
that's why it's
denoted.
complicated. We, City Council has made a commitment of $15 million. So if we do this, the motion I would recommend is a motion to fully fund CAP for the 5 years, and to fully fund the $15 million that's been committed. But we have to take into account the $3 million that was committed last year, so that we end up at $15 million when we're done. Effectively, that means that we take $3 million out of the last year, 2025.
Okay. Do I need to reword that?
That's complicated, but you. And actually, Dave and I talked about this recently, so I think that's a number that the redevelopment people are comfortable with as well, doing it that way.
And that has already been allocated, correct?
$3 million was allocated already.
I'm talking about the 15.
It has
Because
been,
that's where-
a head nod has been given to the 15.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion that we fully fund CAP and fully fund CAP as currently allocated and proposed for the 15 over the course of the 5 years.
And we fully fund 2021 based on the original commitment, 2022 based on the original commitment, 2023 based on the original commitment, 2024 based on the original commitment.
If I might make a point on CAF, so I know last year they tried to zero out CAF to say we'd put it in each of the individual budgets for, rehab and CSRIP, et cetera. And we said we wanted to put it back in CAF, or at least some amount in CAF, to be flexible. I think there's definitely value in having those flexible dollars for this coming fiscal year, but I can see that later in the outlook, after we have our housing strategy in place, it will make sense to directly allocate them to the sub-accounts. So if we could phrase it as like CAF and its related line items, I think that would make sense for later years.
CAF and related line items.
Yes,
So,
Ms.
so if you look at page 4 of the draft budget item, looks like this.
Specifically,
Right under CAF
the-
are the categories that the funds from the original have been pulled out into different categories. So it sounds like you might be saying to move forward with the amounts as noted.
What page is that?
Let's just fully fund the project.
Well, yeah, no, I think we need to up the amount from what's currently proposed. So it's 2.2 million for all three together for this year. That should go up to 3. I'm not supposed to say numbers, sorry guys. And so put the extra money this year into the flexible CAF fund. For out years, we should just make a statement about the total amount of funding rather than the breakdown in between those three. Work?
Because to me, that's half a dozen one way or the other. If
Agreed.
we're gonna support the fund and those sub things come out of that fund, then that means we're supporting that too. But I
Yep.
don't have a problem with that.
Ms. Creasy, do you understand what?
Yes, I know what he is, what Mr. Stolensberg's noting specifically for FY '21. That there's an amount for the subtotal of all of the affordable housing categories there, and you all want that to be fully funded, which was at 3 million, and then any amount that's not listed in the subcategories to go into the general category funding.
One note I'd say is in the summary, the CAF line only includes CAF, supplemental rental assistance, and housing rehab. And then the Friendship Court are broken out into a different one. So when the community tells us 3 million for CRHA, 3 million for CAF, 10 million total, I think Friendship Court would not be rolled into what they're saying for CAF there.
Friendship Court's right here. These
Yeah.
are all right here, and then the housing authority is over here.
But if it's under.
You know, what we really need is, we're getting into the weeds and we're doing staff work.
Right.
What we really need is a very high-level motion, and then staff can go figure out what the details are. So give me your high-level motion again.
My high-level motion is that we fully fund CAP and fully fund CAP as currently allocated at the 15.
Okay, and let's do this. Let's do a motion for CAP and then do a motion separately for CRHA, so we make it easier for them.
All right, hold on, let me just. Thank you. So I need to do two separate motions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just for it's
So
easier for
the-
staff to document.
No worries, no problem. So for the first motion, I would like to fully fund CAP.
Second.
Okay, now let's, is there any more discussion on that amendment?
So when you all mean fully fund CAF, it means, does it mean what I said before? Does it mean something else?
For me,
Okay.
it means, not only are we, but I guess here's where the confusion is coming in, because he just told us to break it down in two separate motions. So,
Just focus on CAP for now.
so to me, that means that we are fully funding that for fiscal year, I'm looking at fiscal year 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Loud is your motion, your second still stand?
100%.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I just want to make sure that we're
wording it
getting,
correctly.
getting
Absolutely.
these,
Let's get it right the first
these
time.
clear.
Roy,
Is-
look like you have a
is it-
discussion.
Yeah, I guess when we say fully fund, do we mean to the 3 million that the community has asked for, or to the 2.2 that's in there right now?
Let's do the 3, but I thought we weren't talking numbers.
I think we need to say numbers. It's a budget, kind of
I
important.
understand that, but we're not talking.
I know.
Why are we making it so much harder than it needs to be? We're fully funding it.
Let's
We've
just
had
go.
a second, let's move on. Second, any discussion?
Well, wait a minute, Ms. Creasy
Oh, Ms.
does
Creasy
need
needs
to
the
to
clarification.
document your thoughts when we present them to council.
Okay.
I fully fund, but I'm not sure which paper we're looking at as what would be fully funding
Yeah, how do
it.
you define fully fund is the question.
There was one definition noted that the numbers that were in last year's CIP for 21, 22, 23, and 24, that was one way that fully funded was defined at one
Yes.
point.
And we can stick with that definition. I'm comfortable with that. Lyle, you still comfortable with that?
I missed that actually.
So we're using the allocations of the funding from
Before the cuts.
that was proposed last year.
Can you remind me what those were?
That is a good question. I don't know that, do you have those?
Yep, there it is. This is the
So I see last year's funding for the CAHF, for the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund being 800,000. That's what's being proposed for this year.
Yes.
But then it's dropped off for the subsequent years. The supplemental rental assistance is 750,000 for this current year. It's proposed to go up to 900,000 and stay at 900,000 for 5 years.
Yes.
All right, the housing rehabilitation's at 500,000 for this year and 500,000 for next year and the next 5 years. So the only one that's been cut or proposed to be cut at this point that I see is the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund, and it is being cut starting in year 2022. So I would guess our recommendation is to continue funding the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund at next year's level for the next 5 years.
Yeah, and if I may, it was cut to 750,000 from the originally proposed 900,000 as part of last year's budget cycle because they had to come up with extra funds to cover the budget gap. And the way the voucher distribution was ending up in practice is they wouldn't have needed all the funding in this current year. But it was always planned to be 900,000. They just couldn't get them out the door fast enough.
Well, I'll also note that as the years continue forth here, that the numbers vary in different categories depending on different commitments. So not in that CAHF open category, but in the other categories, the overall housing commitment varies depending on different commitments.
You must be looking at something
I'm looking at the draft budget,
Are you
so
on
in
page 4?
fiscal year '22, there's an amount there, all the housing commitments add up to something that's 3 times this year's housing commitment. And then the next year, it drops down, and then the next year, it goes to the highest point, and then the next year, it drops down again, the overall commitment.
Would it be bad to just suggest 3?
3 motions?
No, 3 million.
What did you say?
Would it be better to just suggest 3 million and just,
And be done with it?
right?
I'm okay
You have
with
to
that
use
too.
numbers to do that.
3 is a good number.
And I would ask you all to clarify which years that would be for, because as we see here, there are higher number commitments in other years, so.
So my understanding of the request is that that's exclusive of Friendship Court, which is what's driving the fluctuations because it's every other year as each of the phases start.
Right.
So that's $3 million for CAF and related accounts, excluding Friendship Court and CRHA.
That is my intent.
So, just so that I am even more confused than I
Yeah, before we start.
the Affordable Housing Fund is what you're focusing on, right?
Yes.
Yes.
That is number one, that is a line item right below project, the word project.
Yes, and I'm on page 4 of the draft.
And currently, in 2020, we adopted $800,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
We proposed $800,000 for this fiscal year.
For 2021?
I mean, yeah, coming up, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then it zeroes out.
Right.
So I think by saying fully fund, I think you're asking for $800,000 across the board till the end of the budget cycle. So you're asking for $800,000 in 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025.
Yes. Now, here's the only, back to, I think, Rory's question. So I know originally I said through 2025. I'm okay, and I had already stated that as long as it's fiscal year 21-22, I am okay with also only going there because we don't know exactly what we're gonna need in that fund once the housing strategy is done. It could be more, it could be less. But at this point, we know that we can't have zeros in the budget for that.
So why are you looking to revise your motion and your revise?
Not really. I just wanted to stick with the first one, just to fully fund it. I just think
So
it made it more
800, 800,
complicated.
800, 800.
Yes, that it needed to be.
Okay, so fully fund
Means 800.
affordable housing means 800,000 added to the columns for
2022,
22, 3, 4,
2025.
5. Okay, I'm clear on that. Is everyone?
Now, are you still okay with that?
That's what he, yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable seconding that. I think it's too little.
Oh, God.
So could I remind everybody, the motion is that we're not recommending the budget as presented. That's our motion. Now, we don't have to do the in-the-weeds work for the council. We're just telling them this is why we're not recommending it, and the work is yet to be done. Or we can
Sure,
do
yeah.
that tonight.
I'm fair with being,
Do you understand?
fine with being vague and suggesting
So
more funding.
the motion before us is not to recommend the budget, the proposed budget as presented.
Yes.
And then our courtesy and our help to the council is, these are the reasons why. So I don't know if we have to get into doing the budget tonight.
I agree.
So
No, we should not.
maybe you could say the question on the CAF item is then, do we want to say we don't recommend it because in the out year projections it zeroes it out, or because we want to increase it this year and in future
We
years?
think it should be more.
That's good.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. I guess motion to amend it. Sorry, you should do it. To say to increase the funding for CAF.
That's fine with me.
Second.
There you go.
Missy, is that okay? Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect.
Is there any further discussion on that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Are there any abstentions? That amendment will be recommended. The second amendment was relating to redevelopment. I'll walk you through my thinking. And the only thing that we need to amend, because everything else in here is as we need it to be, is that we return to the original funding for 2021, which was $3 million. And we'll think about 2025 later. Because council will realize that we've overfunded this and roll that back. Or we can either think about it later or we can just take it up now. Because the original commitment was $15 million.
Right.
If we do it this way, if you give me, I'm sorry, we need, forgive me, we need $3 million in 2021 and we need $3 million in 2022. Because I think both were cut in this budget.
Correct.
Okay.
So moved.
So, but at the end, then we take out the $3 million in 2025.
Because we've already allocated.
Yeah, because it's already,
Yes.
So can you make that motion, or can you agree to that motion?
I can agree to that.
Okay, cool. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of Ms.
We
Dow?
need a second.
Oh,
No, are you still
Second.
seconding that?
all in favor of Ms. Dow's amendment?
Aye.
Next. Parking.
Next, I'd like to address downtown Malterra. Hopefully a pretty quick one. That's the one that's the threat and risk assessment for the downtown mall. Essentially, I guess it seems to be, maybe staff wants to weigh in, a response to concerns about the safety of the downtown mall crossings and the potential of closing them, and instead implementing some sort of smart bollard system to block vehicles from going onto the mall, but then be able to lower automatically for fire trucks. It's quite a lot of money in the budget, but mostly not for this coming year. This coming year, I think, is $175,000 just to study it, which I won't recommend against. But what I will recommend is at the very least a gap of 1 year between the initial study and the outlay for the hardware. To me, it doesn't make any sense to say we're going to do a study and a risk assessment and then immediately plow $2 million into something we've already decided to do of, implement some technological solution to the problem, which the assessment may or may not call for.
So what's your recommendation?
So my recommendation, if I could find it on my thing here, is to maintain the funding for this year and then push the following year's funding at least out one further year.
Maintain.
So you're saying that,
FY21, yeah.
so you're saying you want to push fiscal year 22 and 23 out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Roy, what line item are you looking at?
It's downtown Malterra underneath facilities capital under
two.
bondable,
Page
page
two.
2, top
It's
page
at
2.
the top, the
Okay,
second
thank you.
item.
If you guys are curious, I did some math.
Well,
on
is there a
what-
motion, or are you going to?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to
We
push
don't need to
those
have a
those fiscal year
conversation.
22 and 23 out.
He needs a second.
Is there a second? Does anyone understand it well enough to second it?
Or to remove it from the budget, I'll make that motion instead. The fiscal year 22 and 23,
Second.
until it's an identified need.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, can we clarify what we've moved and seconded? Because I heard one, we're gonna move it out, and then the second one I heard, we're removing it, period. So
The
which
out
one?
year, I'd say the out year, it makes more sense to remove it until it's an identified need, and then to put it in is what I would say.
So just for clarity, I hear you saying that in fiscal year 21, you're okay with us doing the assessment, but you want to wait on implementing what we get from the assessment, or budgeting.
All right, so you're leaving the budget in to do the assessment, but you want to just cool our jets until, okay, I can live with it, okay.
So Roy, excuse me, Lau, which one did you second?
Removing the large part and keeping the small part.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Correct. So, so the amount that's in FY '21 is to remain, and the amounts in FY '22 and '23 to be removed with a motion and second.
Is that what you wanted? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposition?
Abstain.
Any abstentions? Okay, 2 abstentions, Dr. Hinton and Ms. Green.
All right, I got another quick one for you guys. The photovoltaic budget for city roofs has been cut to $75,000 as it was last year, well below, obviously 25% below the $100,000 a year budget it received the previous 5 years before that. The need to reduce the fossil fuel dependency of our city electricity supply is no less great. Certainly solar has gotten cheaper, but that is not a good reason to spend less on it. It's a good reason to generate more solar electricity. There's been some talk of power purchase agreements, but as I see it, the city has an ability to fund bonds at a very low interest rate. If you get a PPA, you're just getting some private company to take out bonds at a high interest rate and then put the solar panels on your roof for you and then charge you for the electricity. We can save ourselves money by putting our own solar up. So I would recommend that our $75,000 a year, I don't know what page it's on, budget for photovoltaics for the next 5 years be increased to $125,000, a 25% increase to reflect the fact that it already underwent a year of cuts.
So we have to find it on the page.
It's on page
All right,
one.
I'll find it.
Page one,
At the
is it the
bottom.
city schools?
It's
City,
Yeah, city and schools, solar PV.
program.
So it's under facilities capital projects.
Yes.
So is this different from the budget that was presented by the school board and requested by the school board, or is this something different?
I think it's different.
Okay, because I don't want to mess around with what they've already asked for, because they're pretty comfortable with it.
I know this line item also covers city buildings that are unrelated to schools. I think it's just a general fund to fund solar installations, which we haven't spent lately, but.
What's the motion?
To increase that line item from $75,000 to $125,000 for the 5-year outlook.
Each year?
75 to 150 a year.
125.
125 a year.
Is there?
Yeah, is there a second? If there is not a second, this motion is about to die. This motion has not been received.
Make another
Okay, I have
motion.
a minute. No, I'd like to, I think it's my turn.
Okay.
I'd like to recommend to council that the transportation access improvement resources are insufficient to address the biking and pedestrian safety needs of the city.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
I just had a question.
I said any further, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't
You
hear you.
didn't let me get it out quick enough.
Well, you gotta speak up.
Because I was trying to make sure I was being proper and found the proper page. I guess my question to you is I didn't get any details in that motion. Are we gonna
And again,
increase the funding?
one of the things we talked about is we're going to try to avoid just giving council exact numbers, but just walking them through the things that are inadequate. So I think he's
so I
asking
know,
for more
for us-
funding.
Bingo, that's what I was looking for. He didn't say whether he wanted more funding, whether we were gonna scratch it or remove it. I just wanted to make sure that we
No.
were clear on that.
You
said
insufficient, bike and pedestrian funds were insufficient to meet the needs of the city.
Okay.
I would like to add some more
already
detail
voted.
to the motion.
So
Something.
So it's Gary's motion.
Yep. Propose an amendment, maybe a friendly amendment.
Amendment to the amendment.
Which is a thing, to not only say that it's insufficient, but that the previous funding levels that we've cut it 75% from, or in this case zeroed out for 2 years, are also insufficient. That we should suggest a budget increase over our previous projections. Given the extreme need in this case, and the vast dollars we spend towards vehicle infrastructure, to spend just a few $100,000 extra on bike infrastructure seems like a no-brainer.
It is my humble opinion that that additional verbiage is not necessary. I think Reverend Heaton's original motion suggests that it's not sufficient. I think maybe we should leave it to council and staff to figure out exactly what they feel sufficient is, but that's just my input.
Could I add a small detail to that? As we sit up here and listen about traffic and a lady getting hit, part of this is not just infrastructure. It is education. And I say this for the last 10 years I've been sitting on this board, and I say it at every MPO meeting that I get to go to, at every TJPDC meeting I go to. If we don't do education for both the bikers who go up the wrong side of the road and on the sidewalks, and the drivers of these vehicles, it won't matter if we build high-level bridges for just bikes to go. We're still going to be having problems and unsafe conditions. So part of this must be for education. And, where's our city manager? Enforcement of these laws. For our pedestrians especially. Cars go through pedestrian crosswalks every single day. And for those people who need to get to work by pedestrian or bike, we can't have that. For kids trying to get on a school bus every morning. My child personally almost got hit trying to get across the street by a cat bus. So we've got bigger problems than just putting stripes on the sidewalk. We have got to do some education and enforcement.
Okay, so we are working on a motion. I don't even know remember who owns the motion.
Gary, and it was seconded by Lisa. Bike and ped funds
It was
are
seconded by Lisa?
Yes.
And did that second take into the rhetoric that we just,
No.
Okay, it didn't.
So I'd argue there's a difference. So we're talking about what was a $200,000 budget that's now being zeroed out for 2 years. And the wording currently proposed is that it's the $0 is insufficient. But I mean, there's a quantitative difference between saying anywhere between 0 and infinity is okay, or somewhere in the range of possibly sufficient, and saying that the $200,000 we were putting in before is just not enough, and it needs to be more than that even, let alone more than 0 or reduced for 2 years. So I would submit an amendment to say that it should be increased over previous funding levels.
I can move that.
I'd accept that as a friendly amendment.
And I second that amendment.
That's cool. Are we ready to vote on the amendment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? Amendment is will be recommended. Any other amendments?
I have one. Is it okay, Roy?
Yeah.
Take a break. I would ask council to recommend to council that a line item be added to the Parks and Rec project lines for removal of emerald ash borer, damaged trees. I'm not going to suggest an amount, just something needs to be put in so that the money then doesn't come out of us replanting, putting in new trees, replacing them. That's my recommendation.
Second.
Any comments on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstention?
Abstain.
Sorry. Did we say a dollar amount or just a line item?
No.
Just no. That's on them. Reverend Hinton abstains. Any other amendments? Rory, what do you think?
New sidewalks, reduced from $500,000 a year to $100,000 a year. Was it $400,000? I might have messed up. I don't know. I think it was a 75% cut. Yeah, $400,000 to $100,000. I would argue again that new sidewalks should be increased in budget over the previous funding levels, not cut.
How does that differ from bike ped? Ped is the ped.
Oh, the line item for bike was actually bike infrastructure.
Oh, okay.
Did we make a motion for bike ped? Because I mean,
I
yeah,
thought
it
the
could be
motion was
exact same
bike
thing.
ped.
That's what it was.
No,
All right.
yeah. So,
2 and 1.
So repeat your motion, please.
I think we're good if we covered it in the last one.
Okay, good. By the way, yeah, I do appreciate that we're adding all this good stuff, but I would love to hear some cuts.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I just wanted to make a comment to say that I hear a lot of increase, and I don't know exactly where this increase is coming, but I do know that very for surely, it doesn't matter, like the public said, we can fix the sidewalks, we can do whatever we want to do with the streets, and we can add solar panels, but if we don't have people living here to use them, there's no point.
Right. So, Aurora, you had a good idea about a way to maintain a commitment to the county, but also to look at a cut. So please walk us through that.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the biggest items in this CIP is the parking garage at 701 East Market Street and where Lucky 7 and Guadalajara are. As you can see in this beautiful graphic, it's this big box right here. And so we have proposed $10 million for this parking garage on top of the $5.4 million in land we've already committed to it. And for that, we think we can get nothing but a structure of 306 spots, closing off 8th Street, removing 107 existing spots, and 2 local businesses. And a large part of that constraint in terms of what staff is looking to do there is that the current zoning ordinance around the site requires 10-foot setbacks on 3 sides because it borders 3 streets above the 3rd floor. So the amount of usable habitable space on the upper floors is almost negligible because of the restrictions we've put in place. So the city is restricting itself into forcing itself to spend $15 million on a garage to satisfy an agreement we have with the county times about 3.5. And it all seems pretty unnecessary. So I would recommend that we reduce the funding for the garage to an amount that I would suggest in the 6-digit level, where we can make a commitment as the Planning Commission to make whatever regulatory changes we need to make this work, and do a feasibility study for a public-private partnership, and whatever funding or land commitments or zoning changes that might require, so that we can find these spaces for the county without expending $10 million out of our CIP here, a full 1/7 of this year's budget.
That is a,
So
forgive me, that is a rambling
motion I would make,
so thank you.
Is to remove the garage from fiscal year 22 and reduce the garage amount in fiscal year 21 to a level acceptable or sufficient to find an alternate solution besides a standalone parking garage at 701 East Market Street.
Can we read that again?
I can't write that fast,
Yeah.
so I've got to find it first.
Roy, I just want to make sure, just for the public, so everybody's on the same page. You're on page 2, under parking structure?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, so you said, you definitely said to remove fiscal year 22.
Yep, so right now it's what, 4.5 in this year and 5.5 in
Mm-hmm.
4, 8.
Well, 21 and
4, 8.
22.
Yep. So the idea is to reduce the overall budget to a level
Okay.
to fund feasibility studies and any other thing necessary to find an alternate arrangement beyond a city-funded standalone parking garage.
I am going to abstain from whatever vote this is here. However, it is valuable property. I do think there's something else that can be done there other than just an ugly old parking garage. I am in agreement with you. I think some thought needs to go in on what we do, a public-private partnership, so be it. But we cannot, and again, I don't know if you said this, but there is an agreement that we have, and the revenue from folks around this courthouse area that potential leave and for the downtown, there has been some arguments made for that. I am not suggesting that we don't keep that agreement, but I do think there's something else other than just a massive parking garage that can go in that area. And I think that there's so many options out there. This is not my idea, but it has been brought before. And I mean, we've talked about new council chambers. It's right across the street. It's not that far. We could do so much with that. We could do, I don't know, affordable housing right downtown so people can get to work. But there are ways to do some multi-use structure with that and still get parking.
Yeah. Rory, can your motion, I mean, it's all under, we're not recommending the proposed budget before us, and one of the reasons is, and then can you bring the motion that's a little more? Yeah.
While you're thinking about it, you go ahead and think about it. Let me kind of walk you through it. I think.
Why don't you just motion this?
Well,
take a look at that amount of funding to see if there's not a better way to stretch that out and find some temporary solutions for this agreement with the city and search and decrease the amount and maybe stretch it over 5 years.
Thank you.
So that would be my, make that motion. I still need to abstain.
What Lisa said.
Well, wouldn't it be, wouldn't it be enough just to say we recommend that the parking garage funding be reduced? And then not tie their hands and let them come up with ideas for how best to do that?
See, here's the thing. If you spend $10 million of the taxpayers' money on a parking garage next year, or even less, right? Like, you're now asking every man, woman, child, NNB in this city to pay $200 each to fund, essentially to fund climate change, to fund the burning of fossil fuels. It's morally wrong at any dollar amount, I would argue. So I would say city staff should, as its only and highest priority, search for a way to do this without additional city expenditures.
That's a great motion.
Can you repeat that?
Well, let me kind of walk you guys through what he's asking us to do. I think what he's looking for is a public-private partnership where we provide the land that we've already spent money on, and then some private entity then comes in and does the development. I can deal with that as long as we guarantee that we maintain our commitment to the county.
Yeah, I'm totally behind that. And I mean, there are avenues in place within the agreement to give them the spots they want outside of the garage, but I don't think we need to get that deep into the weeds.
Yeah, I don't think we need
I'm
to
certainly not
guarantee, we
advocating
just need
against
to collaborate.
Yep.
Continued collaboration.
I hope we remember this conversation about carbon emissions when we have a discussion in a moment about a 2-lane drive.
No, you did not do that. She jumped
I'm
ahead.
just saying.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a variety of verbiage noted for this. You could potentially work with a public-private partnership with keeping the county commitment. You could work with. I've got a whole bunch of.
Can I help you?
Can we decrease the funding while keeping the county commitment and let them figure it out?
Let me help you with the motion, if I may. Why don't we suggest that we recommend that we reduce the amount allocated for the garage and consider creative solutions and list examples. And one example would be a public-private partnership. The other example would be using alternative parking that's in the general area. But
Good.
You can. Okay.
Okay.
What did you just say? Read it back.
Hold on.
She was writing while you were talking.
I guess the question is between minimizing funding, the substantive question, do we recommend minimizing funding, eliminating funding? I think there probably needs to be at least some funding to fund finding this alternative.
Reduce was a word that was used. Reduce funding allocated for a garage and commit to creative solutions to meeting county commitment. Examples could include public-private partnership and
alternative locations.
And alternative locations.
Sure, so I'd make a motion to reduce garage funding to the minimum level necessary to fulfill our commitment to the county while pursuing creative solutions such as public-private partnerships or alternative parking arrangements.
I would second that motion.
I just have an item of discussion on that. I've heard that housing in Charlottesville is very expensive. It may be that this is a good place to put housing and get money and use that to pay for parking.
Well, that's why we have a public-private partnership.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions?
Abstain.
The ayes have it. Ms. Green has abstained.
Because she can't wait to vote for Chick-fil-A.
Okay. What else would you like to recommend, Lau?
I would like to talk about the Belmont Bridge. Special favorite of mine. Complicated history. Has a history originally recommended by Judge Gulrich of Fredericksburg many years ago. He's a Confederate veteran. He wanted to promote people making patronage between Civil War battlefields. So he petitioned the state to form State Route 20. The state, of course, said, yes, sounds great. And therefore, we have a state involvement in Belmont Bridge. Gulrich may have been okay. He was a Confederate veteran, so I'm not going too far of an limb for him. But I don't feel that this is really where we are now as a community, to be building Civil War monuments. I would propose that we reduce funding for the Belmont Bridge.
Please explain why you think that the failing bridge crossing over that is a monument to.
Yeah, it's taken me a long time to figure this out. So I've been working on this for 4 years. The purpose and need of the Belmont Bridge, we don't need the Belmont Bridge because of local traffic or local issues. We need it because of State Route 20, because the state says you need a bridge. I said, why does State Route 20 exist? And that's because of Judge Gulrich of Fredericksburg.
Okay, I'm going to back you up and hold on, since you haven't been on the commission, and so you've been following that path, but let me tell you what else happened. That Buckingham Railroad is the reason we have a bridge, because we fought this for meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. There was an underpass, but there were issues about crossing the tracks. There's issues about at-grade crossing, and there's definitely issues about underneath. Because I was a huge proponent for take down the bridge. I think it puts the communities together. And if you go stand over at the intersection of Monticello, it's a great view to the downtown mall, and you do make better connections. It is a battle I lost, so I don't get the Confederate monument. I understand you're talking, but that's not, it was the railroad.
The railroad is older than the bridge.
Right. But they won't let you go under or across now.
Right. Yeah, the railroad's right-of-ways goes through all the way to heaven.
So.
I propose that we reduce funding for Belmont Bridge.
Is there a second? The motion is tied. Next.
I have a question maybe for staff on the revenue side of the CIP, not one we usually pay attention to. So as part of the scooter regulations put in place, the revenue from scooters, which is $1 per device per day, $365 a year per device, plus some application fees, is earmarked for bike ped improvements. And now I know that was reduced because now there's a bike ped or a scooter coordinator. But I guess I don't understand how bike infrastructure even can be zeroed out when we should have earmarked funds coming in on the revenue side of this budget that aren't on the revenue side of this budget from the money that we are getting paid by Lime and VO Ride. Is there a motion coming? That's a question for staff.
Okay.
Is that
I
about
don't
the
know if
CIP?
Amanda's here. It should be in the CIP, right? Because the expenditures are, and we have revenue, for
Okay.
example, from PEG, and it seems like it's missing.
So why don't you just say a motion such as,
To
while we are
recognize
reducing some things and trying to add additional revenue for bike ped, that we have staff research that further to present it to council at the time.
That sounds incredibly reasonable.
That's my motion.
I'll second
I'll second, yeah, I can't second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, any abstentions? Next.
Done. It's like just kidding.
I'm sure one more time on photovoltaics, a general motion to increase our money for solar installation. This stuff pays for itself. We're going to pay it to Dominion if we don't.
Second.
I mean, it's general enough. Moved and properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstentions?
No.
One more cut.
Wait, who are the noes?
Me.
Ms. Green and Mr. Landra.
Hold on for a second.
I moved too
So-
quick on that, 'cause I didn't expect it.
Hang on one second. I'm going to make a motion.
Can we, is it
No.
that vote, so that vote
Finish the
passed
motion.
4-2,
4-2.
right? Right?
Yes,
Chair?
because this is the last time we're going to have
two
this
noes.
conversation until the next time we have a CIP. Council, get this planning commission, I won't be here, all right? It's all up to you. My term is over in August, all right? Get these guys up to speed before we have this. Show them the projects that we already have on the books that we are paying for. Get them up to speed starting in August instead of waiting until this night meeting. This is not fair to them for not knowing what's going on. It's not fair to the public because they don't know what's going on. It's not fair to anybody. Get these guys up to speed. That's my motion as a part of the CIP. Make this a process instead of just dropping it in the lap.
And we actually did recognize Dr. Richardson and his acknowledgement that we hadn't been involved, as we have been in years gone by, and he has committed to make us more involved. But I think that's a wonderful motion. Is there a second?
I second that.
All in favor?
Sorry, what was the motion?
That it
Educate you all before you get this dropped in your lap.
That an effort be, yeah, so we're not here making the sausage in front of the public next year like as we are tonight.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't anyone reach out to staff either?
What do you mean reach out to staff?
So we knew that this was coming. If that were the case where people are kind of lost and don't know what's going on, I think it's a two-way and just us acknowledging that also.
We actually did. Well, I'll let Lisa. Lisa is one that actually.
That was a conversation. It's usually, I'm on the committee. I don't want to rehash this so that the news can take it and
I just had a
this has already been hashed out. But there's a lot of things on this CIP, West Main, for example, that has been going on. We should, especially with new commissioners, we need to do some educating and say, this is what's going on. The Belmont Bridge, this is why we're having a bridge, because it goes over the tracks and the Beckenham won't, or whatever that road, they won't let us go under or at grade, because it was discussed in great length. But just some background information on what's in this CIP. Because you guys get a lot of background. You have some, what are those, get-togethers for full day? Retreats. Oh, sorry. But we don't have those. Maybe we need to. But that needs to happen so that people need to know what's going to happen in this CIP before we get up here and try to make sausage in front of the public.
Okay, you cool? I mean, you got what you needed. The answer you were.
I heard not to have the conversation in front of the news. That was-
No, it's not that. I mean, we've already hashed this out with Dr.
I
Richardson.
understand.
Right.
I just had that one comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we got the packet a week before we met.
Are there any other amendments?
I would like to discuss the Smith Recreation Indoor Air Quality Corrections. It's been going on for 10 years. The problem was designed that way. It can keep going. It's not an emergency. I suggest that we can delay it.
No, I think we need to correct them.
I agree, but yeah.
So you're recommending we reduce, we eliminate?
Delay.
No, he's
Delay. I like delay.
I worry we don't know enough about the problem to be able to intelligently vote one way or the other. And to Mrs. Green's point, yeah.
I'm going to look for a second to see if we have to have further discussion. If there's not going to be a second, it will.
I would like to suggest if we don't know if it's important, should we spend $1.5 million immediately?
I can tell you it's important. So you have the indoor air quality issues is that when the building was constructed, there wasn't a barrier put up to prevent the chlorine.
We're not doing this.
And this is the second attempt to fix that issue. And a little bit more in-depth design this time, and bringing some engineers in and doing some more in-depth study to hopefully find a solution this time.
Is your sense that that cannot wait?
As someone who breathes it every day, no. But, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Would you like to seek a second on that, or would you like to withdraw?
I can withdraw that.
Thank you. Are there any other amendments? we'd
Got
like
one
to consider?
more suggestion of a place to look at cuts, since I know you guys don't just want new funding things to spend on. Street milling and paving gets a 17% increase in this year's, or in the 5-year outlook, after being zeroed out for 2 years. The reasoning I heard is that our pavement quality index is marginally below the national average. I would suggest that, given that it's only very slightly below the national average, apparently, that is not the highest priority, and that when we're looking, if we are looking for funds to increase funding for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, street milling and paving might be a line item to look at.
How's that not part of bike ped?
Right.
If you're riding your bicycle on the road and there's potholes, I can promise you that is a problem.
Absolutely.
But I don't know why it's not all in
Is there
one
a second?
lump thing.
Well, when they mill and pave, they put it back in the same condition. So if there were bike lanes before, they're going to put bike lanes again. Whereas bike improvement monies go into new facilities.
And this is the problem I have, and this is what I get to hash out in those pre-meetings. You're meaning to tell me that it costs that much more, instead of putting 2 white lines on the side, to just put a third, it's costing that much more? If I'm milling and paving, and we know we want bike lanes there, it's costing that much more to put an additional line? I really think we need to look at the cost of how we do business.
I think part of the problem is when we build bike infrastructure now, we're often just putting in an additional line or a sharrow, an arrow on the road. And what bicycles and other, personal mobility vehicles need is real physical protection, things that will not, like paint is not going to stop a 2-ton truck.
But there are some situations, and unfortunately in a lot of situations where the roads aren't simply just wide enough to do anything but sharrows and the lines. I mean, Water Street's a perfect example of that.
What is the value of this line item? How much is it?
$7 million over 5 years.
Is there a second?
I have a question. Can some of the, will some of the street milling and paving, I'm not sure, what is our priority neighborhood that's coming up?
There's a schedule that's put forth, and so they time when those activities occur with other projects that are going on, so they coordinate it in that manner. And there's also time frames, so roads become degraded at certain periods of time based on the amount of traffic over them, so there's calculations and things that come through that. So before they get at the beginning of the season, or before they start getting ready to allocate the money, they'll start putting the paving list. So the paving list is actually typically available online, and so you can kind of see in line where things are. But it's dispersed. They don't go neighborhood to neighborhood necessarily, or don't focus on one neighborhood one year and then another neighborhood. It's dispersed around the city based on those calculations and the condition.
Well, I guess I was asking too, to wonder if some of the allocations for like the priority neighborhood could be allocated to like the milling and paving in that neighborhood. Does that still come out of this budget, or could it be separate?
Priority projects.
Whatever improvements we're doing with whatever the priority neighborhood that's coming up, could some of the overall line item budget for street milling and pavement be reduced if it was used in the priority neighborhood funding?
This is more considered what's
overall
on the maintenance.
Okay.
reworking end of things, whereas the grant funding is being used for new items.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
Can I
repeat the
confirm that
motion,
the
please?
second, was that to look at reduction?
Reduction. He
To
didn't-
milling and paving?
Yes.
Okay.
You didn't specify an amount, right? Okay. I couldn't live with the reduction if it's not specified. All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Reverend Heaton has abstained. Anything else?
I'd like to recommend a change. I'd like to suggest removing the replacement EMS apparatus line item.
Would you repeat that?
Particular reason?
You want to kick out the fire truck?
No, the fire truck I want to keep. They just got 2 ambulances. They're asking for a third. That may be reasonable, but I think you can wait. It wasn't in the projection. It's not an emergency.
Okay.
Have a second.
Is there a second? Is there a second? The motion dies.
A friendly reminder to my fellow planning commissioners, if we don't reduce anything, we don't get to increase anything.
Well, we've reduced a few things. The parking deck is huge.
Granted.
And thank you for that reminder, because you sounded like me.
I'd like to make another suggestion.
Yes.
I'd like to suggest reducing undergrounding utilities.
I'd second that.
Not saying
Okay,
it's gonna be
it has
nice.
been moved, and you're talking about West Main Street.
No.
No.
What are
It's
you talking
apparently a different line item that doesn't include undergrounding on West Main Street.
That's 10 million already dedicated.
It's not totally.
There's a separate line item for undergrounding utilities, and those, well,
How much is
It's
it?
got 3.5 million in it, and it's 1.43 million in 21.
I believe actually that is either, I think that's the East High Street. I think.
Talking about wires in the
Yes.
sky on East High.
Okay, I'm getting a nod from someone who knows. It's that combination there for the undergrounding of utilities is for the East High Street streetscape, which that funding, you can't use the smart scale for that piece of it.
So what does that mean? We can't.
But we got smart scale based off of the undergrounding, correct?
Okay, good. So you can't mess with it.
No,
Alex.
I sit on that committee.
Alex? Is that true?
But my understanding is that just removes trees. That doesn't change any road uses. This came up in the committee.
Would you come up, Alex? I can't.
That was, excuse me, that was part of the application. When the application was submitted for Smart Scale, it was submitted as a component to evaluate that as part of the Smart Scale, but the funding wasn't included. So once the Smart Scale was approved, then as part of the design, it included undergrounding of the utility systems. And if you submit a Smart Scale application and it's funded, if there are additional components of the project, then it makes it very feasible for you to get revenue sharing. And the funding that is being provided is going to help us also in terms of getting the revenue sharing. So that is part of the project that we submitted.
You're suggesting that VDOT will pull funding if we don't bury power lines?
I think what he's trying to...
What I'm trying to clarify is that the undergrounding is part of the application, Smart Scale application.
And then this is
then
the
we've,
match.
They rate
designed-
the smart scale applications.
Yeah.
They rate the smart scale applications based off of what we put in there. And part
What was
of, because of
submitted.
economic development, as we had in the pre-meeting, those are rated, if you're going to do something like this, whatever the city portion is going to put in there, they look at that as a part of the application to whether you get funded or not.
And bear in mind that as far as East High is concerned, the design is pretty much at advanced stage. And the approval process through the Planning Commission and subsequently through the City Council has been consistent with the comprehensive plan, has also been approved. So I think it would be actually, I don't know how to categorize that. It's not going to be a good decision,
Thank you.
to cut that funding.
I withdraw.
All right.
Are there any other amendments? Going once.
I have one more suggestion. I'm really trying, people. Traffic signal infrastructure replacement, very close to my heart, over $3 million. I recommend that it be delayed.
Would you repeat that? What did you say?
Traffic signal replacement.
Traffic signal. You mean traffic lights?
I do mean traffic lights.
Would that
And that's over.
replacement- Question, with that replacement, does that include syncing our lights up? Because I feel like that's a big part of our traffic congestion. Our lights are not coinciding with each other.
I don't know that that's part of it. I'm not sure that we have somebody who can answer that specifically in the room. Marty, do you have any specifics?
Just walked in. Time is
How you doing?
Traffic signal infrastructure. So I guess the short story with that. My name is Marty Silva with Public Works, by the way. Our signals, we have 76 signals throughout the city. Most of the signals are beyond their lifespan. The national recommendation for a traffic signal is about 30 years. We have signals that are in place that have been there since the late 50s. They're rusted. They're falling apart. I would not suggest reducing that funding because it's going to become a liability for the city if one of those traffic signals fall over and lands on a car. So, really short, brief explanation right there. The projections for the signal infrastructure is to kind of align our dated infrastructure with kind of what the national recommendations are. So,
thank you.
Yep.
Marty, question. Does that include aligning the traffic signals so that they, does that include updating our signals so that they align and match up?
That is in the ITS fund. So like they're talking to each other basically.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the ITS CIP. That's a separate CIP.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
You have a motion second.
Was it second? Well, you can still withdraw it.
I don't know if somebody seconded.
There wasn't a second.
Oh, there was.
It wasn't.
I'll allow it to die. I can allow it to die.
You withdraw your motion.
R.I.P.
All right. Are there any other amendments?
I have a suggestion.
Please.
Dardentown Park, favorite of this commission. My understanding is that it cannot be built in the next fiscal year. I suggest that it be delayed until it can be built.
Any thoughts? No?
So that's a motion.
Yeah, is there a second?
Could we get a comment from staff confirming or denying that?
Please, Chris.
What are we confirming or denying?
That it can't be built in the next fiscal year?
What is it?
Dardentown.
Oh,
Chris Genzik with Parks and Rec, and what specifically is the project at Dardentown? Because that's not an area that's typically under my jurisdiction, but I
City
can.
County Joint Parks. There's an amount that was adopted for this year, and then for next year, 193. I don't know. It's probably a city
Splitting the
county
bill with the
commitment.
county on some sort of improvement or
Probably a
maintenance
commitment.
item.
Looks like Chrissy may know.
There we go.
Last year was
Sorry, I couldn't be more
synthetic
helpful.
lights.
Oh,
So the funding last year for Dardentown Park was for the lighting. It was the city share for the lighting. The money in this year is for a picnic shelter.
did
Construction
that
of a
lighting get
picnic
installed last year?
It did not.
Is it on the schedule for any time in the near future?
I'll have to check with someone who works at the county. Would you know?
It is not even on the docket.
So there's another 700,000 in that account on top of the 930 from last year. Do you have any idea what that might be for?
I'm sorry.
There's on top of the 930,000 for the turf and lighting from last year. There's another 700,000 and change in that account from, I guess, previous years. Do you have any idea what that might be for? Since we're on the topic of surpluses making us zero out accounts.
In the Dardentown account?
Yep, and I got it right here if you want to take a look.
It's a narrative. Do you want us to read the narrative?
Well, just the last line says the balance and then the other lines say what the projects are. Feel free to grab it. Yeah.
Sir Chair, while we're reviewing this, can we please take a vote?
Do you know what the prior hours were for Darntown? Yeah.
Why don't we take a vote?
We can follow up on that and
Okay.
let you know. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Maybe council can take a look at that though.
So where were we on the motion?
You made a motion, it's not.
Whether has it been second?
No.
So is the picnic shelter a commitment that we've made?
I believe so.
Can we use the money that's sitting there for the lights for the picnic shelter? It's money in the pot, right?
I would say both of these were an agreement between the city and the county. We can make a recommendation.
I'd second the motion, which is just to explore delaying. So put it in a later
That's
pot.
not quite the motion I heard. I
He
think you
said
wanted-
recommend delay.
Recommend delay, yeah.
And it's been moved. Is that your second to recommend delay?
And to use the money from the lights?
Recommend delay and use the money for the lights?
I'm just playing.
No. I think staff can
I'm just
figure out the
recommending
details.
delay.
All right, is there any further discussion?
Well, I have a question. But
Please.
and I feel like it goes hand in hand. While we have you up here, what is the allocation for the joint parks for Ivy Creek?
Brian, are you familiar with that one?
There's Chris.
He's on top of that one.
That's in the current year's budget, correct?
The 2021.
There's an allocation, yeah, that's current.
That's
Oh,
already
I'm sorry,
adopted.
yes.
Current.
I
I
was
believe
just
they're
looking at
including
the
some
line
pathways and they're working on the old house, the old farmhouse out there.
Okay.
But I think that's in current.
That's right. All right, thank you.
Correct, okay.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
And I
Abstain.
oppose. So, again, let Ms. Creasy call the roll, please.
Ms. Fortune.
I think we got it.
We got it.
Lisa, Gary abstain, and
She
you
needs to-
oppose? Okay.
I had Lisa,
Lisa and Gary abstain.
Lisa and Gary abstain, and Mr. Mitchell oppose. Everyone else is in favor.
So, what's the count?
4, it passes. There's 7 of us.
Sure, yes.
I know, we've been going through numbers, and it's hard to do math right now.
Right, I think, as much as I'd like, let's see if there's anything else. If there's nothing else, we're gonna take a break. If there is, we're gonna power through the next item.
I would like a break.
Do we need to make a final,
We're gonna
let's finish this out. Do we need to make a final motion of anything for
No, we just
this?
need to vote on all the amendments. We voted on all the amendments, but now do you have another?
I do. I would like to suggest that we delay funding for economic development strategic initiatives, $750,000 over 5 years.
Mark?
So explain to me what you're thinking there. You think we don't need to do any more work, strategic work for economic development?
The projection was 0 for this coming fiscal year. The money has reoccurred as though by magic. I would propose that it go back away.
And there is a $1.56 million balance on a $150,000 budget.
So some of that's for jobs.
Does staff
And along
have
with
any
affordable
input on
housing,
that? But,
people want jobs. Okay.
well, let's see what. So there is a balance on the account. We've got $1.5 million.
1.56, a little over 10 times the yearly budget is currently sitting in the account.
Oh,
So that has traditionally been an account that has been funded slowly over time. We've used it for things such as when we had the opportunity to secure funding for the roadway Hillsdale out by Whole Foods. So typically when money is used out of that account, it's for larger things, larger projects. This is just a way to build up a balance to allow us to leverage those opportunities as they come along.
Under affordable housing.
Did you get a second line? I don't remember.
I'll second that motion. Job fair sound good. Hillsdale, not so good.
So remind me of the motion. The motion was to move it or
Delay economic strategic funding. That's,
And that's 750 that we moved from 2021 to
Later.
later. Okay, any,
Well, there's only 150 in 2021.
year. Yeah.
750 is over the
Total.
5 years.
so what do you want to do? What are you recommending?
Delay it,
Delay what?
Delay what?
the funding.
Zero out for 1
All
year
5
for
years.
fiscal year 21.
Delay all 5 years? Or just 2021?
I'm comfortable with the word delay.
We're just giving recommendations. They can figure it out.
Okay.
I mean, to me, that concept is no different from saying that we're going to zero out bike lanes for 2 years because there's a balance of $400,000 in the account.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
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 Oops.
2 in favor, 4 opposed.
Do we have any, I have a question. Do we already have projects allocated for that funding?
I'm not sure, but we could follow up with you and let you know. Chris Engel in Economic Development is sort of the one that manages that account. So I'm not sure, but we could certainly find out.
That'd be good to know, but a vote has
Yeah,
been
but I need to
cast.
vote tonight.
Let's, sorry.
You can vote, but go ahead and vote.
Okay. Aye.
Okay, so what's the count?
3-4.
3-4.
3 in favor?
So it's opposed, or
Okay,
it,
so we will not recommend
it
that to
doesn't
council.
occur.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question while you're standing here? There's 2 line items, and I'm not going to go for high dollar stuff because sometimes the more little stuff you buy, it adds up. Historic resources, all of a sudden we got $50,000, and blight remediation. Whose house are we going to tear down now?
So there's currently a list of possible properties to look at to go through the blight process. However, we have no funding in the fund.
Is one of them the Landmark Hotel?
That would
Is it?
that would not be a private property.
That's not
housing.
included?
It can go through blight remedi. It can go through the blight process. We just don't want it to.
There's a lot more legal,
But
well,
it
we
got
won't go
stopped.
there.
So it's not included.
So it's not included.
Right.
Well, you had a couple.
So what is included?
It's typically, well, it's been used in the past for remediation of blight. So a house that went through blight process, went through much due diligence, and in the end ended up being blighted, and the city did work to stabilize it. It ends up being a lien on the house, so when the property is sold, it comes back and feeds back into the fund.
The last 2 we did, we tore the house down.
The house is still there on Ridge Street.
On Ridge?
Uh-huh.
On,
610 Ridge Street.
and then the last, the other one was,
That's the only one we've done.
no, we did on.
With blight,
in Belmont with blight funds.
Okay, well, that must have been a long time ago. That wasn't in this
Can't
range.
remember the street name.
Let me do a quick check-in with council. How are you guys on time? All right, because it is important that we get through South First Street because they have a timing issue. So I want to make certain that you guys are hanging in there with us.
All right.
Cool. Okay.
Do you, I mean, I'd ask council, do you understand where we're going with this?
What, we hear you all, and we understand the conversation around more information. I think one thing that I have asked the community in our meetings, and that I would say here again, is that there have been a lot of things that have been funded for a lot of years. We don't have the metrics in place to determine outputs and whether they're actually benefiting the community, even some of the affordable housing. So we hear these stories. They are, great stories, but we don't know if putting the money in those places are the best use of the funding. And I'm, again, just speaking for myself. We haven't funded CRHA and PHA at the level that we are trying to fund them, and to say that we will maintain funding in all the other areas and start these major funding in those areas just because people come and tell us those stories. I think as a community, those are the things that we're going to have to look at overall. So we're taking notes and paying attention. But I think that when we're in terms of can we do everything, and if you all are paying attention to when we discuss tax increases, there's a whole nother segment of the community that comes out to have a conversation about why that shouldn't happen. And so I think it's just looking at the whole instead of just saying, I mean, I've asked for us to evaluate the programs a little bit better, well, a lot better, that we are putting money in to make sure that it's, effective use of funds instead of just paying or, trying to fulfill every request.
How do we find out that metrics? Because I've heard some, again, the stories here, but I've heard some stories where things aren't, T's aren't being crossed and I's aren't being dotted, and things maybe are not being.
Just for me, I know it's a hard conversation for the community, but, a couple months back, Ms. Price asked me, well, where's all of this affordable housing we've been funding for years? And we don't have an answer, for that, but money has been consistently going into programs where we can get tons of people out to talk about how effective they think it is because it worked for a family or two, but we are talking about meeting the needs of thousands of families, and we haven't been able to produce quality program that can do that. And we have a hard time evaluating the programs in place because it means we have to have some hard conversation with community members that a lot of people have relationships with. And until we are able to do that effectively, we're going to keep just tossing money into a lot of different things and without measuring the effectiveness and without saying, like, are we going to be in a different place in 15, 20 years as a result of this?
So by putting this money in the affordable housing, do you think with this housing strategy we're going to have better metrics? Because I have heard things that, and I think one of the, one of the speakers tonight made a very good point. When I moved in this area, there's so many groups that represent affordable housing. Why are we seeing so little movement on affordable housing? So are there metrics in place? Because we're constantly talking about affordable housing. And
let me jump in. I know that this does feel like a work session.
Right.
It really does. But we gotta get a recommendation to council on the stuff. And we're close to being ready to do that. So let's do that. But I think the conversation would be good if we
could. Really quick, I just want to say to that point, I just appreciate that there's a recognition that we do have to look at things you would recommend us reducing, because last year it put us in a hard spot. I was in this meeting with you all and you said we needed more and there wasn't a way to take it away, and it just put us in a position where we had to then kind of hear that from the community for months until we finally got to a position where we allocated a surplus to make that difference up. But for you to not be able to acknowledge there's buckets that we have to take away from is really a challenge. I appreciate that you're going through a different lens this year.
And do we by any chance have a running total of how much we've cut and how much we've increased?
Again, we haven't been calculating by numbers, but I would suggest to you that if we manage the change that you recommended in the garage, we're going to save a significant amount of money.
Yep, I think you'd be right about that.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move the question.
Sure.
You can vote on it whether we not. The question of the motion that we're on.
It would be a motion.
I don't even remember what motion we're on.
No, the original, all before. All that's before us.
You made all the amendments.
But I want to make sure that because I think Lau has a motion on the floor.
Right.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. We have no motion on.
Says.
I had a couple more ideas for you to disagree
Please.
with. We all like intelligent transportation system. I suggest that we reduce it. Intelligent transportation system. It syncs up the lights. We like it. I suggest we reduce it.
I can't support that. Not with the way traffic in Charlottesville is right now.
Traffic's pretty bad here, dude.
Granted. What's more important?
So I can't keep voting on things that I know nothing about and being asked to make a decision sitting here in a dais. So I'm going to say no to everything else. Sorry. But this is ridiculous.
You're not wrong. He's made a motion. Is there a second?
All right, is there a second?
You made the motion to call a question?
No, he made the motion about deleting the funding for
Reducing, not deleting, reducing.
reducing the funding for intelligence synchronization.
$1 million.
It's 147?
For $1 million or
Over 5 years.
Or over
5 years.
Yeah, so I'd argue this is one of those line items where it's using our resources more intelligently rather than investing a lot of money in, say, expanding lanes or new roads. And I would say this is one I'm comfortable with.
So is there a second? The motion has died.
I have another one for you to vote down. I would like to
How
suggest
many more do you have,
one
mister?
more. This is my last one. I would like to suggest that we delay portable radio replacement for the police. I love you, police. I really do. I think we can wait on radios.
So I can just provide some context to that. The region is going through an 800 megahertz radio upgrade project. The current radios that we have, once that upgrade is completed, will not work. And so we are trying to, the projected cutover date right now is early next fall. And that's why the funding is in here, because they will not have radios that operate once the cutover happens.
We didn't know that was happening last year?
Pardon me?
We didn't know that was happening last year?
We weren't sure of the timing. And there's also some funding that has taken place and some credits with the vendor that if we do this now, we actually save over $500,000.
Thank you.
And is that for just the radios, or do the mobile data terminals fall into that?
The mobile data terminals do not fall into that. They are another component. The credit that I'm speaking of is just on the radios, but the mobile data computers are a separate component.
And is there a communicated need for those imminently, or do they just want new computers in their squad cars?
I think there's definitely a need. I can't speak to the specifics of that. I would leave that to the people who use that, but they have communicated successfully a need for that, and that's why we chose to put it in the budget.
It's a motion.
Right, and we have folks with small children from South First Street that really want our attention.
Yeah,
There's a motion.
how to decide what he's going to do with it.
Motion withdrawn. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to move the question on all that's before us.
All right, so we have a motion, and we have a motion with amendments that have all been approved, I believe, except for one.
We have a motion with 9 approved amendments to it.
And it has already been seconded. So what I would ask you to do is vote. So Ms. Creasy, would you take the phone?
Mr. Lehindro?
Aye.
Mr. Stola Yates?
Aye.
Ms. Dow?
Aye.
Mr. Heaton?
Aye.
Mr. Stolensberg?
Aye.
Miss Green?
No.
And Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay, motion.
All right, really, please, let's take a 5-minute break, because again, we've got a lot of folks here who want to speak, and so 5 minutes, please be back.
Where,
I have no idea. Maybe Mrs. back in the game. The next application is a special use permit. It is SP 19-00009. And this is in relation to a CRHP property located at 900 through 1000 South 1st Street. And what the special use permit will allow is private outdoor parks, playgrounds, and/or b-ball courts. And it also seeks to reduce the minimum setbacks by 5 feet. It is zone R3, which is multi-family residential, and covers about 8 acres. Now, there will be another hearing after the public comment stuff to talk about the critical slope waiver. But I wanted to make certain that we got this in while we had council on board. And again, that'll happen after we finish all the public comments. So we've got 2 other public comment sessions after we get through this. But again, council needs to hear this. So, Ms. Rainey, I think, is managing this.
Good evening, Carrie Rainey with Neighborhood Development Services. Charlottesville Redevelopment Housing Authority, or CRHA, has requested a special use permit to allow for private outdoor recreational facilities to include parks, playgrounds, basketball courts, per section 34-420, as well as a reduction of the minimum required yard setbacks to be 5 feet per section 34-162A. The redevelopment of the subject property would be Phase 2 of CRHA's overall redevelopment plan for their South First Street property. Phase 1 redevelopment included 62 multifamily units in a community space and was approved in March of this year. The Phase 2 redevelopment, which includes a special use permit, includes redeveloping the existing 58 apartment units to include 113 residential units, a community center, and space for the CRHA offices on site. The other uses contemplated are already allowed by right in the R3 multi-family residential zone. The proposed development also includes a critical slopes application waiver, which will be heard later on tonight at this meeting. Regarding the impacts of the private outdoor recreational facilities per the factors of section 34-157, staff believes that the facilities would be harmonious with the existing neighborhood and align with several goals of the 2013 comprehensive plan. The facility's intended users are the residents of the property, and therefore there would not be an increase of traffic or parking congestion to the neighborhood. There are no impacts due to dust, odors, fumes, or vibrations anticipated from the outdoor recreational facilities. There may be minimal noise generated for recreational facilities, such as children playing outside, but staff does not believe this would be an adverse impact. Lighting of the outdoor facilities would be governed by the outdoor lighting regulation if fixtures did meet the applicability threshold of section 34-1001. However, additional conditions could be placed on all lighting to ensure regulations would be followed regardless of applicability. The applicant has indicated a phasing plan would be created to minimize temporary displacement of existing residents during the redevelopment of the site. While the inclusion of the outdoor recreational facilities does result in less land availability for additional affordable units, staff does believe that the layout proposed provides a higher quality and better livable community for the residents while still providing an increase in overall affordable units in the community. As part of this application, the applicant is also requesting a reduction in the required yard setbacks to be 5 feet for all setbacks. The application narrative states this would allow for better utilization of the buildable area of the site and create for a more comfortable street frontage and allow for better outdoor amenity spaces within the development. Staff does note that the property line for the subject property is approximately 5 feet behind the existing public sidewalk on First Street South, and the application plan does propose residential units along the street to include 6 feet on average front porches, resulting in the building facades being approximately 16 feet behind the public sidewalk, with the porches being approximately 10 feet away. The property line on Elliott Avenue is approximately 15 feet behind the public sidewalk, and the proposed building facades are approximately 10 feet behind the property line. Staff believes these setbacks are appropriate as they are close enough to activate the street, while still deep enough to be in line with the existing neighborhood character. Staff believes that the proposed private outdoor recreational facilities for which the special use permit is requested could contribute to many goals in the comprehensive plan. In this regard, staff finds that the proposal conforms with the general guidelines and policies contained within the city's comprehensive plan per section 34-41A1. Staff also finds that the reduction in the required yard setback allows for adequate space on site for the location of the private outdoor recreational facilities per section 34-162A. In addition, staff finds that a reduction in the required yard setbacks could alleviate impacts to critical slopes found on site, which may be desirable per section 34-162A, A2. Should the Planning Commission find it appropriate to recommend approval of the special use permit request as presented, staff propose that the following conditions may be considered. Number 1, no improvement shall be commenced prior to approval of the critical slope waiver request, approval of a final site plan, and approval of a permit authorizing land disturbance activities pursuant to section 10(9), and all outdoor lighting fixtures in the outdoor recreational area should be full cutoff luminaires. Happy to answer any questions, and we also have the applicant team here today to give you a presentation, which is up available on the board.
So, questions for Ms. Rainey? Thank you. So the applicant has a presentation. Keep in mind that we've got about 10 minutes to walk through this. So. Yeah. They haven't presented to council. They came in after this is a formal hearing for council.
Good evening, commissioners and city councilors. My name is Ashley Davies of Riverbend Development. Thank you for your consideration of our special use permit request tonight. I am honored to be joined by many of the residents of South First Street this evening and other supporters of the project. If you're here tonight to support this request, please stand up. I want to start with this image that really shows and highlights the unique resident-led redevelopment process that these women have undergone for designing the South First Street neighborhood. As you'll see, from June on, every Sunday they've been devoting their time, and they have put in over 550 hours in designing this neighborhood, and we are so excited to share the community with you. This just gives you a brief overview of the site. I'm sure most of you are familiar with it by now. And mainly you can see the phasing, but also just how low density the development is at this time with only 58 units. At the end of phase 1 and phase 2, we will have more than tripled the density of affordable housing on this site while still really avoiding the environmentally sensitive areas and providing a lot of great green space and activation of the street.
My name is Eliza Elijah. Neighborhood characteristics: appropriately sized apartments, good neighborhood design, minimal multi-story constructions like apartments no higher than 3 levels, open space for children, provide private yard area for the unit, and use the landscape.
My name is Deborah Cooper from South First Street. I am talking about, this is how we like our apartments. This is the way we want them. We like the parking in the back of our house, and each one have a parking spot. We got side parking. We got open spaces and porches. We got open spaces, the air conditioners in the window. We got open spaces and air conditioners in the window and little porches. Then we got open spaces all in the trees and bark bushes. Then we got our park. Then we got our little mailbox that we love and open spaces and the hill going and trees back there. Then we like our trees and open space and little porches. Then we like our, especially like our handicap ramp and our park and our open spaces and trees all over. Then we got side parking outside, that's side parking. And then we got trees, and that's a circle that we go around like coming in that place, I think.
I am Audrey Oliver. I'm a resident also of South First Street. And the new design process began with this blank slate of Phase 2 of South First Street. We first started adding the site constraints, the crucial slopes and the setbacks to determine the developed areas. By reducing the setbacks, we can pull the design away from the critical slopes.
Our resident group then established the various character zones of the site to inform the design of the neighborhood. The areas of the critical slopes translate to the wooded and creek zone. Rather than fence off and turn our backs on this area, we decided this is an amenity of the site. Each character zone of the site serves a different purpose. So for example, the homes on South First Street, the road on South First Street would look different than the middle or the edge or the other parts of the neighborhood. Once the character zones were established, we then began the next phase of our site design. Here's some photos of the group hard at work planning for our South First Street meetings. These are topics related to the arrangements of buildings and spaces. This is how we broke everything down to try to make our neighborhood. So we took in consideration different building types, different open spaces, what they would be used for, the shapes of them, and adequate parking for all residents. These are also activities in determining the best areas on our sites for specific things, parks, recreation centers, duplexes, apartment buildings. And from those process exercises, these three elements emerged. Again, a centralized community center with outdoor amenities, small apartment buildings along the wooded and creek area, and townhomes that activate the South First Street frontage. Each of these key elements play to the specific conditions of the site and result in a community that is harmonious within the larger neighborhood.
My name is Patricia Howard. I live at South First Street. This is the master plan process. And right here is using the characteristic zones and the key ideas that emerged from the design process. The resident designers then begin creating draft master plans of the site to see how the various elements might fit. Our work includes the balancing of the act of adding density to the increase the availability, affordability housing, while keeping buildings at a minimum scale and waiving green space throughout. We also added a face the reality of equipments such as parking and accessibility. From the three plans created, we defined the design to create one group master plan. You just switch it to this? Oh, okay.
That's okay. Now we've got the master plan here.
Okay, this right here, oh, you got the, oh, I don't went on past. Okay, this is the master plan. Right here is where we took, this is the resident design master plan to South First Street, Phase 2. The pink building right there in the middle, right there. That is the community center. That's what I needed. Okay, in the Locks Park area with basketball courts and the orange buildings of the townhouse units that are grouped around courtyards, which is in the middle as you come through that parking, as you come into South First Street on each one of them sections, where the inside part, where the pockets are inside the buildings, where you see the buildings right there, they got, right there is the courtyard, right there in the green space is the courtyard right there in each apartment area. Units that are grouped around courtyards and the yellow buildings are small-scale apartment buildings which sits in the back. And then I said the basketball court right there.
Very good. All right, now we got our site plan.
Okay. Then the site plan is the last plan. Well, finally, this is the engineer site plan that represents our master plan. This plan shows some major changes to the master plan, such as moving townhouses to reduce impact to critical slopes and securing each unit as condensed parking options. We are pleased to share our vision for our new neighborhood with the Planning Commission this evening. And we ask for your support, you all support, of our special use permit requesting critical slope waiver. And please let us know if you have any questions. Thank you for your time.
Actually, I do have a question. The conditions recommended, any issues with that achievable?
Nope, they're great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Jody, no questions? No? Ms. Green?
Ready?
Not for the applicant? Okay. All right. Would we like to chat about it a bit, or?
Well, I'd just like to let the public know that the planning group had opportunity to meet and go over what the good work they did with the planning commission in a work session.
Right.
So we're just very impressed by all of it and glad the council now gets to hear it.
Right, and Jody saved me from myself and reminded me that we now have to have a public hearing. Thank you, Jody. So I was ready to just move. But so we'll now open up for a public hearing. So I don't think anyone signed up, but Ms. Johnson's on the way.
It's because we brought our whole group up.
Good evening. My name is Joy Johnson, and I reside at 802A Harder Drive. And I would hope that you all will support the work the residents have done and the critical slope and the setbacks. But I just want to tell y'all just don't know how happy and delightful and how proud I am of these women.
I'm not kidding.
This is something that I've dreamed of for so long. You know, Jose, we've been trying to get residents to be involved. And these women came together, and as you can see tonight, they sat through all of your amusement with the babies and all, just to be able to do this. And so this is an historic moment for the city of Charlottesville, and I hope that you all can document this, because this is the first time that I have actually seen low-income community residents being a big part of being here on the planning commission, or even coming out to say that here's what we would like our community to be like. So I just want you all, just kudos, I'm so proud of you all. And please make sure that you all support what they're asking for. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak?
I would like to thank them.
Please.
I would like to thank all the people that we have been working with. And I would like to appreciate Bruce, Kurt, Corrine, Miss Joy, and League Aid people helping us, and everybody coming in and visit us doing this thing, and Zion Union Baptist Church. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Please.
And I would like to take the opportunity to thank each and every one of you that listened to what we had to say and just didn't shut us down. And we really do need this to help the ones that's on the list, not just the ones that live there, but the other people that live there too. You know, that needs to come in and have an apartment resident too. You know, I've lived in low income for a long time. I was born when I was a little girl. Hardy Drive was the first one they built that I lived in. So I'd like to see other people get the opportunities too, besides just us. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? All right, the public hearing is now closed. Oh, you can. You want to say something? Would you like to say something?
Come on.
Or are you just using that as an excuse not to get in touch?
My name is Eliza Elijah, and I've been working with the ladies group trying to, program and design, and the guys that help us, Kurt, Bruce, and my other little guy, Corrine, and so many others, they really helped us, and they taught us a lot, and we're still learning, and I'm just proud to be in the group.
Hey, thank you. All right.
No more.
All right, the public hearing is closed. Commissioners, any thoughts? Ms. Green.
I move to recommend approval of this application for special use permit in the R3 zone at 9,000 through 1,000 First Street South, tax map 26, parcel 115, to permit private outdoor recreation facilities, parks, playgrounds, basketball courts, with the following listed conditions from staff. No improvements shall be commenced prior to the approval of the critical slope waiver request, approval of a final site plan, and approval of permit authorizing land disturbing activities pursuant to zoning ordinance section 10-9, and all outdoor lighting fixtures in the outdoor recreation areas shall be full cutoff luminaires.
I'd like to second that motion.
All right, is there any discussion?
I've got a couple of comments. One, it gave me pause at first when I saw a 5-foot setback from along First Street, because I'm concerned about wanting to get canopy large trees along that street. And I think it's fine because there is then at least a 2 to 5 foot green space between the right-of-way and the sidewalk. So there's plenty of room for good canopy trees that I hope will be planted there. So I'm fine with that. And the other thing I want to say is how proud I am to be an architect because of the service that the architectural firm gave to the community and listened to them and worked with them and was part of the community. Too often architects are telling people what to do instead of listening to them. So makes me very proud. Thank you.
A developer as well. So thank you all.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of professionals.
Right. I mean, but it is something. Yes. When I went there that Sunday, you all just, I can't wait to see you get up. And we sit here and we see so many people get so nervous to speak. And even when I have to turn around and speak there, I get nervous after being up here all this time. So it's not for the faint of heart. And so it is just amazing what you all have done. And I hope this is not the last that we see of this. This has got to be something that we continue for all neighborhoods. This has got to be something where we're not developing in a vacuum, we're not architecting in a vacuum, that we're getting the neighborhoods involved. And this is something I've waited for, not as long as you, Joy, but as long as I've been on this commission. And this is just, I couldn't wait to make the motion, sorry.
You were going to jump in?
I thought I was going to make a motion earlier.
Okay, Ms. Dow.
Oh, I'm just super excited and proud of the residents. I know when we did our comp plan update, that was one thing that I've been stressing, or since I've been on the planning commission, is that I want to see the real heart of the city give input. And so it is very refreshing. I'm glad that y'all are being trendsetters and hope that others take your lead and follow it. And then if they have questions, they have somebody that they can come to. But I do want to say it's very refreshing to see you guys put in the hard work. Planning takes time. You see. And we are very well aware of that. And I just want to applaud you also for the professionals that worked with them to help educate them. You guys are awesome. And I'm just excited about the project coming to fruition.
Reverend Heaton.
I think we need to pass this thing.
Mrs. Solo Yates.
I'm being a sourpuss. The $3 million isn't approved yet by council. This could still go wrong. I hope it doesn't. This is important to our community.
Hey, any further discussion? Oh, by the way, as I said before, you guys rock. All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions? We will recommend approval of the SUP to council. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Him too, yes.
All right, the next agenda item is CP 19-0002. And this is the review of the Fontaine Avenue Streetscape Concept Design Plan. The streetscape runs between Jefferson Park Avenue and Racy Hunt. The question that we have to answer is the general location, nature, and extent of the proposed improvements consistent with the existing comprehensive plan? And I believe Mr. Kling,
Yeah, I think we need to click out of that, and he has the other one on the screen. Yeah.
and
No, they'll be back.
I've been told to be.
yes. You can rock and roll.
All right, good evening. I'm Kyle Kling. I'm a transportation project manager with the Department of Public Works. We're here this evening to present on the Fontaine Avenue Streetscape project. Back in the summer of 2018, the city brought on board RK&K to help with the preliminary engineering and design efforts for this smart scale project. Over the course of the last 16 months or so, we've been working through those efforts, including a detailed public outreach phase. We're finally in a position since last month or so where we have a preferred concept for the corridor. We're here this evening to present that preferred concept to you guys for compliance with the comprehensive plan. At this time, I'll turn it over to our consultants to give you guys a little bit more information on the steps we've taken to date.
Good evening. My name is Owen Peary with the consulting firm Arcane K Engineers. And as Kyle said, we're on board here to help the city design this project and come up with a solution for Fontaine Avenue. I won't go through every agenda item there, but you've had this in your packet, and we're going to give you an overview of the project and show you where we've been, and then review how this complies with the comprehensive plan. A little bit of our background. Fontaine Avenue, the project limits start at the city limit line near the Fontaine Research Park and extend to Jefferson Park Avenue. So that's our corridor we're working with, the entry corridor of Fontaine that you see on the plan there. Funding, a little different than most of the discussion tonight. This is not being funded by the city. This is being funded by the Smart Scale application that was put in 2015. So this is a mixture of federal and state VDOT monies that funding this project. You can see the breakdown there for preliminary engineering, right-of-way acquisition, which VDOT, in the VDOT nomenclature, that includes utilities, and then construction, with a project total of $11.7 million. A little bit about the evolution of this project. It's been thought about for a number of years. Back in 2005, there was a study done. What remains the same, we're looking for a context-sensitive entry point into the city, friendly to pedestrians, transit, neighborhood-oriented, because we're going through a mixed-use neighborhood there, improving the quality of life, and improving on the multimodal opportunities in the corridor. What's different? We think about streets a little differently today than we did in 2005. And you've proven that through some of the plans that you have adopted since that time, including your transit study, the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, and the streets that work plan. So some things have changed since that previous study came out about 15 years ago. So based on the bike plan, streets that work plan, and based on what was in the VDOT Smart Scale application, what are we trying to do? We've been working under the principle of trying to create a complete street, which includes all modes of transportation, increase safety and comfort for pedestrians and bicycles. I'm sure you know that corridor. It's not very comfortable to bike on today, and sidewalks are iffy. They're spotty, I should say. And beautify a corridor as a gateway and an entry point into the city. So that's our underlying principles that we're trying to design to. Some of the benefits we see of these improvements: increased opportunities for walking, bicycling, use of transit, connections. The proposed bike trails out on the west end of the project in the county and at Fontaine Research Park are not connected to really anything. You have this stretch in the middle, and then we have bicycle bike lanes at JPA at the other end. So connecting that, making those connections has been very important. You'll see that in a minute from some of the public input we've gotten. Also improving access just of all modes of travel, from U29 to UVA to the hospital, the university health system. All of that has been in the forefront of our thinking on this. So schedule and process right now, as Kyle said, we're about 30% design. We're trying to get conceptual approvals from you all and also from City Council. Once that happens, we plan to go into more detailed design, and you can see the things that are coming up. We're going to have a public hearing, right-of-way and utility relocation, final design, and hopefully bidding and advertisement in late 2021. A little bit about the outreach effort we've done, starting in very late 2018. We've had 4 steering committee meetings. We've had a public workshop, which we had on January 31st, 2019, early this year. We came back and had a second public open house in April. Also, we've had, the technical committee is staff, so we've had several meetings with a group of staff to go over key issues. We've met with the Place Task Force twice, and we met with you in a work session July. And we're here tonight. So that's 2 meetings with you all. 1 is a work session, 2 with the Place Task Force, 4 steering committee meetings, and 2 public workshops and outreach opportunities in the last little over a year timeframe. So going out to the public and listening to them, what did we hear? We're going to go over a little bit of that information right now.
Hi, Amy Nelson, also with RK&K. So at our first steering committee meeting, we asked everybody there to kind of identify the goals, concerns, and opportunities they felt that we had for developing the corridor. The main thing that we heard was people wanted to create a sense of place that was safer for all of our users, so including pedestrians, bicyclists, cars, everybody involved. They wanted to make sure that we took concerns of right-of-way and site limitations into our considerations and made sure that we really connected the gap between the city limits and the Fontaine Research Park and considered that as well. They found the opportunities were really to create a gateway into the city of Charlottesville and implement some stormwater management practices. And a couple of the things that we took of note from this were that on-street parking was not a priority for most of the steering committee members. And there also was the need to account for trash and deliveries on the properties on the corridor, so we couldn't just block traffic in order for someone to have an Amazon delivery, for example. So for public outreach, as Owen said, we had 2 public meetings, and for the second meeting, we really stepped up our outreach and reached out to a lot of people, including the University of Virginia. We really reached out to them to get as many people involved as we could, and that was a suggestion we had from several of our previous meetings. You can see here how people were reached by the meetings, and we felt that we definitely had more people coming from the different outreach that we had taken. From our first meeting, we found that feedback started to kind of mimic what we had heard at the steering committee. We heard that people wanted safe pedestrian crossings with the addition of sidewalks where there weren't sidewalks, widen the sidewalks to make them safer where there were. They wanted more green space to preserve and or add more trees and to provide safe routes for bicyclists. For the open house, you can see on this graph how they rated the future conditions. Sidewalks, crosswalks, and bike lanes were rated extremely high, while having additional parking for the on-street was not very important to them. I would like to note that this is the on-street parking on the Fontaine corridor, not the adjacent streets. For our steering committee too, we met with the steering committee again and had them help us lay out an example street. As you can see here, the steering committee elected as a whole to not put parking in to the street layout. This was not the opinion of necessarily every steering committee member, I want to point that out, but it was the overall consensus of the group. For our public open house number 2, we added the emergency vehicle access to what we were asking questions about because we met with the fire marshal, and so that ranked up into the high importance, but otherwise it was pretty consistent with what we had seen at the previous meeting. And from there, we took what we had heard from all of these meetings and moved into conceptual design. From the city limits to Summit Street, so kind of on the western side of the project, you can see that we have wider sidewalks, a 6-foot landscape buffer, because we heard that is what you need to have canopy trees grow successfully, a 5-foot bike lane with a 2-foot buffer strip, and 11-foot lanes. So we continued this moving along as we went from Summit Street to Lewis Street, and this is a very similar section. The difference here is the slope varying on the sides. The corridor has a little bit more right-of-way to work with in this area. It doesn't have the hillsides, for those of you who are familiar with the Fontaine Avenue. As we move into kind of the more cityscape, we had to make some changes to the section because there's the gas station and UVA property on one side, Dirty Nelly's and the other businesses on the other side. There just isn't as much right-of-way to work with. So we combined the one lane into a the shared lane for bikes, and we put the bike lane and turn lane into the other. And we removed the street trees as we moved into the bit more of an urban area.
Okay. We've talked about connectivity and pedestrians. So in looking at how we get pedestrians through and around this, through this corridor, in addition to the typical sections we just showed you with the wider sidewalks, we've seen an array of people dashing across this street, and we're trying to give better pedestrian access, especially here at Mimosa. Mimosa Drive is going up in direction, and Summit Street is to the south or down. And so this is a key connection because a lot of residents down Summit Street, and UVA's shuttle goes up Mimosa, and there's a stop up there. So there's a lot of pedestrian traffic here. This is right near the fire station. What we envision is a full crosswalk with a protected median island there, and with the blinking lights there on the pedestrian crossing sign for warning flashers. The next intersection, we try to divide this corridor into thirds. There's a couple other streets, but we saw you can't have a crosswalk everywhere with the flashing lights. It'll just become too cluttered. So we've sort of, you can see JPA on the right-hand side of this screen, and Fontaine Research Park is just off to the left. And you see we've provided 3 crossing locations. This one here at Piedmont Avenue is sort of in the center of the corridor. Once again, we have the real estate to provide that refuge island in the middle of the street, as well as a fully activated crossing at that location. And then when we get closer to the JPA end of the project, and this is at Lewis Street, we still have a median island, but we are sort of in a different configuration. We're not able to provide those bump outs on the outside. So we still are providing the same level of flashing warning lights and signs and a pedestrian refuge in the middle of the street. So since we turned our packet into you, you haven't seen these images, but we wanted to just sort of show you what this might look like. We're not down to the level of choosing trees and plants and that kind of thing, but this is sort of what the pedestrian crossing might look like versus what it looks like today, with a refuge island in the middle that would be 6 feet across, which is sufficient to provide a stopping location for somebody going across the street. This is at Lewis Street, looking back towards back towards Fontaine Research Park, towards 29. So you're standing with your back to JPA and looking down the street that way, and this is sort of what that crossing would look like. And this is turned around looking the other way as you approach Jefferson Park Avenue, potentially what that crosswalk might look like, that more urban feel. We do not have the buffer strip in this last block for the landscape buffer, but we still have a bike lane going eastbound and a Sharrows coming off of the JPA Sharrows at the intersection for just this first block, so we can minimize impacts to the businesses and driveways and so forth. Amy's going to review how this, with the comprehensive plan.
So moving through this kind of quickly, there's more detailed bullets in the packets that you have, including exact items in the comprehensive plan that we're fulfilling with this project. But for the economic development, we're providing a sense of place. We're really using mixed use and enhancing the pedestrian connectivity throughout the corridor. And we are using regional cooperation by having UVA and Albemarle, as well as other entities sitting on our steering committee, being active, participating throughout the process. For community facilities, we've been engaging the fire department and emergency rescue systems. We've been working with the fire chief throughout. We have been working with the utility infrastructure, with the city, making sure that we are going to maintain existing services. And as Owen mentioned earlier, making sure we have that access to the existing and future trails for bikes and pedestrians as well. For sustainability, the biggest thing here is we're helping sustain the businesses, making sure that they have the access from the neighborhood to get to the businesses that are in the corridor currently. With the environment, we're working to implement green infrastructure, to stormwater practices that are sustainable and fit within the corridor concept. And obviously, as a transportation project, we are hitting a lot of the notes in here. We're fulfilling the complete streets with bicycle lanes, enhanced sidewalks, street trees, safe access, and consistent application of the ADA standards. And we're also making sure we're promoting both bicycling and walking for land use and community design. And we have regional transportation, we have VDOT, Albemarle County, UVA, again, are all have a say in this. And as Owen mentioned, this project is fully funded through SmartScale. For historic preservation and urban design, we are recognizing that the neighborhood has its distinct characteristics. We're preserving those. We are working to identify cultural and historical resources. We're working with VDOT to complete the environmental on this project. We have consulted zoning maps, worked with Public Works and the Parks Department to make sure we really have a comprehensive approach. And we know that this is an important entrance corridor to the city, and we're really emphasizing having placemaking, providing that sense of place, and having landscaping, and really making it a place that everybody wants to be. And with that, we can open up to questions.
Public hearing first.
No questions for the applicant. I'm in the public hearing.
Can we have some updates on what we discussed at the work session?
Is there anything specific that you'd like an update on?
I can list out everything we discussed if you wish. I remember.
Well, we've adjusted the corridor a little bit and provided the renderings. So we've, I think we had, the bike lanes were a little bit in flux. We looked into more of what fit within the context, and we really zoned in on, there were different types of bike lanes. We looked at kind of some of the European models and other things that could have been a little bit more different than the traditional ones that we're showing currently. However, working with the fire department, we really realized that they need to be accessing the street, having some kind of median or something that differentiates and takes that space away, doesn't provide that extra 2 feet of buffer space and the 5 feet that they can access in the event of emergency. Obviously, with the university so close to this corridor, and for events, sometimes that is absolutely necessary to make sure that the emergency vehicles can get there. I think that was the biggest thing that we've changed since then.
Yeah, and the rest this presentation reflects a lot of the conversation.
I can refresh your memory then. We talked about filling the gap to across the county line to the actual research park.
Yes, we're working with VDOT on that. The application specifically says that it goes to the city limit, but we've written some papers to VDOT, and we're showing them it doesn't really make much sense to do that. Somebody's going to have to come back and do a lot of construction again to make that small connection. So we've gone to VDOT, and we're telling them we need to transition to get to the full trails and the other facilities that are right there at Ray C. Hunt Drive. And they've come back with some conditions, but said that's okay. Their conditions include, so they're not going to treat that as an out-of-scope item. They know we have to finish the project. Their conditions include, if we go over the budget, somebody else has to pay the difference. Their conditions include an agreement with Albemarle County that they're okay with us going those 400 or so feet into the county to finish the project. Of course, VDOT will own that road at the end, so when we get to that little piece of the road, VDOT will probably have a little more oversight on that than they might with your street when it's in the city.
Control of left turns onto the main right-of-way?
I'm sorry?
Control of left turns onto the main right-of-way. For example, forcing people to turn right instead of turn left?
We've tried to leave the corridor as intact as it is today, so we have full access to the neighborhoods. So while we've considered that and some other access control, I think we haven't gotten into all the access control ideas that we have rolling around in our heads. Some of them We are going to have to really look at some of the businesses along the corridor where, you know, you can almost pull out and just pick your parking spot, and then you have to back out into the street. That's sort of dangerous with a bicycle lane right behind you and a nice sidewalk that maybe is not there today. So we haven't gotten to that level of detail of design, but there is some access control that we are at least going to put on the table, we think, to be considered as we move forward with design.
Widening the right-of-way near JPA.
We will be widening it a little bit, but not to the extent where we create so much damage that we're trying to close those businesses. So it's sort of right now we think we've sort of hit the sweet spot on that. Would you agree, Kyle? I think, but we do need slivers of right-of-way in there or easements. It's not like we're going through there with zero right-of-way impacts.
I've got one question, or a couple questions. First, I'm not sure if either of you were at the Place Design Task Force meetings where we talked about this.
Yes.
But we talked about the makeup of of the people who came to your public engagement sessions. Of course, the neighborhood is very heavily student-oriented. You mentioned you had UVA people, but none of them were students. Did you reach any students at all in your later community engagement?
We submitted flyers to the housing developments for UVA that were nearby. We worked with the UVA Parking and Transit and had bus flyers on all of the buses. There were emails sent out, and there was the message board in front of the fire station. So we did an extreme amount of extra effort on it and had no UVA students show up.
But no one maybe stood in front of Runk for 20 minutes, Runk Dining Hall at Hereford?
We had a couple opportunities that,
Yep. Based off of the feedback we got from the first place meeting is you wanted to see more outreach to UVA, and I think Amy highlighted our efforts to that extent. It's consistent with what we see on every other project is you generally don't get UVA students coming to these public meetings.
So you went through the motions but didn't get any bites?
I wouldn't say we went through the motions. I'd say we made an effort to go above and beyond what has been done in the past. I don't think projects in the past have necessarily went directly to the housing facilities, residence halls, or put bus boards up on buses. So I feel like from that perspective, this is a better effort than what's been done in the past.
Okay. And remind me, what was the overall budget for community engagement? Is that on the slides? I think it might be.
That's not a line item on the slides. That's part of our preliminary engineering total amount.
Okay.
It's a subset of that, just like design, just like environmental, you know.
Okay, that's fine. I'll move past that. So you guys mentioned the old plan is obsolete because the state of the practice has evolved, and that most of what you heard from the people that you did reach was safety for all road users. So I couldn't help but notice that at best the bike lanes are separated by 2 feet of paint, and at worst it's a sharrow, an arrow painted in the road where you're supposed to be riding next to 2-ton vehicles. Do you guys feel that the state of the practice is that is sufficient protection for a bike lane? And were you guys here earlier when Robin Heitman's dad spoke?
Yes, we were here. And this corridor, it's within the parameters of a normal buffer strip, and it's within what's listed as the possible buffer strip widths in the streets at work and in your pedestrian and bicycle guide master plan. Thank you. So it's on, you know, a buffer strip could be wider. We've looked at, as Amy said earlier, we've looked at ways to separate it vertically. There's other things. One of the issues we have with this corridor, you go like 40 feet and there's another driveway and another driveway and another driveway. So we have that competing against us trying to put up something that would be a tangible separation. We also have, as was stated earlier, the fire chief is part of our steering committee. He appreciates the extra, I'll call it wiggle room he has today because of some of the pavement widths change out there, and there's parking in a place or two, and they really utilize that sometimes in, like, say, in the morning peak hour when the queue is all the way back from JPA all the way to nearly the 29 interchange. The fire truck's got to get through there. So he is sort of competing for space, and if he had to flush a fire truck at 7:30 in the morning, can those cars sort of utilize the bike lane and get out of the way of a fire truck? So vertical impediments are something we've looked at. We haven't totally slammed the door on maybe any of the treatments, but there's some things that are rising to a little higher than others, and one of those, quite frankly, is just paint. Yes.
And so the fire department's position is that they need 7 feet on both sides, so 14 extra feet in the right of way to wiggle around. Is that what they were telling you?
No, they just, when you have cars just in one lane, I mean, they won't go across probably the yellow line into the other lane to get out of the fire truck's way. So maybe cars could use the bike lane to get partially out of the way like they use the parking lane today.
Okay. And last question, I think you mentioned you can't have trash and delivery trucks stopping to pick up trash or make a delivery and blocking the street. So what is the solution for that problem in this case?
For those very short-term things, we're also thinking that's another, with the extra pavement and the bike lane, that gives at least part of the vehicle can get out of the street for 5 seconds or the 2 minutes that would take to take a delivery to a front porch and not have to block everybody behind them.
So the outcome is, or the expected outcome is that the UPS trucks block the bike lane?
No, not all the time. I'm saying they could utilize that pavement to partially get out of the street. It'd be a very temporary condition. It's not something we're going to advertise, but I mean, that's a reality. And trash cans are going to sit on the curb unless we figure out a new way for those people to get their trash picked up. So, and the way we've seen that operation work today, those trucks sort of need to stop for a minute, 30 seconds, whatever, and they move pretty fast down the corridor. So we're probably, I'm sure they're not out there at peak hour, which would probably be when a commuter, bicyclists are the heaviest in going to and from work or to Fontaine Research Park, and whether it's once a week or something that the trash truck would be in there. That's part of our consideration of how we might treat that buffer strip is the usages along the corridor today, trying not to destroy how people use the street.
Thanks.
So you're showing us an idealized concept that depends upon purchase of right-of-way on both sides of the street, and that makes has no consideration of the utilities above ground or below ground that's out there. So what could this look like if those things become a factor? You can't get the right-of-way, there's utilities. I mean, I like what I see, but I have absolutely no assurance that that's what's going to be built.
The utilities, we haven't totally planned those out, but they're going to go behind the sidewalk, and we will have right-of-way or easements for those. They will fit in our right-of-way. On the north side, the overhead power poles will likely either go in the landscape buffer strip with smaller story trees. We've discussed this at the steering committee meeting, with maybe smaller story trees on that side of the road and higher canopy trees on the south side of the street. Which is really the sun angle in most seasons. We haven't really discussed with the steering committee or with anyone yet where exactly the utilities are going. Right away, most transportation projects we deal with, we need right away. There's eminent domain, and ultimately, if you, city council, the city, the public want this project, we will get the right of way, and that's probably not an issue. We're just trying to minimize damage, not destroy the neighborhood to fit the things in there we want, and keep the fabric of the neighborhood sort of what you see today. Not take people's businesses away because we go crazy with real estate and right-of-way takes, and that's sort of, and we've got another issue too, when you make the road slightly wider and you put these sidewalks in, some of those driveways and houses are pretty close to the street, so it's pretty tough to try to tie the driveways back in. We're working our way through those issues. So it's sort of a, you have to throw all these things into your thinking when you go down the corridor, and every block is different, and between one driveway to the next, it's a little bit of a challenge to try to balance what we're impacting versus providing what you call, I forget what you called it, but anyway, a pretty perfect street or a condition. We're trying to balance that.
Okay, remind me, what are we being asked to do?
Well, we got to have a public hearing, so let's let him sit down.
okay.
Let's have the public hearing, and then we can make a motion and move it
But
along.
the question, I just want to remind us, the question is, let me find my little rhetoric here. Is the general location, nature, and extent of the proposed improvement consistent with the comp plan? That's the question we have to ask.
Okay.
And that's pretty much the motion that we'll build on.
Great, thank you.
Any more questions for the applicant before Thomas and Melanie speak?
You want to gavel it in, or?
Oh, yeah, well, I said before they speak, so we still have.
make sure this streetscape plan is removing on-street parking. I'm sorry.
Pretty much, yeah. It is.
Can I just make a clarification? Right now, the final design has not been done. So if we beat that to death tonight, then we're going to beat it again to death some other night.
Right.
This is just about the comprehensive plan.
Conceptual design.
This is 100,000 feet in the air.
40 maybe.
Then that's my other question. Will this come back to us when there is a final site plan?
Believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just a conceptual design.
Hopefully
And what will
there'll
the
be
next
a
question
consent
be?
agenda.
Again, whether it's still in conformance with the comp plan or
is.
something more specific of a question for next time?
Make a motion for the consent agenda to be approved, hopefully.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, I will gavel us into the public comment. You've got two people ahead of you. Thomas.
Thank you for a very enjoyable, informative evening. No, actually, I'm serious. It was pretty enlightening the way you guys operate, and I won't flatter you any more than that. My name is Thomas Beninsky. The name is Thomas Beninsky. I live at 2501 Fontaine Avenue, and been a house owner there since, December '97. So I speak towards what issues as far as the comprehensive plan goes. Improve quality of life is one item, and then preserve character of the neighborhood is another. Safety yet another. Imagine yourself driving on 29 Business. You just passed the Fontaine Research Park, and you approach what? You have a Welcome to Charlottesville sign in front of you, and you have a magnificent group of trees. It speaks to a robust urban forest. What is unaddressed by this proposal is the reduction of that urban forest. I don't know what's going to happen on either side. From what I've seen, I see no illustrations, no estimate of what happens to that urban beauty that we have in the way of trees. And it's wonderful to have trees mentioned as often as they were. Imagine yourself working in a morgue. What do you smell? Formaldehyde. Do you know what it smells like? It smells what your laundry smells like in Charlottesville after you hang it out to dry outside. It has the stench of formaldehyde. Trees are a buffer against that kind of stuff, be it the stuff coming out of power plants or be it urban pollution in the form of vehicular traffic particularly. Pollutants in the manner of suspended particulate items such as tire debris, road debris, soot, which coats the exterior of my house, on a daily basis. What else? In terms of pollutants, nitrogen oxides, ammonia, sulfur dioxide, ozone, it goes on. All right, what do trees do? They catch suspended particulate particles. What do my trees do? What do my bushes do, my 8-foot bushes across the front of my property? They do what I want them to do in that regard. They reduce particulate matter that's coming at me. They give me shade. They block UV. They reduce humidity. They reduce heat. That's mine in particular, okay? That's mine, the front of my property. It goes down the length of Fontaine as far as residential properties that will lose. What is it, a 7-foot easement you expect on both sides into residential properties? We're unprepared to say. All right. Given the extent of the easements, that's what they're called, right? The chop into my property as far as what's going to be dedicated to this public use. That is a warning. Am I at 3 minutes or what?
You are. You got 5 seconds if you want to wrap up.
What I ask is that Melanie yield the balance of her time to me so I can continue, if
She may.
unopposed.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. All right, so the tree buffer. What hasn't been mentioned is the size of those trees, the number of trees that are going to be planted alongside, and is it going to compensate for the landscape reduction that this project entails along private property, or otherwise the fire department trees are going to go, that first group along Fontaine. They've got 2 rows of trees alongside. That first group is going to go. The pine trees across from them are going to go. The pine trees up on the hill will probably go. What are you going to leave us? And will the compensation, what difference will those trees that are going to be planted in the strips make? How big are those trees going to be? One of the illustrations had somebody moving to the side on the sidewalk as they're walking because the trees' branches are in the way. What kind of trees are we talking about? You know, what is the estimate as far as the amelioration of the environmental damage caused by what these people propose, what this project proposed? Pardon me, I don't want to personalize anything here. I think it's a valid question. I think you're also talking hell strips, which is the extremely hot area that those trees are going to be stuck in. The sun is going to be hitting them in July, the sidewalk, and then the asphalt. All right? Good luck with planting trees there. On top of it, I'm going to have to shovel off. Wait a minute, I also have to be responsible for those trees, according to what I've read, for 2 years before the city takes over for them. So what am I supposed to do? Go out there in the middle of winter and shovel 4 to 3 feet of slush and salt, whatever snow that's been plowed onto them? I'm supposed to go out there and rescue the trees? I don't know. I think there's got to be a better idea as far as tree management goes. What else? Backing out was mentioned. It's going to be a real joy to back out of a truncated driveway onto Fontaine. I also speak as a person who was riding a bicycle and had a car pull out on me that I went into at JPA and Lee Street. All right, so as far as bicyclists go, I understand their predicament. I also understand where they're quite lax in their behavior as far as the rules of the road. As a pedestrian, 3 weeks ago, I was almost run over on Fontaine in the crosswalk by some guy driving a van who had plenty of time to react to me. I was halfway across. I had to run for my life. Okay, I speak as a pedestrian, ex-bicyclist at this point, and I ask you to address those issues as far as the quality of life degradation, as I see the possibility if the tree cover is not adequate to the environmental demands that urban landscape imposes along with the power plants. It's a health issue for one thing. CAT isn't going there. Safety, last item, if you wish, 30 miles per hour. Please reduce the speed to 30 miles per hour on that street. 35 is crazy. Green
Chair.
space, I never saw defined.
Listen,
And-
we've had 6 minutes. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but we don't typically, as a
Well, you
procedure.
took someone else's spot.
I understand, but that's not typically how the planning commission's done. So if we've changed, I would like
I am
to.
very thankful for the time you
Yeah.
just gave me. Thank you, and good luck to all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First off, I want to thank you guys for the time you guys volunteered to hear us out as part of the civic process. It really means a lot. Number two is I apologize to you guys. I haven't been part of the engagement process here related to the Fontaine streetscape. I own 3 properties out in that neighborhood in Fry Springs, and I live over in Willoughby, and I've been splitting time between Willoughby and Charlottesville. So I've been kind
Sorry,
of
what's your name, sir?
to the process. Edward Mendez.
Could you get in the microphone as well? So he
I
thank you.
apologize. Edward Mendez. So my concern that I'm just primarily here for is that the parking situation that they're talking about, removing the spaces, directly impact the residents over on Robertson and that part of Fry Springs. Because JP Extended has parking without restriction, so does Robertson, Todd Avenue, and those places. So when you go on those streets in the morning, it's packed. You simply can't. Simply can't. And every one of my properties has a shed for bicycles, and in my lease, I make sure that everyone has a bicycle, or I'll maintain it for them in terms of helping them with the bike stand and all that. So I promote bicycle use in that neighborhood. And so my neighbors don't have residents that take up parking spaces. But the majority of parking spaces taking up there are by commuters. So I've asked probably 6 to 10 commuters, who are you guys and why are you guys parking here? Well, one's a postdoc doing research over at UVA on McCormick Road. Another one's, catching a bus to the hospital. So these are just working class folk. They're out there just commuting, and they can't afford the $600, $900 parking fees that UVA is charging. So I said, oh wow, I guess they're charging that much because there's such a dearth. So I went over to Fontaine Research Park. Let's be honest, that's like 50, 60% capacity. You go over to Scott Stadium, 50, 60% capacity. So why are those guys parking over on Robertson, Todd, Highland, and those other streets? And what's going to happen when this occurs? These aren't UVA students, they are UVA employees that are parking over there. And you know what? They got to earn their money. They got kids. They got whatever. But I want to make sure that if we're going to eliminate parking, you're going to include residents over there, because I have not been informed of the process with the Fry Springs Neighborhood Association. I was simply informed by email from a coffee shop owner that sent it to me this morning. And so I'm just not part of the process, and I wish I could have seen more of you guys as flyers, but that's part of what's informed me showing up here very less than prepared. But nevertheless, parking, if it's not addressed, it's going to impact others, and it's not UVA students.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak, please?
Good evening. I'm Peter Krebs from the Piedmont Environmental Council. This is a project I've been following since its inception. I often speak about the city and the county and the university really being one community. So one of the things that's great about this project on one level is it really sits at that intersection where it impacts the city, the county, and the university. And to a good degree, there's participation from all 3 categories. I was going to say this before Lyle asked the question, but he kind of beat me to it. So historically, the weakness of this project is that it doesn't encompass the research park. It stops at the city line, but actually, the VDOT resident, the Culpeper resident, and a few other people when I was in Culpeper last time actually approached me and said, well, VDOT's interested in extending this out to the research park. So that pretty big flaw looks like it's being addressed. So that's good. And that's basically all I got tonight.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, the public hearing is now closed. I'd like to maybe start with thoughts from the university, since this is so closely related to the work that Bill does.
Sure. I feel like a fly on the wall up here tonight. So here's my chance. No,
Yeah, I feel like we feel like the design, strikes a good balance of bike ped amenities and street trees, and still providing for that important traffic flow because this is an entrance corridor into the city and the university. And do think the elimination of the on-street parking is commendable because it really improves the sight lines and the safety of that street overall. One of the nice things about this is that we can connect into it on Mimosa Drive, which for those that don't know is called the Piedmont Housing Area, and it's our only staff and faculty family housing we have on grounds. So there's a lot of people that walk there. So that's good. And then, and then the addition, like you just said, also the additional benefit of connecting to Fontaine and the recreational trails on Oak Hill is a great benefit, having that bike ped connection to those, which isn't there now. So.
Ms. Green.
The 7 feet that you're taking, are you splitting that on each side, or is that coming 7 feet on one side or the other?
It's split. It's 7 feet in addition over the full length. So
Of the full width, but I'm asking, are you
I
taking
don't
it from one side of the street, or are you taking it from,
that I don't.
split it?
Pretty balanced.
Okay. You're asking my opinion?
We are.
I think that when it relates to the comprehensive plan, this falls in line with everything that we've been talking about for the comprehensive plan. I understand anytime we increase the right of way, that's hard on folks, but we've got to get bike lanes in this area, and the roads simply aren't wide enough. And this is one of those areas where we are in our comprehensive plan now, and in the comprehensive plan that we've been toying around with for however many years. This is that growth area where we're talking about making more pedestrian connectivity. So I too am hopeful one day we can get to a place where we can slow some speed limits down for certain. So that I'm in favor. I know it's not the final design.
So I guess I have kind of a question for staff of, what is the consequence of this decision? So obviously in every smart scale process, there comes a point where the Planning Commission has to make this decision. And every time I've ever been here, and I expect all the time since it's free money, we say it's totally in accord with the comprehensive plan. What does it mean to say that it's not? Does that mean they pack up and go home and give up? Or that they make adjustments and come back again?
Well, if it were deemed not, then we would look at potential adjustments to see if that was possible. But this is something that they've pointed out numerous things that it supports within the specific plan, and it's also noted in the transportation aspects of the comp plan, because we've had multiple designs over the years for a similar project, and this project is a lot less impactful than what had been worked through in the past. And so it's something that has been mentioned in there. And this is going through the process of confirming that, so that they can continue to move forward through the process.
I'm going to hurt
What do you mean
myself
by
for asking this question, but what part about it doesn't match the comp plan to you?
The comp plan and associated appendices call for safe bicycle infrastructure and making our roads safe for all users. Having intersections with bike lanes that don't exist, that are shared with vehicle lanes, having our entire network of bike lanes not have any protection at all.
Well,
I'd say it falls short of that standard. Recognizing that the Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan does have a provision that allows unprotected bike lanes when necessary.
Well, so like, as we just talked about not that long ago today, our streets are what they are. And so are you suggesting in that area we tell the neighbors that we're going to not just take 7 feet, but take an additional 10 to get?
I mean, when you're talking
You're
about
considering safe-
7 feet on either side plus a 4-foot buffer that's on the far side of the bike lane and then a sidewalk, it doesn't seem like that's the only alternative here. But that said, I recognize we're also not, at a final design, and that hopefully these elements of the design can change in the future to offer real physical protection for bicyclists and other personal vehicle users on our street. Not saying I'm making a motion to recommend that it's, or to say that it's not. Just asking a question.
All right. I just didn't know what you thought might not be in line with the comp
It's
plan.
the bike lanes I'm worried about.
Yeah, so I was thinking about the traffic calming abilities of trees and shaded streets. I saw some islands in the middle. Are there other traffic calming? Because when you widen a street like this, you're going to tend to get a higher velocity vehicle traffic. I didn't see any other traffic calming features on this road.
Well, the street's not getting wider.
No, they're
Well,
providing-
but it's
travel lanes aren't getting wider.
when you open it up, though, is what. So right now with the treescape and the shaded streets, that people tend to slow down. That's a traffic calming mechanism. So if those are gone, what are
Been
some
on
other?
Park Street lately?
Well, right. Yeah, are there any other traffic calming features that you were going to put on the?
We have not considered all the traffic calming features. We're just getting to conceptual design right now. We think the median island is certainly something that if it was treated correctly and maybe even part of that gateway, we've talked about maybe changing the pavement a little bit, maybe like as what happens up at the new project there up at Rio, where you maybe have some textured pavement or something, because that is sort of like your gateway moment is right there at a Mimosa. Yes, you're past technically the city limit line, but it's a good spot to maybe have something happening there. We are going to plant trees. We're going to look at all of our designs for crosswalks aren't totally finished yet, so there are treatments that we haven't even gotten to yet that we're still thinking about. And a couple places we're going to need a retaining wall that you'll see from the street to try to not impact trees and structures, so that we can minimize damage in those areas. So those are in our project as well. So with some texturing and just the feel of coming into an urban area, we think we can, yes, we're providing more paved area, and that is true, and that's something that we're competing against how to keep speeds down. Okay. I will say we did a speed study, and speeds right now in off-peak, I think we covered this with you at your work session, but they are actually right at the speed limit, which you would normally see if there was a tendency to speed through this corridor, they would probably be higher. Part of that, though, is because you don't feel real comfortable on that street today. There's a lot of hills and site challenges that we're going to be fixing. So with that comes how do we maintain we get that, and we aren't there yet, but we will hopefully have some solutions for that as we move forward. Okay.
I can tell you that those islands in the center of the street at Hinton United Methodist Church have worked.
Oh yeah. But
True.
The fire department doesn't like them.
Well, the fire department approves these.
Ms. Dow.
I don't feel like it's a conceptual design. Anytime we're talking about eminent domain, it just kind of sends bad vibes. And then I am also concerned about the environmental impact. But otherwise, I think it's a little bit more tweaking we can do there. I do want to stress that I do feel like, and granted, I went on Google Maps and went up and down the street. I don't really see a lot of, I don't see on-street parking from 250
There isn't much. It's only maybe
It's a very
50 or
little
60 yards worth of on-street parking right now. Yeah.
So originally I was kind of.
We're not
concerned
losing
about
much
that,
at all.
But after looking, that there's very little anyway. It's not a huge impact.
Okay. Mr. Soliates.
I missed something. I'm terribly sorry. I think I did bring up speed reductions at the last work session. That makes total sense to me. The safety is a key issue here. Reducing speed will improve noise. Will also buy us space. Slower cars don't need as much width. I strongly encourage that as a concept. I didn't hear that. Is that something you're looking at? No. I'm sorry. It's currently 35 posted. Thank you. Maybe too late, but it is an important idea, and you may see something in the comprehensive plan about
Not
this.
a done deal yet.
If it comes. The city can't set speed limits?
That's right. I thought our roads were controlled by the city and not by VDOT.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, that's mine too.
Yeah,
Our
you
roads
get,
are, but they're established by
there's
VDOT.
there's a different process.
The state law has a process, and so to reduce the speed limit as part of the project, you have to do an accompanying engineering study that says the design of the road has been changed in a way that requires the speed to be reduced in order for it to be safe. So you have to have an engineering study that backs up any decision to change the speed limit if there is a statute that says the default speed on this type of street is X. Now, I don't know if this is one of those types of streets. Usually it's within a residential zone where the speeds are more than 25, but at any rate, the speed has to be validated by an engineering study.
Fair. So would that be out of scope? I actually don't know.
I'm not sure. They haven't gotten far enough in their design to.
It's not currently in our scope. I can tell you from what we've seen from our speed, we've taken speed, we've monitored the speeds out there. Under the engineering criteria we usually use to reduce speeds, this street probably would not fall into that category.
As currently engineered, but there will be a change.
Including after what you've seen here.
Thank you.
I just have one other question, and I can't see one, maybe because I'm tired. Does this go past the JPA intersection?
No.
No, the JPA RC Hunt.
So this is a preliminary plan. We're just making a vote for the comp plan that says we either need improvements on this road or we don't. We're designing this right now and getting into weeds.
Yeah, we are. Thank you.
So this is a comp plan.
This is
So the question is, do we
design.
need improvements on this road? Do we need infrastructure, bike and ped, or not? And if the answer is no, then let's vote this down and move on. But this is a comp plan item. This is not designed yet.
I share the concerns expressed about bicycle safety. Seeing the speakers tonight was deeply troubling. I don't know what the right balance will be, if it will be speed, if it will be protection for bicycles. Mixing people in at the JPA intersection troubles me. Otherwise, I'm very excited about this plan.
So, sorry. The comprehensive plan goal, urban den landscape and habitat, expand and protect the overall tree canopy of the city and increase the canopy of neighborhoods, adding canopy trees and landscape buffers, also large trees in the along the road help reduce the speed as well. This certainly can, and I will vote for this as complying as it appears to us now with the comprehensive plan, but it's going to need to have the kinds of trees and coverage that the comprehensive plan calls for.
Yes. All right. Is there a motion someone would like to make?
Page 10
And
of the
obviously-
report has some options.
I move that the proposed Fontaine Avenue streetscape project concept located on Fontaine Avenue between the city limits of JPA Avenue and the city of Charlottesville. General character, location, and extent of the proposed improvements are substantially in accord with the city's adopted 2013 comprehensive plan or part thereof.
Ms. Creasy.
Need a
Wait,
second.
somebody need a
Oh,
second.
yeah, anybody second it?
Second.
Ms. Creasy.
Mr. Lahindra?
Aye.
Mr. Solly Yates?
Aye.
Ms. Dow? Aye. Mr. Heaton?
Aye.
Mr. Stolensberg?
Aye.
Ms. Green?
Aye.
And Mr. Mitchell?
Aye. Wow, I thought I could have just gone through that. Good. Okay. The next item, ma'am. Ma'am.
Please excuse me, but it is almost 11 o'clock,
Yes, ma'am.
and I have to get back to you.
I understand. But thank you for sticking it out as long as you did. The next item on our public hearing document is SP 19-0008. And this is a request for a drive-through on Barracks Road. Likely to be a drive-through for what may become a Chick-fil-A. Well, why don't you stand both? The property fronts Emmett Street North, and it's zoned as urban corridor mixed-use district, with an entrance corridor overlay. Sir.
All right. Good evening, Council. Joey Winter, City Planner with NDS. This item is a special use permit request to authorize a restaurant drive-through window at 1000 Emmett Street North in the Barracks Road Shopping Center. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing Burger King at this location and construct a Chick-fil-A restaurant with a drive-through window. A modification to the front yard setback along Emmett Street is also being recommended due to some utility issues. The site is owned URB with entrance corridor overlay and is approximately 0.8 acres. The property is further identified on a portion of City Real Property Tax Map 1, Parcel 1. The general land use plan calls for mixed-use development. The proposed restaurant use is allowed by right in the URB district. A special use permit is required for a drive-through window pursuant to City Code Section 34-796. So to be clear, Planning Commission review of this special use permit request should focus solely on whether the restaurant drive-through window is appropriate in this location. It should not focus on whether a restaurant is appropriate in this location or what type of restaurant that should be. The subject property lies in the Route 29 North entrance corridor. So the Entrance Corridor Review Board makes a recommendation on this request. As the Entrance Corridor Review Board earlier tonight, a long time ago, you guys recommended that the proposed drive-through window will not have an adverse impact on the entrance corridor. City Code Section 34-162 allows City Council to modify yard regulations as an SUP condition. The city's utilities engineer has recommended that the front yard regulation be modified to allow for access to the sanitary sewer line and storm sewer culverts that run across the front of this property. The recommended modification is that the maximum setback along Emmett Street North be changed from 30 feet to 92 feet. Regarding the drive-through window use, the proposed use is identical to the existing use at the property and is harmonious with existing patterns of use and development within the neighborhood and the Barracks Road Shopping Center. For some context, on Emmett Street North, in between the Route 250 bypass and the intersection with Massey Street, which is a distance of about 1 mile, there are currently 11 businesses operating drive-through windows, 6 restaurants, 4 banks, and a pharmacy. There are currently 5 businesses operating drive-through windows in the Barracks Road Shopping Center, including the Burger King that currently exists at this site. Regarding some traffic concerns related to this request, that an email was received earlier by the Planning Commission earlier this afternoon about expressing concern about traffic as it relates to this SUP request. The city traffic engineer went back and looked at this application again with that email in mind, and offers 2 comments. The first would be regarding the concern about traffic congestion getting from Emmett Street into the site. Because this site is interior to the Barracks Road Shopping Center, there will be very little noticeable impact on Emmett Street. Emmett Street has approximately 23,000 vehicles per day. Per the ITE Trip Generation Manual, a fast food restaurant with a drive-through of this size will have approximately 2,200 vehicles per day. Out of 21 studies done, the maximum number of vehicle trips was around 2,900. And the vast majority of those trips will be captured by pass-by traffic. So that's traffic that was already on Emmett Street coming to this restaurant. The second point was regarding concern about traffic congestion interior to the Barracks Road Shopping Center. Traffic engineering has worked with the designers to mitigate traffic congestion as much as reasonable. The current drive-through for Burger King can stack approximately 10 cars in the drive-through. With the double drive-through lane in conjunction with turning one of the drive aisles into a one-way aisle, the designers have been able to accommodate up to 60 cars with this proposed layout. And that would be 60 cars before parking areas for other businesses are impacted. As this application relates to the comprehensive plan, the general land use plan calls for mixed-use development. Per Chapter 2 of the comprehensive plan, mixed-use development should enhance pedestrian connections between commercial centers and public facilities. Therefore, steps should be taken to mitigate the drive-through window's adverse impacts on pedestrian connections in the vicinity of this site. And city staff should have the ability to require additional safety measures be taken that protect pedestrian traffic from vehicle traffic related to the drive-through window use, which brings me to the proposed staff conditions for this site. So if Planning Commission recommends approval of this SUP, 3 conditions are proposed by staff, and they are in your packet. Condition 1 would ensure safety measures be taken to protect the pedestrian traffic coming from Emmett Street North to the restaurant. Condition 2 would provide for an additional pedestrian route from the internal parking areas of Barracks Road Shopping Center. It would ensure that this route is as accessible as feasible, and like condition 1, would ensure that safety measures can be put in place to mitigate the impact of the drive-through window use. Now, the condition 2 in your packet, the wording of that has been changed slightly based on conversations with the city attorney and the applicant and city staff. I have those here for you now, but the intent of that condition, as stated in your packet, remains the same. And then the last condition, condition 3, would modify the front yard regulation for this site based on recommendations from the city's utilities engineer. So those are the conditions proposed by staff. Per City Code Section 34-157, Planning Commission may recommend other reasonable conditions of approval that would mitigate the adverse impacts of the drive-through window. But again, please remember that this application before you and the discussion tonight should be focused on the impact of the drive-through window use, not the restaurant use itself. A couple other quick items before I turn things over to the applicant. Bicycle parking will be required on site per the site plan ordinance at a rate of 1 space per every 1,000 square feet of public space. Scooter parking, there is no scooter parking required by the zoning ordinance for this site. And landscaping requirements, the applicant will be required to comply with all landscaping requirements of the zoning ordinance. And no landscaping waivers have been submitted or granted for this site. So in conclusion, please remember Section 34-157 contains the general standards for issuance of a special use permit, and that City Code Section 34-162 allows modification of yard regulations as a condition of a special use permit. With that, I'm available to answer any questions, and I will turn it over to the applicant.
Well, any questions for staff?
Will this come back to us at a later process, or part of the process?
So whether or not a drive-through is appropriate in this location would not come back to you if this goes
No,
on
I'm talking
council in
about the
terms of
site
the
plan.
design. And I would emphasize that none of the design, the signage is under review tonight. And that would come back to you at the site plan stage.
And the rest of the site plan, yes or no?
The
Just the
site-
signage?
The site plan would, since it's associated with a site with an SUP, if a SUP is provided for the site, would be required to come back, the site plan.
Good.
Planning Commission will be the reviewing body.
Thank you. In your opinion, would it be worth adding a condition requiring compliance with the landscaping ordinance, or we already do that?
I think the applicant is already required to comply with the landscaping ordinance.
Thank you.
All right. You got anything? No. Please.
Good evening, almost morning. I appreciate your time and attention this evening. My name is Ryan Yager with Bowler Engineering. I'm on here on behalf of the applicant. And as Joey mentioned and thoroughly explained, we are proposing to tear down the existing Burger King and install and build a new Chick-fil-A. It is inclusive of a drive-through, just like the existing use is before it. And we are working together with staff in order to make traffic calming measures, as well as stacking measures as well. We do have the ability to increase the stacking of the actual center to approximately 60 cars, as Joey mentioned, and also 19 cars specifically within the double drive area as well. We've worked together with staff as well to accommodate pedestrian connectivity and bicycle parking and such, especially from Emmett Street, and having an accessible route through ADA guidelines to the front entrance of the store, as well as pedestrian connectivity within the center to the extent of our availability to do so. We are in agreement with the conditions that staff put as associated with this SUP. The only caveat to which is we are responsible within our lease line area, and we would have to have further discussions with the overall property owner and landowner to modify anything outside of our lease line. So we're willing to accommodate anything for pedestrian connectivity that we have control over. With that, I'm available for any questions and happy to answer.
I'm a little bit confused about the lease line area issue. So I take it that Barracks Road property owner owns the little slice of land between you and the sidewalk? Do I understand that correctly?
Incorrect. So it's the right-of-way, the public right-of-way, and then abutting our adjacent lease area. That is all in our control to actually provide a pedestrian access. What we're concerned with is actually the connectivity between our lease area, which is a front pad site of the overall shopping center, and the shopping center behind us in the parking fields.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
What is Wise Street? And when you guys say connection to the west, does that mean the parking area or the area by Zoe's Kitchen?
Yes, so great question. The Wise Street entrance is the entrance to the actual shopping center. It's named Wise Street, but it's literally the entrance to the shopping center. To the west would be the parking behind the Chick-fil-A, in between the Barnes & Noble and the Chick-fil-A there, the parking area to the rear.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Right, then we will open it up for public comment. Would anyone from the public like to speak? All right, the public comment session is concluded. Commissioners, any thoughts, any comments?
Actually, I've got a question for staff. How is that going to work? Are we just like building a sidewalk to nowhere in the back there, or how will that work with the property owner?
If you look across at the Zoe's Kitchen, there's an example of something staff had envisioned in terms of the bicycle pedestrian coordinator, the ADA coordinator, myself. This condition doesn't specify exactly what the route is, and the intent was to leave it up to the applicant to determine how that can best be met. Obviously, it would be part of the site plan that route would be on, so staff would evaluate at that point, give feedback, make sure it meets all code. But this is a condition. We are not demanding the applicant do something. The goal was to have pedestrian access and mitigate the impacts of having a drive-through go around the building on anybody who's walking from the shopping center or from Emmett Street to get a chicken sandwich.
So I have a question for you. If you're mitigating the impact of this drive-through, what kind of impact was it for the past drive-through? So why is it now a problem that you need to mitigate the impact?
This staff report and this analysis was in relation to this request before us. There is no existing SUP for the Burger King drive-through. My assumption is that was done before a special use permit was required for a drive-through in this location.
But you're saying that the drive-through needs impacts mitigated.
We were saying that when you look at the standards in the code of a special use permit, what can be done, there's additional impacts of having to drive through at this location on.
So there's
on it.
additional impacts for having a drive-through.
Yes,
Yes.
And the focus tonight is only of the drive-through use.
I'm only talking about the drive-through.
Okay.
Okay.
And on the north side of Wise Street, will they be required to bring that up to standards, like add sidewalks, for example, which there aren't right now? So the
North
entrance next to, basically, as you're going in on that like 4-lane entranceway next to Burger King, there are no sidewalks or anything. Did they have to add them?
That is not a requirement of the code. The code requires improvements of sidewalks along the public right-of-way. Wise Street is not a public right-of-way.
That's a private street.
Yes, it's an access easement. It's termed Wise Street, but it is not city control. And no setbacks apply on Wise Street either because it is not a city street. The only setback for this property is the one in the front on Emmett Street North.
So if we're going to require a pedestrian route from Emmett Street, it's just going to go a few feet up along Wise Street and then cut in to the Chick-fil-A area and not go all the way up so you could walk into Barracks Road Shopping Center, for
The
example.
requirement is an accessible route from the public right-of-way, which would be Emmett Street North, to the primary entrance of the restaurant.
Okay.
Okay, one more question for you. Your staff analysis says this is in compliance with the comp plan because blah, blah, subject property designated for mixed-use development. So establish a mix of uses within walking distance of residential neighborhoods that will enhance opportunities for small group interaction throughout Charlottesville. How's this double drive-through enhancing the pedestrian access to meet the comp plan?
I'm sorry, how does the
double drive-through, which is what we're giving an SUP for, which you stated in your report complies with the comprehensive plan, and what you chose, or whomever, says that it enhances the, establish a mix of uses within walking distance of a residential neighborhood that will enhance opportunities for small group interaction. My question to you is, how does a double lane drive-through stacking up 19 cars and more, probably more than that, enhance the pedestrian interaction for neighborhoods?
I don't believe the staff report says that.
Page 7 at the bottom.
I got it, and the analysis states what the intent of the mixed-use district is. That first part of it lays out what the intent of the mixed-use district is. The second part provides some measures that can be taken to make this development conform.
Right,
with
I helped write the comp plan. I know what it says. And the idea behind this is you all select what pieces of the comp plan comply, and you're saying, but this particular goal talks about the pedestrian access and the pedestrian enhancement and interconnectivity for pedestrians. And I'm asking you how you chose this particular one to tell me that this double-decker drive-through enhances the pedestrian so that you chose this one to say that this double-decker drive-through is in compliance with the comp plan?
I would just say that the staff analysis is there, and it says what it says, and that was staff's analysis. If you have a different analysis, or this commission or city council has a different analysis, that is what you're entitled to and what you have more authority to do, as I do, as staff.
Can you talk a little bit about the utility constraint? Because to me, it seems like, a Chick-fil-A there is within walking distance of, say, Lambeth Road, and I can see students walking there, but it does seem at 90 feet setback from the road, walking through a drive-through to get there, fairly not pedestrian-oriented, as the comp plan recommends. So why is that necessary?
If you look in the staff report, or my staff report, on page 6, there's a diagram, and it shows in red there is one utility line, and in blue the culverts for the sewer, and that is the reality of the situation of what we're dealing with on the ground. It was brought to the utilities engineer's attention, and it was worked early on in the pre-application meeting that this would be an issue, and this is the recommended solution to that.
So even within the existing building footprint would still be an issue? Because the existing setback is, was it 32?
Well, the requirement is 30 feet. The current Burger King that's there does not meet that requirement. It is more than 30 feet.
Gotcha.
Over the maximum, so the current building does not conform to the setbacks.
But we're extending that even further, right? Do we have a number on that, by any chance?
How far the Burger King, the front of the Burger King is?
How much further back we are now? Or yeah, same question, I guess.
It's 31 feet.
Okay. So
Speak if needed.
the extra 60 feet, was that utilities asking for that? Or just,
That was the recommendation from utilities, was that this is the layout that we think would work.
gotcha. We didn't get colors, by the way.
Yeah, so, yeah, none of our stuff is
Oh,
called.
I'm sorry. So the outside of it, and there's sort of a drawn hash one across, is some culverts. And then further into the property away from Emmett Street, there's a thick line, and that would be a sanitary sewer line.
Can you tell me the stacking of the single Burger King? What's the stacking on that? The existing drive-through.
I think I got that. The figures I quoted you were from the city's traffic engineer. The applicant might have their own. If I could just find that. So the stacking in the current Burger King drive-through can stack approximately 10 vehicles.
So we're doubling the stacking.
Well, we're doubling the capacity, or I don't have the figures in front of me, but it can handle the drive aisle and the drive-through lane itself. The figure quoted here from traffic
So
engineering
19,
is
okay.
60.
But you're doubling from 10 to 19, so you're going from 10 to 19, which is essentially doubling the stacking with a double drive-through. Right.
The-
Okay.
Any other questions?
Kind of a minor one, but on condition 1, we're requiring accessible pedestrian route from the public sidewalk to the primary entrance. What I worry about is that, as shown in the preliminary site plan or the pre-preliminary or whatever, it's a fairly indirect route. It's kind of like you go up and then you cut back for like 6 feet and then you go in. Is it logical to change that to a direct accessible pedestrian route?
So the site plan that is in your packet and was submitted by the applicant has not gone through staff review. So questions like this would come up and be reviewed by staff. And if it is not in compliance with the current ordinance, staff would make that comment and they would be required to comply with.
Does the ordinance require that it be direct, or does it allow it to be ambling? I guess my question is, now is the time we can impose conditions where that is a condition. Should we say direct to say that it's as reasonably short as possible, or something like that?
I think the building code actually will address that. The building
Okay.
code specifies, I can't remember the exact wording, but I think it's
It does have to be the most direct route
the
per
most
ADA.
direct route. So the building code's pretty strict about those things. So I think it'll be dealt with that way and in the site plan.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Thank you.
On the basis that the proposal would serve public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practice, I move to recommend approval of this application for a special use permit to authorize a restaurant with a drive-through window on the subject property, subject to the following conditions. The two conditions, 1 and 3, I'm sorry. They're not numbered the same.
So
2
the-
and 3 in the in our packet, and then the revised number 1 in our revision of proposed staff conditions. Is that
So the paper that you were handed has the 1 is the same and 3 is the same as what's in your packet. Number 2, the cross out of what was in your packet is there, and then the new number 2, which gets more specific to
Well,
what
how
the
about if I
existing
just
2 is.
amend my motion to say the conditions as shown on the revised proposed staff conditions sheet?
Second.
I'm just gonna make one statement. You guys talk out of both sides of your mouth. We have conversations this whole thing about environment, about pedestrian connectivity, and what we're trying to create, and what does the comp plan, and then you guys are going to approve a double drive-through with 20 cars that sit and will not have pedestrian connectivity to that building. If you haven't gone to Pantops, go check it out. There's no way for a pedestrian, especially a pedestrian in a wheelchair, to get from that location to that building.
Thank you, Lisa. I don't want to be lectured here.
Okay.
All right.
All right, is there any more discussion? All right, Ms. Creasy, we got a second, right? Okay. Ms.
Absolutely.
Mr. Lahindra.
Aye.
Mr. Solly Yates.
Aye.
Mr. Heaton.
No.
Mr. Stolensberg.
Aye.
Ms. Green.
No.
And Mr. Mitchell.
Aye. All right, and that concludes all of our public comment items.
It doesn't matter.
And my question to you guys is, you want a 5-minute break before we go into the last 2 items, or, okay, please, take 5 minutes and come back. 5 minutes.
Ready to take more than 5.
phase 2 of their overall redevelopment plan for their South First Street property at 100 to 1000 First Street South Street. The existing critical slopes areas located on this property includes 2.02 acres, or approximately 26% of the site. The applicable definition of a critical slope is as follows: any slope whose grade is 25% or greater, in which a portion of the slope has a horizontal run greater than 20 feet and its total area is 6,000 square feet, and a portion of the slope is within 200 feet of a waterway, in which case this is Pollock's Branch. In order to grant a waiver, City Council is required to make one of two specific findings. Either one, the public benefit of allowing disturbance of the critical slope outweigh the benefits afforded by the existing undisturbed slope, or two, due to the unusual physical conditions or existing development of a site, the critical slope restriction would unreasonably limit the use or development of the property. The applicant has provided justifications for both criteria found in the application supplement in your packet. Both the engineering and environmental departments have noted difficulty assessing the full impacts of the disturbance due to insufficient information provided in the application. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission focuses on whether the public benefits of the disturbance of the critical slope outweigh the public benefit of keeping the critical slopes undisturbed, as well as the potential negative erosion and sediment impacts to environmentally sensitive areas that may be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Should the Commission recommend approval of the critical slope waiver, staff has included several potential considerations for consideration within the staff report. Happy to answer any questions, and we also have staff available from our environmental and engineering departments as well.
Questions? Wow.
Yes, the applicant indicated that there's some differences on what is a critical slope and what isn't. They show a pretty compelling graphic that compares the critical slope areas with existing disturbance. The critical slopes have already been uncriticaled. Where is the data coming from? Are we inaccurate?
I'll ask other folks to step up if I'm misspeaking, but as far as our assessment is, we go by the information provided in our city maps to assess what's critical slopes, and as far as what I understand is we still believe that our information is accurate, and we haven't been provided with any information to show that those maps should be changed.
Did we do a inventory when we did the critical slope? Missy, didn't we do some kind of inventory when we passed the critical slope ordinance not that long ago?
There was a map put in place that noted the criteria through the critical slopes and noted the areas that that are considered. There is also language in there if an applicant were to do their own study and
Right.
provide that information to engineering for review, then that can be taken into account and may change from the mapping conditions.
I thought we did some kind of study because we had that weird rock outcropping thing that we talked about at some point. So I thought we did look from topographical maps when we did the ordinance
Yes.
years
there was-
back.
I mean, there was, well, yes. There is a map that is associated with the code.
Right.
And so that is the first place that one looks to see if critical slopes apply. If an applicant feels that that map may be in error, then they have the opportunity to do a study to provide data that notes otherwise.
Did they do that in this case?
I don't know.
I don't believe so.
Scott, did you do that?
We did it for phase 1 and that didn't go very well. So we just took the city information and pasted it.
That's good. Jody.
So it's late and I'm having trouble interpreting this drawing. I'm looking at the critical slopes impact map which is sheet number 4 by Collins. And so the legend has existing critical slopes, impact areas to critical slopes. What is that?
Would you like us to present?
I'm sorry?
Not yet. We will. I want to, because I want to ask a question related to that, staff before we move on, sir.
Oh. Am I out of line?
No. She wanted to move ahead to present, but I want, before the applicant presents, I want to ask staff a couple of questions as well, but you've got the floor,
Well, then, if
Mr.
you're going to present this, then I'll wait till
Okay.
the presentation.
All right, well, I've got a couple questions, and it's for the record, because you've already alluded to this. The November 8th submission was missing the location of the Pollock Creek on sheet 4 of the critical slope map. Have we gotten a revised application that shows us where Pollock Creek is on sheet 4? We have not. Is staff able to make a recommendation as to the impact of this development while under construction or after development runoff, the impact on Pollock Creek without having seen their iteration of sheet 4 in the critical slope impact map?
So first of all, my name is Jack Dawson. I'm the city engineer. To speak to that question, the stream, so the contours are shown there, so it's pretty easy to infer where the stream generally is on that map. But more specifically to your question, it's more really of a conceptual layout from the removal of there's, believe there's 5 existing storm drains that just discharge to the creek as is. All of those 5 are being removed. I don't believe there's been surveyed information for how deep those pipes are. So if you currently look at those impacts, you'll see rectangles around those areas, which is the LED to remove those pipes. Along with those 5 existing outfalls, I believe there's 1 sewer line that's also crossing the creek entirely that they're removing, as well as 2 proposed outfalls. So those will all impact the stream in some regard. From the first bit is that all of them, I believe, are shown with a 20-foot width of limits of disturbance there. And with the information proposed, it's not guaranteed that that 20-foot is going to be adequate because the depth of those pipes is unknown. So when you talk about excavating to remove those things, it's not clear how wide that needs to be. So your stream question, I don't think showing the stream has a great extent of, it's less impactful to how specific the work would be in those areas.
Well, what information do you need to be able to advise us as it relates to the impact of the development and the development as it's going on and the development after it exists on Pollock Creek?
So from there's really 2 components. One is the stormwater component generally, which is the proposed conditions after the site's been built out. The other issue is impacts from erosion, which is more during construction.
Yeah.
So we don't have any erosion sediment control plans at this point under review. So that ties in more with, again, what we're looking at from impacts is more of a conceptual level because there isn't a sequence or methods at this point or information. So if you look at that impacts, that's probably going to be pretty close, plus or minus 10, 15 feet here or there.
I mean, what you've got is going to be...
When you look at what the applicant submitted, that's, they've identified all the outfalls and the sewer lines that need to be removed, and they're showing 2 proposed outfall locations. I know that the engineering is not all there for the proposed outfall locations, so those might get tweaked some from a outfall stabilization design standpoint and those sorts of things. But from removing the utilities, it's those, it might double in width, those little rectangles shooting down to the slopes. So I would tell you generally, you could sort of, we don't have enough specific information to tell you exactly what those impacts would be, but it's going to look similar to what's on that impact plan, maybe growing some.
So
because
you are comfortable that we are doing what needs to be done to appropriately protect the Pollock branch, based on what they've offered?
I'm not comfortable saying that. We're definitely going to protect Pollock's branch, but this is pretty preliminary in regards to, from an engineering standpoint.
At what point do you typically get and actually approve the stormwater management plan? Do you typically get that with the critical slope waiver, or does it come after the critical slope waiver?
I believe that's sort of an applicant's decision in regard to when they want to proceed, and I'll have Carrie maybe speak to the timeline some here, but I know that the accelerated timeline, I believe, is what occurred with us reviewing a critical slopes waiver prior to having something that's closer to a final engineered plan. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I would say that's accurate. Generally, it's up to the applicant as to when they would want to submit the critical slopes waiver. In terms of the site plan process, generally, folks are farther along in the site plan process before that application does come in, though I believe that the expedited timeline generally that CRHA is operating on probably had something to do with the application coming in at this point.
But I was asking specifically about the storm water management plan. When do you typically get that? Do you get that with the waiver, or do you get that with the site plan? No.
Generally, that's wrapped in as part of the site plan, and so that would be running along the same level of detail as the site plan. So we would be seeing those all moving along the same track, and generally the critical slopes application coming when we're at a farther level of design is generally, but it could be up to the applicant as to when that would come in.
Ooh, do you think that you have, I mean, that you've made good recommendations, you've outlined things to mitigate this if we approve it. Are you comfortable with the mitigation actions you've suggested? Do you think that'll appropriately protect Pollock Creek?
I will defer to engineering and environmental.
Yeah, so again, specifically, there's not enough information to say that this plan is totally adequate in protecting the creek. That's not to say that it won't be addressed in the future, but that is in the future in which it will be addressed.
And
So
what options do I have to make certain that it gets addressed?
that would be the conditions which I believe are outlined in the recommendations here.
And I'm sorry, I probably wasn't very clear. You're comfortable that the conditions you recommended will make certain that the protection of the creek, as I've suggested, is dealt with?
Yes, with the recommendations and then the standard engineering review, using our authority to ensure compliance with the existing stormwater and erosion sediment control regulations. Yes.
Is the engineering review you're referring to a city engineer review,
Yes.
or is it an outside environmental engineer?
City engineering review. Yes, correct.
Well, this doesn't work.
Okay. Why don't you change chairs?
Why is that chair so much shorter?
Come back up to us.
Okay, where were we? Ashley, do you have a presentation?
Good evening again, Ashley Davies, Riverbend Development. I am joined tonight by Scott Collins, our engineer on the project, and because it's late, I will hop right back into it. I wanted to show this slide again that we saw earlier because I think it really demonstrates what Lyle was alluding to earlier, is that when this site was developed in the 80s, you can very clearly see the areas that were graded out to create the existing 58 units and the ball fields that comprise phase one. And there, on the back of those units, there is a chain link fence that pretty much defines the border of the critical slopes. And once you get to that chain link fence, it is a very steep drop off. And that's what we were looking at with the resident design team as those areas we really need to stay off of as we look at how to increase the density on the site and provide more affordable housing. And that's, again, how they develop their character zones and their site plan. But, I think what we were seeing in the city maps, as you mentioned, is a little bit different. I want to just show this exhibit that will hopefully. It's shown up
Why
there.
didn't we get
Okay.
color? I don't know. Why did we get colored this time? Everything we got is black and white.
Well, the black and white doesn't help you very much, does it?
No.
So what this shows is you've got our proposed development, and there are a couple of categories shown. The yellow is pretty much, most of that is areas that have already been impacted by the previous work in the 80s, plus our one new outfall. But those areas in blue and red are either the new public utilities going in or driveways that are both exempt from the critical slope waiver request. And then the red areas are those existing public utilities that we are required by engineering to remove. We can't just abandon those and leave them in place. So that's another public utility impact that is, in our opinion, exempt from the critical slope waiver request. And then all the green areas are the existing critical slopes that have we're projecting no impact to. And then this one does have the blue put in so you can see more clearly the location of Pollock's Branch. So the basic concept behind what we're doing is really sticking to the areas that were already developed and then giving ourselves a little bit of space. This was something we learned from the phase one, just allowing space to really be able to address the staff's recommendation of being able to get in the erosion and sediment control measures to really protect the critical slopes that are not being impacted. So giving some space to get in those measures and making sure that we can actually install the buildings as shown on the site plan. Scott, do you want to come up and add or reference the existing?
Scott Collins, Collins Engineering. There's a couple things I wanted to kind of highlight with this map to talk about as far as the outfalls and some of the impacts. The biggest thing is this area right here. This spot right here is heavily eroded. It is a sheer one-to-one cliff right here, right past where that fence line is. We are doing everything to stay off of this area. And as in this area right here, the stream is showing erosion, especially when it makes this bend. So we designed the project to completely eliminate all these outfalls in this area that's above this one spot. And we're installing a new outfall right here, which is right opposite of an outfall from this neighborhood right here down to the stream. And it's a great spot because it's a very well-established part of the stream past the major bend right here in the creek, and allows us to get an outfall in this one spot to the creek. Now, what's also unique about this spot is this is the only spot right here. We have this spot that we have access to this creek, and we have this little spot right here we have access to the creek. None of this right here do we have access from our site to the creek without crossing over property line and need easements, which is why we don't have any proposed outfalls through here. So as far as comfort level, as far as outfalls for this development, we really only have two spots, this spot and this spot. We looked with engineering about maybe combining this area to our previous outfall, and it was just too much stormwater to do that, so we had to do another spot. So we've worked those two spots out with engineering, and I feel comfortable about those two spots. As far as these impacts, the city utilities would like us to remove the existing sewer and these existing outfalls. They're not very deep, they outfall high, and they're exempt as far as the ordinance. This impact right here is exempt because it's taking water from the right-of-way there's a large culvert pipe that crosses over through the site that we're picking up and rerouting through to the stream. And that's why that's colored in blue as well. So really, the biggest point we're talking about is this little bit of critical slope impacts just along the edge, enough to get, we feel very comfortable that's enough to get all our erosion control measures in to protect the stream while we're doing the redevelopment of the upland areas and get it stabilized. And then they had this one additional outfall right here. And those are the main highlights
with the critical slopes waiver request.
The only thing I wanted to point out as well is that one of the conditions proposed by staff talks about a particular phasing of the project, and I wanted to be sure that you were aware, we may have presented this in our work session with you, but there is a specific phasing already suggested that we really need to follow for the South First Street site plan. I don't know why this is not showing up on your screen, but there's a phase 2A and a phase 2B, and that is primarily, it's totally based on relocation purposes on the site. So our phase 1 is only 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. So in phase 2A, we have to build 4 and 5 bedroom units
In this
to,
area.
yeah, to accommodate those existing households, so we don't have to force anyone to move off site. So yeah, the phase 2A includes that area going back, and then some of the townhouse area along the front. So I can kind of show that. But I just wanted to be sure that, so phase 2A is basically this piece right here. So a lot of it is up front on South First Street, but I just didn't want to get a condition incorporated that does not allow us to proceed with those very specific relocation efforts for residents.
And as far as the drainage divide as well, this phase line is, the phases actually almost works pretty well with the drainage divide, because you have the drainage divide through the site, basically right where the park is. So this is all with one outfall right here, and then the rest of the site all goes to this outfall. So you could theoretically develop this drainage shed with this outfall and still have all this area stabilized with the existing development, and then flip-flop it when we go to the next phase.
And then would it make sense to do that 2B phase with the ones adjacent to First Street first for the reasons stated in the proposed conditions?
Yes, that's correct.
The 2A and B situation is new to me. I didn't know if maybe our other staff were aware that there was consideration for that. Guess not. So that's brand new. I don't know if that affects this in any way that these guys should speak to as well after the presentation.
Okay.
In our presentation, I guess not the critical slope one, but the neighborhood one, it's always talked about two different phases.
No, there's phase 1, phase 2.
No, there was a
At the work
2A,
session, they did talk about building 4 bedrooms
2A and
first.
2B, yeah, because of relocation. It was in our packet.
Yeah, it was.
But essentially, you guys are saying, now, I guess within that phase 2A, so you're okay with that condition for phase 2B to build the townhomes along First Street first. But for 2A, those rear, I guess, apartment buildings, you need to do at the same time. And then, so are you saying that like, because should they can then just be split into 2 and then 2A is exempted and 2B has the same condition? Or like within 2A, while it's all under construction, does it make sense to do the townhomes adjacent to First Street first and then the apartment buildings? Or do those need to be simultaneous, keeping in mind they're all in the same phase of construction?
So ideally, we would like to just be able to follow the phasing as we've established with 2A and 2B and not have that condition within the critical slopes waiver, but maintain all the rest of the conditions.
Okay.
I think that would be probably, I just would fear that we might have other factors coming into play on how all this needs to line up, and the fact that it will be a LIHTC project and we have a very compressed timeline as it is, that I wouldn't want to put additional conditions if we can avoid it and if the slopes are properly protected with the other conditions from staff.
Do you guys have any suggestions for ways to mitigate the impacts by losing that condition? Or kind of what you just said?
Well, I think because we're already phasing it, as Scott said, will be more than one half of the site will stay stabilized while we do the first phase. So I think it, in effect, is having the same benefit to the site. It's just, it's a different phasing line than what you were specifically, or what staff was specifically suggesting. So it does have the effect of a huge portion of the site staying stabilized while the other portion's under construction, and then you flip-flop to the other side. It's just the line's drawn in a different place. So we could submit our exhibit to staff if you wanted to still have a reference to phasing.
I think we'll have to have more implications from our staff, because I know it gets into the VSPM permitting and a lot of other engineering aspects that we need some more information on, that you all need.
Or
some
that
more
condition
information
could
on.
just be removed. But we will show phase lines in our site plan submittal.
And is a critical slope waiver a prerequisite to your LIHTC application?
They cannot move forward with the site plan
You
process.
just approved that. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
So, Missy, I think you had a question that you wanted the engineers to address about the phasing. Or did you already get answered?
No, I think our folks should weigh in on that when you all are ready for that opportunity.
And you're talking tonight, right?
Yes, they're right here, so they can do it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, just to speak to the phasing condition. So we have not seen a 2A or 2D on the plans. And to be very clear, our recommendations are based on what we receive on the plans. And so I can tell you that condition was a result of there being no phasing whatsoever shown, no erosion zone control sequence proposed, detailed or conceptual level. So that specific recommendation is just a basic build away from the water first so you can control the sediment discharge prior to it getting the stream. So that recommendation, I wouldn't be too worried about putting that recommendation on there, because that's essentially a placeholder for it. We have no information for how this is going to get done.
Okay.
So when you say, am I comfortable, this is all going to be, it's certainly feasible, but there's nothing that we have seen that says any of this is been even thought out beyond what you see here, which is, conceptual at this point. So that's where that condition came from. And so it might even complicate things, because as we have, there's an extensive, as Missy referenced, Virginia Erosion Sediment Control Program, which we're required to enforce on behalf of the state within the city. And that requires more complex phasing of erosion sediment controls and things, which might get complicated if we try and carve out areas well before even the consultant has considered how they're going to address these things, much less before we've reviewed if their approach is reasonable, if that makes sense.
Okay, so the process and regulations are in place that it will be addressed later.
Again, there should be processes in place to control every site that's developed over 6,000 square feet in the city. It doesn't specifically speak to steep slopes. So to the extent that you want to craft some kind of more stringent, recommendation in that regard, that might be worthwhile. We always do our best to make sure that erosion sediment control is enforced on every site that we review, obviously. But when you're specifically talking about critical slopes here, there is not much in this plan to say this is exactly how they're going to go about doing this. That's not to say they can't do it. It's just to say it's not shown on this plan how that's going to work, if that's clear.
Okay, thanks.
You guys awake? Just checking. Okay. Thoughts?
Well, if Jose doesn't have any comments.
I have concerns, but I don't know if I'm smart enough to articulate them.
I guess going back to my original question about doing the evaluation on the environmental impact of the critical slopes and erosion control, that's all done in-house by city?
Correct.
Okay, and the practice then is that it's a staff recommendation as opposed to an outside environmental engineer looking at their plan.
Correct. It's not a recommendation. It's a requirement. We don't make recommendations. We only enforce the code as provided in the state code.
You're not ready to make a judgment on whether or not it complies.
No. There's a whole lot of information missing from this.
And so, at what point do we get that information? I mean, if we vote to move forward with the critical slope waiver, I'll get to you in a second. If we vote to move forward with the critical slope waiver, am I stuck, or is there some point that there's something you can do to protect Pollock Creek branch?
So, to back up a little bit in regards to specifics, if you're going to make a recommendation that the steep slopes that this be approved at this point, it's essentially a general approval, because these things are going to change from what they show right here, just as the engineering evolves and gets more specific on this project. But to specifically, again, the applicant made a preliminary submittal. We reviewed that, and then the applicant withdrew that submittal. So we have no plans in the works beyond what's shown here, which is, again, what I would call concept level plan set. So a concept level plan set. So we don't have any further details to provide at this point.
So we're being asked to make a decision based on a concept level plan.
Because this is a concept decision.
Okay, thank you.
This is a concept decision about critical slopes. He's the and I know this, but he's the professional. If we say, yes, you can disturb critical slopes, then he's gonna not, we talked about, he's gonna make this right and meet state law requirements and whatever additional city requirements are on there. That he has to meet those, they're state law. But the concept that we're doing is this project for the good welfare of the public, right? Worthy of a critical slope disturbance.
But you have to factor in there the need to protect our local waterways. That's part of the good of the public, protecting local waterways.
Absolutely. But it says in there, we've got some wonderful conditions that we may or may not want, that number 4 now. Because number 1 says require erosion and sediment control measures that exceed minimum requirements. That's condition 1. So if we say this is the public benefit outweighs disturbing a slope, that doesn't mean that we're saying that the public benefit outweighs the protection of the creek. It says that, and we're going to say yes to this critical slope disturbance, and we're going to require that the erosion and sediment control measures exceed the minimum requirements in order to mitigate potential impacts for the remaining undisturbed critical slopes and Pollock's Branch. It specifically says it in there.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So we're still at a high level.
And so item number 4, remind me again why we may not want to use that.
Because we're saying on this number 4, require construction methods to phase construction. So that construction, this phase line wasn't on this plan, so he didn't take that into account. But what he's saying is, so if you don't, I'm gonna get out, sorry. Y'all have to just pay attention. For this site, if he leaves this alone, all the disturbance is gonna be over there and for that outfall. Then he stabilizes that, moves over here, disturbs all of this, and then it goes to that outfall, right? So you've got half the site stabilized at all times. So you're only needing one of the outfalls. So you tell me, wow. Is that right?
Yeah, essentially. So the recommendation about going above and beyond this required erosion sediment control measures is as specific as we can get, because if I had a erosion sediment control plan that would likely have 4 or 5 phases, after doing a review of that plan, we could say, here's some suggestions staff has, some technical requirements that could, based on what they've already shown us, to go and be above and beyond those erosion control measures to protect Pollock's Branch. But it's extremely difficult to take a finished layout that we're looking at here, and for me as a reviewer to say, well, I'm not only going to tell you how I'd review it better than what they've shown me, but I'm going to go ahead and design it and then apply restrictions on top of their baseline erosion sediment control. So I can sit here and tell you, what a whole engineering team is working on doing here. That's beyond our ability, which is why this is so general. So you're essentially have the decision to move forward this project and hope for the best, understanding that a bare minimum we're going to enforce Virginia Storm Management and Erosion Sediment Control requirements on the project, or what above and beyond means. Because I can't tell you. From their understanding, it would sound like they need to maintain 30% of vegetative stabilization within the LOD through the project. I don't know. It may be that they can make it over 27% of the site being stabilized. It's not clear from the plans what that extra step would be, and I'm not sure that they could offer up a number, but that's based on this phasing scheme, which has not been presented to us. That might be a reasonable threshold.
And so when we impose a condition that says, require erosion sediment control measures that exceed minimum requirements in order to mitigate impacts, including but not limited to silt fence and other measures in excess of minimum requirements determined by city engineering staff to be necessary to protect Pollux Branch from sedimentation, that gives you the authority, once these final plans come in,
Correct.
to impose what you guys see as necessary.
Correct.
All right. In that case, I'd like to make a motion. I move to recommend approval of the critical slope waiver, subject to conditions based on the finding that the public benefits of allowing the disturbance outweigh the benefits afforded by the existing undisturbed critical slope per section 34-1120 B6D1. And the following conditions are 1 through 3 and number 5 of the staff report.
Second.
Ms. Creasy.
Mr. Lahindra?
Aye.
Mr. Sully Yates?
Aye.
Mr. Heaton?
Aye.
Mr. Stolenberg?
Aye.
Ms. Green?
Aye.
And Mr. Mitchell?
And I will abstain. I just don't know enough.
Or we're laughing at Commissioner Heaton's chair.
Right, so we will recommend approval of the critical slope to council. And the last item of the night is, which one is that? The site plan, Carlton
You guys
Muse.
don't want to stick around until Wednesday?
Scott?
It is. It's already Wednesday.
Those women work too hard, man.
Later, guys. Yeah.
Move that shit over there. Or if you're happy, I'm happy, man. If you're happy. If you're happy, I'm happy.
All right. Hey. Good morning, Commission.
Morning.
Matt Alfley, City Planner, Neighborhood Development Services. Before you tonight is a site plan for the last phase of the Carlton View PUD. As you recall, this originally started out as a SUP for the Pace Center, then followed by Phase 1, Carlton Views, which is built and occupied, Phase 2, which is under construction, and this is the last phase, which is the corner of Carlton and Franklin. Being a PUD, the Planning Commission is actually the reviewing body for site plans. And normally in the process, when you all receive site plans, they're typically on the consent agenda. They have been reviewed by staff and found to meet all the codes and requirements if they're rezoning to a PUD or an SUP. In certain cases, especially things that have proffer statements and have a lot of language, they might not go on consent, and you as a body need to look at them and determine whether they should be approved based on the materials, the standards of review, and the development plan and the proffer statement. So currently, Carlton Views 3, which is Phase 4, is nearing the end of its review. It has met all the requirements of the city ordinance and the state ordinance, and all the requirements of the development plan and the proffer statement, with the exception, in staff's opinion, of proffer statement 3F, which states the landowner shall retain the existing tree canopy on the east side of the subject property, adjacent to Franklin Street, with an area designated as open space for the PUD. The final site plan for the PUD development shall depict how the requirements will be satisfied. The plan that staff reviewed, 3 trees were removed to make room for a small green space and a small dog park. Keep in mind, the green space in the dog park as open space were talked about during the rezoning, but they were not part of the development plan, and at no point were those put in. The applicant has incorporated those after hearing from not only Planning Commission, but City Council, but it was never proffered, never part of the development plan. So the applicant feels they still meet that proffer by replacing the trees that are being removed. They're replacing them with, and Commission, you should have a letter from the applicant explaining why they feel they meet their proffer statement. They're not asking, what you need to keep in mind is they're not asking for a waiver. They're not asking for an interpretation. What they're saying is they meet the proffer as written, and the plan should be approved. So what you need to do tonight is either approve the plan as presented and say, yes, they meet, we're the reviewing body, it meets the requirements, we approve it, or you deny it. If you deny it, you need to articulate to the applicant why you're denying it, what is failing, because they can fix and approve. There's no, and it has to be within the development plan and the proffer statement. There's no negotiation, there's no, if you do this, we'll pass this. This is a straight approve or disapprove. Hopefully that's fairly clear in this early morning hours.
And that's a very narrow scope. We're only answering the question for 3F, folks.
Well, yeah, and you're really just answering whether you're approving or disapproving the site plan.
So you just told us that the current dog park was never part of the proffer.
Correct. So it's not on there. The development plan, you can have minor changes which are not substantially different. So that's kind of where we're in this boat. Is this change substantially different? If they had submitted a plan without the dog park and without the open space, with the 3 trees remaining, staff would have felt this meets all requirements, and it would have been put on consent agenda. But again, that Planning Commission is the approving body for this. So that you need to look at this material and determine, do we approve it?
So does the dog part mean that we lose the 3 trees? And if we lose the 3 trees, where are they replanted, and what type of 3 trees are replanted?
And that's in the letter in your attachment. B explains the trees that are being removed, and what they're being replaced with. And again, it's not, to keep in mind, this isn't if they do this, we'll be okay with it. This is as presented. Should this be approved? Because what they're arguing, or not what they're arguing, what they're saying is we meet the proffer. And so that's what you're kind of looking at tonight.
And if we say that it meets it, then it does.
Correct. If you say it meets it, it meets the proffer.
And it's just trees, that they're not infringing upon the critical slopes?
I don't believe there's actually any critical, there were steep slopes under the subdivision definition, which is just slopes over 25%, but there are no critical slopes as defined in the site plan ordinance, which is the distance from water, the run.
I think where that is at the top of the slope.
I'm just looking at the note on the plans. It says areas of critical slope.
And they are, but I think they're referring to the 25%.
The playground at the top of the railroad tracks is also a little bit fun for me. How far is it from that track?
It is separated. There's a separation.
Okay.
With a wall.
Okay.
Because we're lower.
Okay.
And the applicant and representative are here to answer questions. There's no real presentation. Again, this is you as a body approving or disproving a site plan, but the applicant is here to answer.
So if I'm reading this correctly, we're going to lose some trees, 3. And if I'm reading this correctly, they're going to plant additional trees as a result elsewhere. That's going to increase the actual canopy by 1.5.
Correct.
So we're gaining 50%, or whatever, a half, 1.5. We're losing a tree, we're gaining 1.5 more, based on the way I'm reading this. So we're getting more trees, more canopy.
More canopy. You're losing some mature trees.
if we get more canopy, I mean, how do you define canopy? Is canopy coverage? Is it canopy caliber? What is?
There's a calculation within the forestry handbook that talks about the calculation for determining the canopy of an existing tree. It has to do with the caliper multiplied by the caliper. And I can't think of it off the top of my head, but there's a calculation.
These trees are going to be as big as the ones we're losing?
No.
No, so.
I mean,
canopy-
one day.
No, you're
so
losing.
eventual canopy, not immediate canopy.
Right.
Is it fair to say that the question here is whether the phrase existing tree canopy refers to the canopy that exists or the canopy of existing trees?
It is your body is the plain reading of the proffer.
what that means.
So we're deciding whether whether existing tree canopy refers to the quantity, square footage covered by trees in the existing conditions, or whether it means the literal existing trees canopy.
So when you talk about tree canopy, the existing tree canopy is the mature trees. The proposed mitigation tree canopy, that canopy won't be at 1,496 square feet for what, 10 years?
I can't remember if it's 5 or 10, but it is a calculation that
Right.
what
Over
canopy
time,
is-
it's not
yeah.
immediate. That's-
Correct.
So the existing is immediate canopy, and the proposed is sometime in the future canopy.
And the big question is when it reaches 860 and passes the existing, not so much when it gets to totally mature,
Right.
right? Any idea?
5 years, probably pretty fair. So that's a 10-year calculation.
Okay.
10 years.
So, Jody, I always look to you when it comes to this.
Pass me by right now.
Okay. He wants to think about
Let me
it more.
study on it.
I have a question on this. What is the existing tree canopy that will not be disturbed?
Might have to do some math.
Thank you for your service.
Scott, you don't know that? Come on, Scott.
None of these trees are ashes, are they?
Are we gonna have an ash borer situation?
We should have
And
the
need more money in the
existing.
CIP.
Inoculate them.
We should have the existing canopy, then minus the 3 trees, then plus the.
Yeah. Because I think everything I did, I listed was addition to the existing tree canopy that was there. I didn't take credit for the existing tree canopy. I don't believe I did. So I provided the landscape required. Sorry. I provided the landscape required sort of above and beyond the existing tree canopy that was already on site, not taking that into account. That's why I love that question. That's a really good question. But yeah, I guess you basically have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's call it 10 times 370. That's 3,000. Probably about 4,500 to 5,000 up in that area right there.
Thank you.
Sure.
May I just offer you some related information? So just so you know, outside of proffers, in our regular ordinance where it talks about tree canopy and coverage, the phrasing that they use is that you have to provide a tree canopy and you identify what the canopy will be at a 10-year maturity or a 20-year maturity, depending on where you are. And then it says, where existing trees are preserved, a bonus shall be granted. It's called a tree canopy bonus, as follows. In calculating the coverage provided by the existing trees shown on the landscape plan, an existing tree can be deemed to cover an area equal to 1 1/2 times the diameter of the tree's existing drip line. So in if you weren't talking about a proffer, which is, you know, you get to interpret the proffer, but in normal everyday practice, when you're dealing with tree canopy, you talk about tree canopy at a 10 or 20-year maturity, but you talk about existing trees and you get a bonus in your calculations for preserving the existing trees.
So if you take that adjustment factor, that would say the existing tree canopy is equivalent to 1,290 square feet of new tree canopy versus the 1,496 in the plan. So 206 fewer in the existing.
Where are the new trees being planted?
While I was waiting, I highlighted some stuff. I'll show you.
Do you have colored plans too? Because we still have only black and white.
They're colored now.
Yeah. While y'all were talking CIP, I was coloring.
We got plenty of time. I should have more than that, just color.
Can we find a green highlighter?
Let's see.
It's on the tip of your tongue. Let it out.
In
Corey,
so-
let it out.
Let it out,
In
Roy.
selecting the trees, was the list of recommended trees by the tree commission consulted? I don't know the list off the top of my head, and don't know if plane trees and willow oaks are on it. They're canopy trees, I believe, from these from what I know of trees.
Yes, we use the tree species that's approvable through the city. But yeah, I spoke with Mr. Emery, and I'm happy to make some adjustments and work with him. I know he has some ideas, some good ideas. We're happy to incorporate something like that. But
Well, and in that case, I would ask if you'd be willing to talk to our tree commission chair, Paul Josie, and just get recommendations from him about
Absolutely.
trees.
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
And
Thank
we
you.
just tried to do a mixture of some of the deciduous and the evergreen to kind of help with the canopy, but I'm happy, yes.
Yeah, well,
Absolutely.
I'm glad to see that they're large canopy trees that you're looking for.
Yes, sir.
Good.
So that commitment is outside of the scope of this?
You can't
It's just-
condition
No, we
this.
can't
It
condition.
wouldn't be, it was just something we probably do.
Just would do.
Yeah, I'd like to hear again from staff that in all other aspects on this project, the developer has met or exceeded the staff's,
Yes, so this has gone through the review. There are some still outstanding. If you'll notice the recommended motion, if you found to approve, says they still need to meet some comments that are in a comment letter. I will say, just as y'all have talked in the past, there's some LIHTC, this was LIHTC funding. There's some just dates that the applicant's working on. They've actually resubmitted and met a lot of the comments that were in this letter that's attached. The only outstanding comments were from engineering and utilities.
Yeah, so I think Mr. Emery's comment from his email about how far away this open space is from Carlton Views 3 is valid. And I think it would be great if you guys came back to us and asked to remove some parking spots to put in some more open space. But that's outside of the scope of our decision here tonight. So I'd like to make a motion recommending approval of the final site plan conditional on all comments within the October 31st, 2019 comment letter being addressed.
Seconds?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? The ayes have it. We will recommend approval.
I move that we adjourn till
We are adjourned.
January 14th.
Gosh, I'm gonna miss you guys. I'll see you till the 14th.
I will not.
I mean, we're adjourning till next decade.
Wow.
10 a.m.
So last.
It was 7:30.